Chapter 1473 Loneliness. As they say, life was like a game of chess, and chess was like life. However, how could a Go board be used to represent a person's life? Yang Yi understood what the middle-aged meant. It meant the middle-aged man had aroused the intent to kill him. This intent to kill had appeared once he lost the game. He didn't know why the middle-aged man wanted to kill him, but he was very certain that it was related to the game. Since the middle-aged man wanted to use the game as the basis, Yang Yi had destroyed it. The middle-aged man stared at Yang Yi. He didn't speak, nor did he attack, and he just looked at Yang Yi. Yang Yi said, "Allow me to be honest. Senior, you've strayed." "I've strayed?" The middle-aged man suddenly chuckled. "I never expected that I, the Saint of Go, would actually be said to have strayed, and it was even by a junior. Interesting. Go on and tell me about it." "The Saint of Go?" Yang Yi glanced at the middle-aged man and said, "Senior, as far as you're concerned, life is like a game of Go, right?" The middle-aged man shook his head slightly. "Go is even more complicated than man." Yang Yi asked, "Is it more complicated than the heart of man?" The middle-aged man was stunned. Yang Yi continued, "Senior, you are called the Saint of Go, so I presume you've attained the acme of perfection in it. But as far as I'm concerned, you've strayed from the path, because Go is positioned at the top in your heart, and everything else is beneath it. Just as you said earlier, you think that Go is more complicated than the heart of man. But tell me, is there anything in this world that's more complicated than the heart of man?" The middle-aged man fell silent, because he couldn't refute Yang Yi. The heart of man was the most complicated thing in the world. It changed the easiest, and it was the most difficult to fathom. Yang Yi continued, "They say there are 3 levels: looking at a mountain and seeing a mountain, looking at a mountain yet not seeing a mountain, and looking at a mountain and seeing a mountain again. They represent 3 types of mental states, and those who can comprehend these mental states are definitely not ordinary. Senior, which level do you think I'm at?" The middle-aged man glanced at Yang Yi and said, "Please do tell." Yang Yi chuckled, "I'm not in any one of those levels. Let me ask you something. Why should we even look at the mountain?" As he spoke, Yang Yi pointed at his chest. "The most complicated thing in the world isn't a mountain or Go. It's ourselves, our own hearts. This heart doesn't just deceive others, it even deceives us sometimes. What would you get if you look at things with a heart that even deceives itself?" The middle-aged man remained silent. Yang Yi flipped his palm, and a Go board made out of energy appeared before them. Yang Yi gazed at it and chuckled. "Senior, you say that the game of Go is like my life, but as far as I'm concerned, it's just a game. I know that as far as you're concerned, it's not that simple, and it definitely contains life philosophies, mental states, the Tao, and so on and so forth. However, as far as I'm concerned, it's just a game." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the Go board vanished. "See, it's gone. However, I'm still here. While one is still alive, the game has boundless possibilities. However, if one is gone, then it'll just be an ordinary game. It's extraordinary because of the user, and it's not the person who becomes extraordinary because of it. Just like this sword in my hand and my sword Tao. They are extraordinary because of me. Yang Yi, Senior, if you want to comprehend the world and all the things in it, then you must first understand yourself. If you can't even understand yourself, then trying to comprehend the world is just a joke." What was the sword? Yang Yi has asked himself that question on many occasions. However, he always got the same answer. As far as he was concerned, the sword was a weapon to kill. It was just that simple. Perhaps others wouldn't be of the same mind. The swords of others contained many states of comprehension, philosophies of life, and the grand Tao. However, his sword didn't. As far as he was concerned, the sword was just a weapon. His sword would change according to the person he was, and he wasn't the one who changed according to the sword he possessed. The sword was extraordinary because of its user. A person who was extraordinary because of his sword was a person who was enslaved by his sword. Just like the middle-aged man, the game of Go surpassed everything in his heart. Simply speaking, he was enslaved by it. The middle-aged man slowly closed his eyes and fell silent. Yang Yi remained silent as well. He didn't know how strong the middle-aged man was, but he knew that the middle-aged man was definitely extremely strong. So, he didn't dare attack rashly while the middle-aged man hadn't attacked. If it were possible, he felt it was best if they could just talk about it. After all, the middle-aged man seemed very understanding. Equals. A long time passed before the middle-aged man opened his eyes slowly, and there was a wisp of self-ridicule on the corner of his mouth. No wonder. No wonder. The sword is extraordinary because of its user, and Go is the same. No wonder I've still been unable to attain the enlightened Go heart of legend. He gazed at Yang Yi and continued, I've been studying the Tao of Go for all these years, but I never studied myself. Just as you've said, I've strayed from the path. I am the true foundation of everything. Yang Yi smiled. It's great that you're able to comprehend that. I can only be considered as widening my thoughts. The middle-aged man grinned. The Tao of Go isn't as complicated as the heart of man. However, it's still broad and profound. It's not something I can rise a level in from just a single piece of enlightenment. However, if I didn't gain this enlightenment, then I may have been unable to improve for my entire lifetime. In short, I have to thank you. Yang Yi smiled. Just don't kill me. Yang Yi hadn't forgotten how the middle-aged man had aroused the intent to kill him. I'm not an ungrateful person. The middle-aged man shook his head slightly, however. You were lucky to have encountered me today. Of course, I'm lucky as well. He gazed at Yang Yi and spoke seriously. Your heart is pure and isn't affected by the outside world. Such a heart. In short, your future accomplishments are limitless. Yang Yi laughed bitterly, Senior. You're too kind, but I'm sure you're aware that I only have around 2 months to live. The future. Even having a future is a huge problem for me. The forest of darkness. The middle-aged man smiled. You want me to tell you how to get there, right? Yang Yi cupped his fist to the middle-aged man. Please do tell me, Senior. The middle-aged man pondered deeply for a moment and said, Continue forward and you'll get there. Yang Yi glanced at the area behind the middle-aged man, and then he asked, Will it be dangerous? It will. The middle-aged man nodded. It'll be very dangerous. So, you have to be careful. However, you may obtain a huge number of benefits as well. Yang Yi nodded. Thank you. Senior, I have other things to attend to, so we'll be bidding farewell now. The middle-aged man smiled. I hope we'll be able to see you come back. Sincerely. Yang Yi smiled. I hope we'll be able to get back alive as well. Farewell. As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, he immediately vanished into the distance. The middle-aged man gazed in that direction for a long time, and then he shook his head. Death is beyond Yellow Springs River. I don't want to kill you. However, I can't save you as well. Your fortune will decide if you live or die. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure shook slightly and vanished on the spot. Once he vanished, the scene here actually started to transform, and it gradually transformed into a completely different scene. If Yang Yi came back here, he would definitely not recognize it anymore, and he wouldn't be able to find his way out, because the path was gone. After he bid farewell to the middle-aged man, Yang Yi continued forward. Actually, he felt something was off, but he couldn't put a finger on it. In any case, he felt something was strange. However, he had no choice but to continue forward. Head back? What about the spring of life? Moreover, he would bump into the giant if he headed back. He had no choice. He had to continue forward until the end. In any case, Head met all sorts of strange people and demons in the ominous territory. So, meeting more wasn't a big deal. Moreover, he had so many demon beasts with him. Thus, so long as he didn't encounter something abnormal like the towering giant, he wouldn't have to fear anyone. All along the way, Yang Yi didn't encounter any danger. But he still didn't dare act carelessly. After all, carelessness was equivalent to death in this place. Suddenly, a ray of white light flashed, and then little Sky appeared in front of him. Yang Yi was slightly stunned. He hadn't expected her to suddenly appear in front of him, and he immediately asked, "What are you doing out here?" She didn't answer him. She just glanced at the surroundings and said, "This place feels so familiar." Familiar? Yang Yi frowned. "You've been here?" Little Sky frowned and thought for a while. "I think I have, but I think I haven't. In any case, I can't remember. As soon as she finished speaking, she gazed at him and said, "This place seems to be slightly dangerous. Be careful." Hee. I'm going back into play. Once she finished speaking, she didn't wait for Yang Yi to speak and immediately transformed into a ray of white light that entered Yang Yi's body. Yang Yi felt speechless. A short while later, Yang Yi immersed his consciousness into his body. Little Sky had gone off somewhere. Even though he could find her in an instant, he didn't disturb her. He knew that she definitely wasn't able to remember whether she'd actually been here, but he was quite bewildered. Wasn't she sleeping before this? How could she have come here in the past? Yang Yi remained silent for a long time, and then he shook his head and continued forward. Regardless of whether she'd been here or not, it wasn't very important to him. As for the danger she spoke of, he didn't take it seriously. After all, he'd know that it was very dangerous since the moment he entered the ominous territory. Moreover, he'd never relaxed his guard. After walking for around an hour, Yang Yi suddenly stopped. There was a mountain not too far ahead. The mountain wasn't very tall, and it was just a little over 3 kilometers tall. But the mountain seemed as if someone had sliced it open at the center with a sword. There was a crack in the center that was around 3 wide, and the crack was why the mountain seemed like it was 2 mountains. Yang Yi observed the crack carefully. He realized that it didn't just seem like it had been split open by a sword. It actually had been. The edges of the crack were smooth like a mirror. It didn't take long for Yang Yi's gaze to descend to the left side of the mountain. There was a line of words at its center. Being invincible is the loneliest thing. The unfettered one was here. Chapter 1474 Yang Yi's Path of the Sword. The unfettered one? Yang Yi was stunned on the spot. That fellow has been here? Yang Yi scanned the words carefully. Yes, it is his writing. He's still that unrestrained, overbearing, and arrogant. Being invincible is the loneliest thing. How arrogant. However, the unfettered one did possess the strength to be arrogant. Even though Yang Yi hadn't met the unfettered one, the legends of the unfettered one could be heard everywhere. Or to be more precise, the unfettered one's traces could definitely be seen in places that were dangerous or had strong experts. The unfettered one came from the same place as him, and there even was a slight link between them. Besides that, both of them were sword cultivators. However, the unfettered one's Tao of the sword was completely different. The unfettered one pursued the limits of the sword Tao. He only had the sword in his heart, and he could abandon everything. That was obvious from the state that the sword sect had been in. The unfettered one had created the sword sect, but had abandoned it and went off to travel the world. Actually, it was normal. Could the sword sect catch up to his footsteps? If the unfettered one managed the sword sect, it represented that there were ties in his heart, and it was bound to something. He couldn't have only the sword in his heart. The unfettered one definitely didn't like that, so had abandoned the sword sect and left to pursue the end of the sword Tao. Besides the sword, nothing else could occupy his heart. Of course, it didn't mean that the unfettered one was a person without emotion. Everyone had their own goals, and it wasn't wrong for him to pursue his goals. As for the sword sect, everyone had their own lives. The unfettered one couldn't be there to protect them forever, right? The sword sect and its disciples' paths had to be taken on their own. At this point, Yang Yi had met 2 powerful sword cultivators. One was Jin Wuji, and the other was the unfettered one. No, there actually were 3, but he hadn't met that last person, the creator of the Sword of Rebirth. Their Tao of the sword was different. Jin Wuji's sword Tao could be called a benevolent one. In the end, had given up his own life for that benevolence of his. Such a sword cultivator was respected by others. The unfettered one's sword Tao was different. The unfettered one pursued the limits of the sword Tao, and he only had the sword in his heart. Besides the sword, he could abandon everything. So, there were no chains on his heart, and that was why his sword was the purest. It was also why his attainments were extremely terrifying. Such a sword cultivator instilled horror in others. As for the sword cultivator who created the Sword of Rebirth, Yang Yi didn't really know that person well. However, that person had spent thousands of years creating such a heaven-defying sword technique. So it was obvious that person's sword Dao was similar to Yang Yi. They went to extremes, or it should be said that person had gone to an even greater extreme than Yang Yi. That person was completely different from the unfettered one, or it should be said to be the opposite of the unfettered one, because it was the obsession in that person's heart which had allowed that person to create such a terrifying technique. When a person was obsessed to a certain level, it was an extremely terrifying thing. Such a sword cultivator instilled fear in the hearts of others. Who wouldn't fear someone who spent thousands of years creating a sword technique just to kill a person? As for Yang Yi's sword Dao, he was actually one who'd taken an unusual path. He didn't pursue the limits of the sword Dao, he didn't seek benevolence, nor did he seek to exercise forbearance and take revenge. Himself. His sword Dao was one that placed emphasis on himself. He made himself the center of it. The sword? It was just a weapon in his hand, a weapon that served him. Some people would feel that he didn't respect the sword by doing that. However, as far as Yang Yi was concerned, the sword was a weapon to kill. Some people would say that he used it to protect, and that wasn't wrong. He did use it to protect his loved ones. But what did that represent? It represented that he would have to kill. There were a myriad of sword cultivators and sword Daos in the world, but which sword cultivator didn't kill? Regardless of whether it was to protect or to achieve some other goal, it still required killing. However, Yang Yi had made an extremely vivid display of it. Yang Yi gazed at those words for a long time, and then he shook his head and smiled. Actually, if the four of them could come together and exchange their experience and comprehension, then they would definitely obtain great advancements in their strengths. Especially him, because he was the weakest amongst them. Even though they each had their own paths, it didn't stop them from learning from the 4 days of others. Unfortunately, this desire was impossible to accomplish. Yang Yi gazed at those words for a long time, and then he shook his head. He was about to continue forward when he suddenly thought of the towering giant. Could that giant have met the unfettered one in the past and suffered at his hands? As he thought and considered this possibility, he grew even more certain that it was very likely, because the giant had been constantly repeating the word sword. So, it was definitely obsessed with the sword, and based on how it had refused to let him go because he was a sword cultivator, it was obvious that the giant had enmity with the sword / perhaps many other sword cultivators had come to the ominous territory, but perhaps only the unfettered one had the strength to deal with that huge fellow. If that was the truth, then Yang Yi really had quite bad luck. Yang Yi shook his head, restrained his thoughts, and continued forward. It didn't take long for him to pass through the mountain, and then he immediately stopped. There was a cottage further ahead, and a woman in a plain robe was standing by the side of it. She seemed to be around the age of 30. While she wore quite a plain robe, she seemed gentle and quiet like the young lady of an eminent family. At this moment, she was just standing there and staring at him. Actually, Yang Yi was still quite composed because he was mentally prepared to meet strange and weird people, beasts, or situations. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and was about to walk over to her. However, she suddenly appeared in front of him. She just appeared there as if she'd appeared out of thin air. Yang Yi was shocked, because she hadn't shown any signs of movement. There hadn't even been a trace of fluctuation from profound energy, and it was like she'd just appeared in front of him. What terrifying strength! After all, even though the masked woman from before had been extremely swift, he could still sense her movement. Moreover, he could see a trace of her when she moved. However, he hadn't been able to react when this woman moved in front of him. Yang Yi glanced at her, and then his profound energy started surging within him. Suddenly, she placed her palm on his face. Yang Yi's expression instantly changed. It wasn't that he didn't want to avoid her hand, but she was just too quick. He hadn't even been able to react before her hand was on his face. Once he could react and decided to move backward, her other hand suddenly pressed down on his shoulder. In an instant, Yang Yi's surging profound energy had fallen silent. At the same time, he felt like a huge mountain was pressing down upon him, and he couldn't move at all. Yang Yi was horrified. He immediately made the tiny vortex circulate, and then the silent, profound energy within him started to surge once more. After that, slaughter intent and sword intent surged within him. However, His sword intent and slaughter intent had only just surged out from his body when they were suppressed back into him by a mysterious force. Meanwhile, Head relied on this opportunity to move 300 m away. However, Head just stopped when the woman appeared before him again. After that, she did the same as Shed done earlier. She placed a hand on his face while the other pressed down on his shoulder, causing him to be unable to move. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. She touched his face slowly, and there was tender affection in her eyes. "Honey, you're finally home. Oh, my husband, let's head home. Let's head home." As she spoke, she took Yang Yi's hand and pulled him towards the house. "Honey? Home?" Yang Yi was quite stunned. At this moment, he was extremely stunned. He swore that there was no relationship between him and the woman. But Shed actually acknowledged him as her husband upon meeting him. Is this like those legends where romance arrives unexpectedly? Yang Yi didn't believe that, of course. It might be possible somewhere else, but here? Romance? Death was more like it. So, Yang Yi was about to give an explanation when she suddenly stopped. She turned around to gaze at Yang Yi, and Yang Yi's expression changed when he looked at her eyes. It was because the tender affection in her eyes had vanished, and it was replaced by icy coldness. It was like gazing into an ancient mountain of ice. It made him shudder. She gazed coldly at him and said, "Who are you?" "Am your husband?" Yang Yi had been taken by surprise and almost spoke without thinking. Fortunately, he stopped in time. He thought for a moment and intended to explain. However, she suddenly gazed at her hand, and her face grew even colder when she noticed that she was holding Yang Yi's hand. She looked up and stared at Yang Yi. "Why am I holding your hand? What's going on?" Yang Yi glanced at her and said, You took my hand. How do I know? How dare you?" She suddenly shouted with fury and waved her right hand, causing a wave of tremendous force to slam against Yang Yi. Bang! Yang Yi hadn't even been able to put up any resistance before his figure was blasted away. He flew for almost 30 kilometers before finally slamming against the mountain behind him. Even the mountain shook violently from the collision. Yang Yi's figure crashed down to the ground after slamming against the mountain. However, it didn't take long for him to stop. At this moment, his countenance was pale while blood could be seen on the corner of his mouth. Moreover, he felt quite dizzy. However, the woman suddenly appeared in front of him again. Yang Yi's expression changed drastically at the sight of this, and he immediately waved his right hand and summoned the celestial demon wolves. Big Blackie and Little Blackie immediately pounced at her. However, she showed no fear when facing them. She just raised her hand and swung it at them when they arrived around 3 m away from her. Bang! Bang! Yang Yi watched with astonishment as the demon wolves were slapped away, and they instantly slammed against the mountain behind him. Yang Yi's face was filled with shock. Isn't she a little too strong? Chapter 1475, Are You Here to Give Your Life Away? Chapter 1475, Are You Here to Give Your Life Away? Yang Yi wasn't the only one who was stunned. Both the celestial demon wolves were stunned as well. Obviously, they hadn't expected themselves to be slapped away just like that. It had only taken a single slap. Once she slapped both the demon wolves away, she gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched, and then he waved his right hand. He summoned Eaglet, the ancient emperor python, and Little Cow. She was absolutely not someone he could resist, and she might even be stronger than Cheong-Chi. They had to gang up on her. As soon as they saw her, all 3 demon beasts had an extremely solemn expression in their eyes. They didn't know how strong she was. But witnessing what had happened to the demon wolves allowed them to be aware that she was definitely extremely strong. The woman frowned slightly when she saw the demon beasts. Those demon beasts from the outside? From the outside? Yang Yi frowned. He was about to ask about that when she suddenly vanished on the spot. Yang Yi's expression changed drastically at the sight of this. Watch out! Bang! As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, Eaglet, who was at the front of the group, was blasted away. As for the python, the strongest amongst them, its huge tail had immediately swept towards the woman when she vanished. The powerful force carried by its tail caused space to tremble violently. It was extremely terrifying to make the space here tremble even a little bit. After all, Yang Ye's heavenwind wasn't able to shake the space here at all. After she blasted Eaglet away, she didn't attempt to dodge the python's tail and just stretched out her hand. Yang Yi and the others watched as her palm slapped against the python's tail. If her hand was compared to the python's tail, it would really be quite a funny comparison. After all, using her hand to stop the python's tail was no different from an ant trying to stop an elephant. However, what happened next caused their jaws to almost hit the ground. Because she'd actually been able to stop the python's tail, which was carrying tremendous force. As soon as the python's tail had come into contact with her palm, it had immediately stopped, but the woman didn't move at all. How terrifying, Yang Yi thought in his heart. After she stopped the python's tail, she suddenly exerted force, and her fingers easily pierced through the thick scale on the python's tail. She held onto that scale and exerted force again. The scale didn't shatter, nor did it get pulled off, but the python's enormous body started to move instead. Yang Yi watched with astonishment as she actually held the python's tail with one hand and swung it. The python's enormous body was instantly swung against the mountain. Bang! The entire mountain shook violently while countless specks of dust and dirt shot up into the air while huge rocks rolled down from it. However, the mountain didn't collapse and stood there. Yang Yi naturally didn't have the mood to care about whether the mountain collapsed. At this moment, he was completely stunned by the woman's strength. He wasn't just stunned, he was shocked. Her strength was too terrifying. After she was done with the python, she immediately gazed at Little Cow. Little Cow hadn't even been able to react before she appeared in front of it, and then, boom. Just like the others, Little Cow was blasted flying and slammed against the mountain. In just a few breaths of time, all the demon beasts had been slapped away. They'd suffered a horrible defeat. Meanwhile, the woman gazed at Yang Yi. His eyelids twitched. He was about to speak when she suddenly vanished on the spot. Yang Ye's pupils constricted, and he practically instinctively drew his sword and swung it. Oem! A sword howl shot up into the air, and ripples surged through the space around Yang Yi. Two overlapped heaven rends. Just a single heaven rend was completely useless against her. So, Yang Yi had decisively overlapped two of them. However, she still used her hand to block Yang Ye's attack. Bang! A loud explosion instantly resounded as Yang Ye's attack collided with her hand, and the space around them trembled violently. After that, the woman moved around 30 back. As for Yang Yi, the consequences were worse for him, and he was blasted around 600 away. The woman looked down at her hand, and there was a blood-red mark on the center of her palm. She gazed at it for a few breaths of time, and then she looked up at Yang Yi, a sword cultivator. A sword cultivator with two types of intents and a sword that surpasses the known ranks of quality. No wonder you're able to destroy my energy of yin and yang. Yin and yang. Yang Yi swiftly looked up at her and said, You're at the dualism realm? She replied with a question. What do you think? That was a confirmation. Yang Yi took a deep breath. At this moment, he finally understood why she was so terrifying. She was an expert that surpassed the deity realm. No wonder even the Emperor Python was slapped flying with ease. A dualism realm expert. Yang Yi suppressed the shock in his heart and looked up at her. How? Isn't it impossible for a dualism realm cultivator to be present in the ominous territory? Why are you at the dualism realm? She replied with a question. You came in from the outside? Yang Yi felt that she was talking about the world outside the ominous territory, so he immediately nodded. Indeed. She sized him up and said, You're so weak, yet you dared to come here? Are you here to give your life away? Yang Ye's face darkened, but he couldn't refute her, because he was very weak when compared to her. Meanwhile, she shook her head. No matter who you are, you deserve death for disrespecting me. Wait. Yang Ye's expression changed when he noticed that she intended to attack, and he hurriedly said, Please, get your facts straight. You were the one who took my hand. I had no intention to take advantage of you. I did. She laughed with ridicule. Who do you think you are? Why would I take your hand? How absolutely laughable. Yang Ye's face stiffened. How can you act like that? However, she paid no attention to him and just vanished on the spot. Yang Ye's expression had changed when she vanished on the spot, and his quasi-returnal rank sword intent and slaughter intent surged out from within him. As soon as they surged out, they immediately condensed rapidly and exploded. The Brink laws executed with two intents. This could be considered as one of Yang Ye's trump cards, and it was an extremely terrifying one. A wave of terrifying energy swept forward from Yang Ye, and it instantly stopped the woman who'd arrived before him. However, she paid no attention to it and slapped her palm forward lightly, just as she'd done before. It was exactly such a light slap that instantly shattered the energy created by Yang Ye's intents which had been brought to the brink, and they transformed into violet energy that swept towards the surroundings. In an instant, she waved her right hand lightly, and the storm of energy that swept towards the surroundings was instantly obliterated as if it had never existed. Fortunately, Big Blackie and the others charged forward at this moment. Yang Yi didn't stand by idly, and he immediately transformed into a ray of light that shot in her direction. 6 against 1. However, regardless of whether it was the demon wolves, Eaglet, or Little Cow, not one of them could resist a single slap from her. Only the ancient Emperor Python was in a slightly better state and could resist 2 slaps. At this moment, Yang Yi finally understood how terrifying experts at the dualism realm were. Experts at such a level weren't existences that deities could resist, and such experts weren't existences that he could resist, because even 2 overlapped heavenrins were still unable to cause any material harm to her. He felt powerless. He felt powerless against her even when it was 6 against 1. Bang! After Eaglet was blasted away, Little Cow suffered the same fate. Fortunately, they possessed thick skin and strong bodies, so they were only injured. Their lives weren't in danger for now. Yang Yi, on the other hand, was in quite a bad state. Even though his body was strong as well, it was quite inferior when compared to those demon beasts. So, every single attack he suffered made him spit out blood. Fortunately, while he didn't have their physical defenses, his ability to recover was much greater than them. So, he was barely able to hold on. Roar! The Emperor Python was furious from being slapped away in succession, and it roared with fury before rolling up into a huge circle and slamming itself at her. Because it was so huge, it seemed like a mountain was slamming down upon the woman, and it was an extremely shocking sight. However, the woman's expression remained calm and composed, and she just stretched her right hand forward. In an instant, it seemed like something was extracting from the world around her, and the entire world seemed to become ethereal. After that, her figure shot towards the python. Bang! The python howled with pain as its figure was blasted away and slammed against the mountain, causing the mountain to shake violently. A moment later, the python's figure slid down the mountain and smashed into the ground. Yang Yi noticed that the collision had cracked open the python's scales. What terrifying strength! Yang Yi took a deep breath and gazed at the woman. He was puzzled, extremely puzzled. Isn't it impossible for dualism realm experts to exist in the lower dimensions? Moreover, I've never encountered one before this. Why is there a dualism realm expert in this damnable place? Could I have passed over to the other side of Yellow Springs River? Yang Yi couldn't help but be shocked by this thought of his, and then he gazed at her and asked, can I ask you something? Is this the other side of Yellow Springs River? He had an even stronger feeling that something was off. He'd felt something was off since he met the Saint of Go. So, he suspected that he might have gone to the other side of Yellow Springs River. The woman replied with a question, "You only realized now?" Yang Ye's face instantly froze. Yellow Springs River. I really went through it. Yang Yi gulped while a dazed expression filled his eyes. I've passed through to the other side of Yellow Springs River. How did I suddenly get to the other side of it? Chapter 1476, A Sick Woman. At this moment, he finally understood why she was so terrifying. Yellow Springs River. Head passed through Yellow Springs River without realizing it. The cultivation of cultivators wasn't restricted on the other side of the river. The experts here could attain realms of cultivation above the deity realm. This is why nobody comes back from the other side of Yellow Springs River. How huge was the gap between the deity realm and dualism realm? He didn't know the answer in the past, but he did now. Even though he wasn't a deity, the python and the others were. However, they were no match for her. They were completely crushed. Even with the strength they possessed, all of them had been completely crushed by her, and they practically couldn't even fight back. However, all of them, and especially the ancient Emperor Python, were equivalent to peak deities. Moreover, they were the type of peak deities that hadn't relied on any external forces to attain their current strength, but they couldn't even fight back against her. As for Yang Yi, it was worse. He may not even be able to defeat the python in single combat. Even though Heaven Rend was strong, it couldn't kill the python in an instant, let alone the woman. It wasn't a threat to her at all. Two overlapped Heaven Rends had merely penetrated her skin. They couldn't fight her, and it was impossible for them to defeat her. If Yang Yi could utilize the stellar sword diagram, then perhaps he could try to defeat her. But the problem was that he couldn't use it right now. Actually, he could activate it. But would he dare to? Of course he wouldn't. If he did that, then perhaps he would be the first to die. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. Needless to say, Head really courted death. At this moment, he recalled the river Head passed through while fleeing. Obviously, that was Yellow Springs River. Unfortunately, he was quite muddled from being chased by the towering giant for so long, so he hadn't even thought of Yellow Springs River. Thus, Head ran through it. Now, he's brought death upon himself. The woman didn't care what Yang Yi was thinking about. After she blasted the python away, she was about to attack Yang Yi again. However, Yang Yi suddenly spoke. "Big sister, can I surrender?" She was slightly stunned, and then she actually revealed quite a ferocious expression. "You called me big sister? Am I very old? Am I?" Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, she suddenly appeared in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi's expression changed drastically, and he instinctively stabbed his sword forward. However, two fingers clamped down on his sword instead. She gazed at him and asked, "Am I very old?" The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched slightly. She seems to really care about that. He scanned her carefully, and then he spoke seriously. "No, you're not old at all. You're extremely young, extremely beautiful, extremely—" He didn't know what else to say. It wasn't because he was saying something that went against his beliefs, and it was merely because he really didn't know how to compliment women. Even though she was wearing a plain robe, she really was very beautiful, and he wasn't lying about that. She stared at him and said, "Then why did you call me big sister?" "It was a display of my respect for you." Yang Yi spoke seriously. "I'm just showing my respect. Right? I need to explain. I only came here because I got lost. They'll leave right away, and I won't disturb you again." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around and walked away. Suddenly, the woman appeared in front of him. She stared at him and said, "How laughable! You want to leave after coming here? I don't know why Qi Rujuan didn't kill you, but it's fine because it's the same if I kill you." She was about to attack when Yang Yi suddenly asked, "Why? Why do you insist on killing me because I've come in here? There has to be a reason, right?" He was very curious about this. There was no enmity between him and the woman, but she insisted on killing him. That was quite unusual and didn't make sense. Everyone who comes in from the outside deserves death. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure vanished on the spot, and she was in front of Yang Yi when she appeared again. Yang Yi's expression changed. Even though he was no match for her, he wouldn't just stand there and wait for death to arrive. He was about to attack when her hand suddenly stopped in midair, and then she frowned. A short while passed before her expression gradually eased up and became gentle. It didn't take long for her to look exactly like she had been when Yang Yi had first met her. There was no coldness on her face, and her eyes were filled with tender affection. She seemed like a pretty girl from a humble family. "Honey." She grabbed Yang Yi's hand in a very natural manner, and she spoke happily. You've finally returned. Sushin missed you." As she spoke, she wrapped her arms around him and hugged him tightly. She seemed as if she was afraid that Yang Yi would vanish. Yang Yi was completely stunned. What the heck is going on? Meanwhile, she suddenly released him and held tightly onto his hand. "Honey, let's go home. Let's go home and never be separated again. Come." As she spoke, Shed started walking towards the cottage while pulling Yang Yi along. She's sick. Ha gazed at her for a long time and obtained such a conclusion. She didn't seem like she was acting at all, because he actually saw tears in her eyes. Since she wasn't acting, then she was definitely sick. As far as he was concerned, it was a good thing, because she seemed to have no intention to attack him. So long as she didn't, he would have the chance to escape. Yes, escape. She was a dualism realm expert. She wasn't an existence that he could go against. After all, the dualism realm had far surpassed his current realm of cultivation. Even surmounting his realm to do battle had its limits. He wasn't so strong that he could just surmount every realm of cultivation. Perhaps he could fight her once he attained the deity realm, but it was utterly impossible right now. Yang Yi had a very clear understanding of his own strength, and he knew that he could only choose to flee from her. However, he didn't dare to flee right now. She was holding on to him. If he fled now, agitated her, and made her become how she had been a little while ago, then he would be in trouble. Just like that, she pulled him into the cottage. The cottage seemed quite simple from the outside, but it wasn't on the inside. It was actually decorated quite luxuriously, and it had everything one would need. She pulled him to the side of the bed, and then wrapped her arms around his arm before resting her head on his shoulder. She spoke softly, "Honey, why did it take you so long to return? Did you forget me?" Yang Yi was about to speak when he suddenly felt something cold on his shoulder. He turned to look and saw that Shed suddenly started to cry. Yang Yi naturally felt no pity for her. What a joke. She wasn't his, and she wasn't crying for him. He was just thinking about how to escape. He hadn't forgotten where he was. This was the forbidden area of the ominous territory. He had to run. His strength wasn't sufficient to survive here at all. Fortunately, Head encountered this woman that wasn't so normal. If Head encountered another dualism realm expert, then he would definitely be dead. Dualism realm experts. Even Xiong Qi's current strength would definitely be insufficient to fight them. Yang Yi glanced at her and said, Do you still remember what happened just now? Earlier, she looked up at Yang Yi. Wasn't I waiting for you? She doesn't remember. Yang Yi took a deep and long glance at her. Now, he was sure that she really was sick. Meanwhile, she rested her head on his shoulder and spoke softly, "Honey, why did it take you so long to return? Do you know how lonely I've been while waiting by myself for you to return?" Yang Yi asked, "Why didn't you leave this place?" She shook her head. "It's impossible. It's impossible to leave." Yang Yi asked curiously, "Why?" She shook her head. "Because only death awaits. Honey, don't try to leave anymore. Let's just live out the rest of our lives here in peace. All right? Only death awaits?" Yang Yi frowned. "The people here are at the dualism realm. Just this woman before me possesses such terrifying strength, yet she doesn't dare to leave. In other words, there's definitely some sort of restriction here that imprisons them. If that's the case, then who is that strong to imprison dualism realm experts?" The ominous territory felt even more mysterious to him. Of course, he didn't have the mood to care about all of that. His mind was focused on how to escape this damnable place and head to the forest of darkness. If he wanted to escape this damnable place, the first step was to escape this woman. But the woman was holding him tightly and seemed absolutely afraid that he would leave. He could struggle free, but what if it agitated her and made her return to how she had been a little while ago? Bad luck. Horrible luck. Yang Yi smiled bitterly. After all, he had no intention to go to the other side of Yellow Springs River, but he hadn't expected himself to get here by chance. Now, it was easy to enter but difficult to leave. Suddenly, weak breathing came from Yang Yi's shoulder. Yang Yi turned to look, and he noticed that the woman had actually fallen asleep while lying on his shoulder. She fell asleep? Yang Yi was slightly stunned, and then he felt delighted, because it was an opportunity for him. It was naturally an opportunity for him to escape. Kill her? It wasn't a realistic thought. It wasn't realistic at all. Experts at her level were extremely sensitive to danger. So, he just had to reveal the intent to kill, and it would definitely alarm her. So, had chosen to flee. Yang Yi placed his right hand on her hand, and he was about to gently move it aside when Sushin suddenly opened her eyes, and then she raised her head and looked him in the eyes. She had an icy cold expression and an icy cold gaze. Yang Ye's face froze. Chapter 1477 The Soul of the Dead. Chapter 1477 The Soul of the Dead. Yang Yi spoke in an extremely serious manner. Would you believe me if I said that you were the one who hugged me? She stared at him and said, What do you think? Yang Yi took a deep breath and said, Can you let me ask you 2 questions before you attack? Just 2 questions. Yang Yi didn't wait for her to answer him and just spoke. Firstly, just think about it yourself. Do you remember what happened just now? Secondly, you're so strong and far surpass my strength. Do you think that I have the ability to take advantage of you? Her eyes narrowed slightly and remained silent. Meanwhile, Yang Yi added, Don't you want to know why you're acting like this? She slowly closed her eyes. It's her. Yang Ye's eyelids twitched. You know? Meanwhile, she suddenly asked, Do you want to live? Yang Yi asked, What are you trying to say? She released him and walked slowly to the center of the room. She placed her hands behind her back while she looked forward. A long time passed before she spoke slowly. I've always thought that she was gone, but I never expected her unresolved feelings to be so strong, and she still isn't gone. Moreover, she's even able to take control of me. Help me with something and I'll spare you. Yang Yi asked, Who is she? The woman spoke coldly. What's with all the questions? Yang Yi replied, The thing you want me to help you with is definitely related to her, right? Since it's related to her, don't you think you should tell me about her? The woman fell silent for a long time, and then she said, She was just a strand of a perished soul that was drifting through this place, and she entered my body by chance. I thought I'd absorbed her completely, but her unresolved feelings are too strong. Because of that, her desire to live is extremely strong as well. Thus, she has been living within my body, and she has even taken control of my body without me realizing it. Yang Yi asked, How do I help you? She turned around to gaze at him. You're quite sensible. Yang Yi puckered his lips. What else can I do when you want me to help? Actually, from the moment she'd asked for his help, he knew that he couldn't refuse. It couldn't be helped because he was no match for her. The woman said, Her unresolved feelings are too strong. If I try to eliminate her by force, then she'll definitely fight to the death. At that time, even if I win, it'll be a Pyrrhic victory. Moreover, I don't want to use force on her. So, I need you to help me make her let go. Once her unresolved feelings are resolved, she'll vanish and enter the cycle of reincarnation. That's the best outcome for her. Yang Yi asked, Isn't it impossible to enter the cycle of reincarnation from this place? That's on the outside. It's possible here. She continued, Besides being unable to leave, we don't suffer any further restrictions. Don't ask about the rest. You don't stand to gain anything from knowing about things that you shouldn't know about. Moreover, I'm not so free as to explain it all to you. Your job is to help me make her let go and enter the cycle of reincarnation. Yang Yi shrugged. At this moment, he didn't care about obtaining information related to the ominous territory. He was in danger, so how could he have the mood to care about the ominous territory? Yang Yi immediately said, How do I make her let go? The woman fell silent for a long time, and then she said, The reason she's still here is that her husband never came back all those years ago. Her husband wanted to leave this place by force, and so he suffered. In any case, her husband was obliterated, and she had no further will to live because her husband was dead, so she chose to accompany him in death. But for some unknown reason, her soul didn't perish. Even though her soul still remained, it wasn't normal anymore. She gazed at Yang Yi at this point. Pretend to be her husband and make her realize the situation she's in right now. Once she realizes that, her unresolved feelings will be gone. Pretend to be her husband? Yang Yi frowned. Are you joking? Do I look like I'm joking? She spoke coldly. She treats you as her husband. So it's the best time to make her let go. And it's the best time for her, me, and even you to gain our respective freedom. So, you have no choice. Understand? Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. You want me to pretend to be her husband, but my question is, what do I do after that? How do I make her realize the reality before her and let go? The woman spoke indifferently. I don't know. Yang Yi was stunned. You don't know? She replied. Think of a way by yourself. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Suddenly, the woman appeared before him, and she stared at him. I don't care what methods you use. However, remember this. Don't take advantage of this body. It belongs to me, not her. Understand? Yang Yi replied. What if she wants to take advantage of me? I don't care. The woman continued, in any case, if I find out that you took advantage of my body. She glanced at his lower body at this point, and then she stretched out her hand and clenched her fist. I'll crush that thing of yours. Yang Yi instantly felt a wave of coldness sweep through his lower body. How violent! Meanwhile, she turned to look out of the door. Make her let go and I'll spare you. Yang Yi hurriedly asked, Can you send me out of this place? It's best if you can send me into the forest of darkness. Out. She turned to look at him, and then a wisp of ridicule curled up on the corners of her mouth. You want to leave after you entered this place? What are you trying to say? Yang Yi frowned. I can't leave after entering this place? Don't scare me. Scare you? She grunted coldly. This place is a world of its own. It only allows entry and not exit. Once someone enters, the surroundings will change. So, consider me impressed if you can still find your way back. The surroundings will change? Yang Yi was stunned, and then he said, The unfettered one. Didn't he come in here and leave? The woman's eyes narrowed slightly. The unfettered one? You know him? She frowned slightly at this point. Wait, you have a trace of his aura on you. What's your relationship with him? That doesn't make sense. He came here an extremely long time ago. You weren't even born then. You should be a descendant or someone who received his guidance. Yang Ye's face twitched. He'd intended to use the unfettered one's name, but the woman had instantly discerned that he wasn't really close to the unfettered one. So, he couldn't use the unfettered one's name anymore. Meanwhile, the woman added, he was naturally able to leave. Who could possibly stop him with the strength he possessed? Who would dare to stop him? But what about you? You're so weak, so who wouldn't dare to stop you? Yang Ye's face darkened. Hey, can't you be a little tactful? Tactful? She laughed coldly. You're weak yet don't allow others to say that about you? Yang Yi looked her in the eyes and spoke in an extremely serious tone. Give me 3 years and I'll be able to fight 10 of you. Her eyes narrowed slightly. She was about to speak when she suddenly frowned. She sized him up, and then she fell silent. At this moment, she recalled that the man who stood before her was just a voider. A voider. Voiders were like ants to her. Not to mention fighting her, she could kill such cultivators with a single glance. However, the man who stood before her had been able to forcefully resist a few attacks from her. She remained silent for quite some time before she spoke again. Your natural talent in the sword Dao isn't any weaker than him. If you came a few years later, then you would be just like him. No one in here would be able to harm you, and no one would dare to stop you. However, you just had to come in here when you're weak. Whose fault is that? Yang Yi laughed bitterly. Do you think I wanted to? I only came here because I got lost. Seriously, I regret it. Beautiful sister, you're so strong. Send me out of this place, and I'll come back to save you once I'm stronger. All right? Would I need you to save me if I could send you out of this place? She shot an indifferent glance at him. According to my knowledge, only 2 people in history were able to leave after they entered from the outside. The rest have died upon coming here. 2 people? Yang Yi frowned. Was it a middle-aged man? The middle-aged man Yang Yi spoke of was naturally the middle-aged man who'd given him the dragon seal. A middle-aged man? She shook her head. No, that person didn't leave like the unfettered one. That person is still here. However, the people, demons, and all the other things here know that existence has the ability to leave this place. It isn't a middle-aged man? Yang Ye's brows were pressed tightly together. He'd thought that the middle-aged man had entered this place, but now it would seem like the middle-aged man had clearly not come here. But it did make sense. Even though the middle-aged man was very strong, there was probably a huge gap between him and the unfettered one. Moreover, that middle-aged man's strength probably wasn't greater than the woman who stood before him. Because if the middle-aged man had been a rebirth realm expert, then even if the middle-aged man couldn't leave this place, he would have definitely been able to survive. Meanwhile, the woman said, I don't care if you'll be able to leave or not. I just want to say that you can leave once you help me deal with her unresolved feelings. As for where you go, that's your business. That's our deal. Understand? Yang Yi asked, What if I can't? You'll try until you can. She looked him in the eyes and continued, She treats you as her husband now. So, only you have the ability to make her let go. Besides that, I must remind you that while she won't keep her guard up because she treats you as her husband, it's best if you don't think about seizing the opportunity to kill me, because she'll instinctively hide herself upon encountering danger, and then I'll gain control of my body again. Understand? Yang Yi glanced at her. Sure enough, it was exactly as he'd expected. It was impossible to attack her while Sushin had control of her body. He would probably be dead if he'd tried that just now. One more thing. Meanwhile, she stared at him and said, Don't have any other thoughts about my body. She won't be on guard against you, but you must realize that this is my body and not hers. So, you understand, right? Obviously, she was afraid that Yang Yi would seize the opportunity to. Yang Yi was about to speak when she suddenly frowned slightly, and then her expression changed. It didn't take long for the icy cold expression on her face to become gentle again. Yang Yi grunted coldly as he gazed at her. Nothing will happen between us, but I can still touch a little, right? I'll touch a little. But where? Yang Ye's gaze descended on the woman, and he scanned her incessantly. In the end, his gaze stopped at a certain position. Chapter 1478, Is It Free? Honey. After Sushin took control of the woman's body again, she immediately pounced into Yang Ye's embrace. How soft and supple. That was what Yang Yi thought right now. However, Yang Yi wasn't in the mood to take advantage of her. The only reason she hugged him was that she considered him her husband. He didn't want to disrespect those emotions. Moreover, she was worthy of respect because she had been willing to die for love. Yang Yi released her when she thought up to this point. She gazed at him with a puzzled expression in her eyes. Honey? Yang Yi remained silent for an instant, and then he said, Your husband is dead. Head decided to be a little direct. Otherwise, if he continued to act like her husband, it would only make her fall deeper into the illusion that her husband was alive. That would make her obsession with her husband grow deeper. A short and swift stab was better than one which lasted over a long period. So, Head chosen to be direct. Honey, you. She gazed at him with astonishment. Aren't you alive and well? Yang Yi fell silent for an instant, and then he walked over to her and just looked at her. Take a proper look. Am I really your husband? She took Yang Ye's hand while anxiousness covered her face. Honey, don't scare me. You're my husband. Yang Yi frowned. He was sure that if he looked through her eyes, he definitely looked just like her dead husband. Once a person experiences pain that's beyond their limits, such situations might occur. They might create a world out of their imagination, and there was no pain in that world. Just like this very moment, in the woman's world, her husband wasn't dead. So, how would he pull her out of her imaginary world? Yang Yi remained silent for a long time, and then the slaughter intent and sword intent within him surged out. He gazed at her and said, Did your husband comprehend slaughter intent and sword intent? Sushin seemed to be stunned as she asked, Honey, when did you comprehend slaughter intent and sword intent? Her condition is extremely serious. Yang Yi shook his head. He knew that ordinary methods wouldn't work, so he remained silent for a moment before he took Suxin's hand. Let's go to bed. As he spoke, he grabbed her hand and walked towards the bed. Suxin's face instantly turned red when she heard that, and there was an embarrassed expression in her eyes. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to bring her to the bed. He didn't hold back and just wrapped his arm around her waist and said, Let's go to bed. Honey. Suxin's voice was soft like the buzz of a mosquito, and her face was completely red. She was indescribably shy. Yang Yi looked her in the eyes and started to help her undo her clothes. In the beginning, Sushin had been slightly hesitant, but it didn't take long for her to stop resisting, and she just allowed Yang Yi to do it. Yang Yi wasn't joking, and he really removed it all. It didn't take long for her to be standing in her undergarments. Her face blushed even redder like a fiery cloud, but it was also much more charming. The body Sushin occupied right now was like a newly ripened peach, and it emanated an enticing aura that made others wish for nothing more than to take her and swallow her. Fortunately, Yang Yi didn't lose his composure. Even though he was no gentleman, he wasn't one who allowed his lower body to control him. Moreover, he was a sword cultivator, and one who possessed the enlightened sword heart. If he was unwilling, then all beautiful women wouldn't be able to tempt him. Of course, he was a man, so it was normal for him to take a few glances at a beautiful woman. After he took a few glances, actually he took more than a few glances, Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and placed his right hand on her shoulder. After that, he slowly moved to kiss her lips. Meanwhile, she closed her eyes slowly and seemed like she was his for the taking. Right when his lips were about to touch her lips, she suddenly opened her eyes, and Yang Yi had stopped. Sushin stared at him, and a short while passed before she suddenly struggled free of his embrace and turned around. A smile curled up on the corners of his mouth when he witnessed this scene. He knew that his plan was working. The strength of Suxin's love for her husband was obvious from the fact that Shed died for love. So, it was definitely only her husband who resided in her heart. In other words, it was absolutely impossible for her to betray her husband. His previous actions had been done just to determine if she was beyond saving. Obviously, she wasn't. Regardless of whether it had been done instinctively or consciously, it was obvious from her refusal that she was rejecting him. Meanwhile, Yang Yi said, "I'm not your husband. You are." She suddenly turned around to look at him. Yang Yi gazed at her for a long time, and then he nodded. "Since you say so, then let's go to bed." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and pinched the corner of her undergarment. He merely had to pull lightly, and she would be completely exposed before his eyes. Yang Yi gazed at her and said, "Do you really want to do this?" She just gazed at him in silence. Yang Yi nodded, and then he pulled slightly. However, she suddenly grabbed his hand, and then her figure appeared at the center of the room. Moreover, she had worn her clothes as well. A moment of silence ensued, and then she spoke slowly, "Honey, I can't today. I'll entertain you another day, all right?" Yang Yi chuckled, and then he walked over to her. "Miss Sushin, why lie to yourself? You're rejecting me. Just ask yourself, aren't you rejecting me?" She remained silent for a long time, and then she said, "I'm not rejecting you, honey. You aren't." Yang Yi chuckled, and then he wrapped his arm around her waist. The latter's figure stiffened while Yang Yi said, "Since you aren't, then let's do some things that a couple should do." As soon as he finished speaking, he moved his lips to kiss her. However, Yang Yi was stunned. Because Head really kissed her lips? She actually hadn't resisted this time. Why hasn't she resisted? Yang Yi glanced at her, and then he suddenly felt pain come from his stomach. Boom. After that, a muffled explosion resounded as his figure flew out the door and flew around 10 kilometers away. A short while passed before Yang Yi crawled up from the ground. He looked up at Sushin, who was still within the cottage in the distance. At this moment, she was staring blankly at her own hand, and there was a lost expression in her eyes. "Are you wondering why you attacked me?" Meanwhile, Yang Yi appeared in front of her. "You don't have to think so much about it, because I'm not your husband. That's why you're instinctively rejecting me." She stared blankly at her hand and was at a loss for words. Yang Yi looked her in the eyes. "Miss Sushin, I know that you're in extreme pain from losing your husband. However, have you thought about the pain your husband would feel if he found out that you're deceiving yourself and randomly acknowledging someone else as your husband? You're just tricking yourself and torturing yourself." She had a lost expression in her eyes, and she remained silent. Yang Yi continued, "Miss Sushin, take a closer look. Am I your husband?" She looked up at him. As she looked and looked, her expression suddenly started to warp. As soon as he noticed that, Yang Yi hurriedly added, "I'm not your husband because he died a long time ago." "No." A savage expression suddenly appeared on her face. "My husband isn't dead. He's an extraordinary and peerless genius. How could he possibly die? It's impossible." As she spoke, she slapped her palm against Yang Yi's chest. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted flying again. Even though had been hit by her, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. She has finally come out from that imaginary world of hers. This time, Yang Yi didn't stand up and acted like he was dead. Shed returned to reality, so it wouldn't take long for her to recall the past, and then she would remember whether her husband was really alive. However, she might not be in a normal state of mind during that period, and she couldn't be provoked at all. Otherwise, she might go berserk. Just like a moment ago, Shed struck him right away. She was at her maddest state during this period. So, it was best to act like he was dead. Once she figured out everything, she would probably vanish on her own. At that time, his mission would be completed. Sure enough, it was exactly as Yang Yi had expected. Her expression was changing incessantly. It was savage for a while, then it was muddled, then it was covered in pain, then, in short, she didn't look normal at all. Moreover, the aura she emanated was extremely violent, and it caused the space around her to tremble incessantly. It was an extremely shocking sight. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched at the sight of this. Even though Sushin was using someone else's body, she was still very strong. However, it did make sense. Based on what the owner of that body had told Yang Yi, Sushin had once been a supreme expert as well. So, her strength was definitely not inferior to the owner of that body. Otherwise, Suxin's soul wouldn't have been able to take control of that body. Simply speaking, it didn't matter who had control of that body. He couldn't afford to offend any one of them. Since he couldn't afford to offend them, he could only hide. A long time passed before the surroundings fell silent. Yang Yi felt that something was off, so he raised his head and looked over, and he just happened to see a face. It was naturally Suxin's face. Shed appeared in front of him without him even realizing it. I can't continue acting. Yang Yi stood up and glanced at her. At this moment, there was no tender affection in her eyes. However, it wasn't icy cold as well. Obviously, Sushin was still in control, but Shed returned to normal. The epic realm? She shook her head, too weak. As soon as she finished speaking, she looked him in the eyes. I can help you advance to the undying realm or even surpass it. Do you want that? Yang Yi gulped and asked, is it free? Chapter 1479 The Undying Realm. Chapter 1479 The Undying Realm. Nothing was free in this world. She said that she would help him, and it obviously came with conditions. Since she couldn't accomplish it with her strength, it was definitely impossible for him to accomplish. So, he asked her if it was free. If it was free, he would naturally not refuse. But if it wasn't free, then he had to consider the conditions. His body was at a bottleneck. It would naturally be great if he could advance further. However, it didn't matter if he couldn't. In any case, he had the undying elemental body technique, so it wouldn't be very difficult for him to advance to the undying realm in the future. Sushin replied, help me do something. I knew it. Yang Yi glanced at her as he'd expected she would say something like that. Meanwhile, she continued, it isn't very difficult for you to accomplish. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, Senior, it's not that I refuse to help you, but I'm sure you've noticed that I'm just a voider. Moreover, I only have around 2 months left to live. Simply speaking, I can't even take care of myself. She shook her head slightly. Your cultivation is exactly why I feel it won't be very difficult for you. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? She gazed at him and said, you were able to get here while being at the voider realm, and you're still alive. Just that is enough to explain a lot. I believe that you won't die here. Yang Yi remained silent for a while, and then he spoke solemnly, Senior, what do you want me to do? Sushin looked up at the sky and said, my husband and I deserve the fate we suffered, and I don't blame anyone for it. I don't blame that person as well. I only blame ourselves for being greedy. I'm only worried about my son and daughter. They were still young when we left all those years ago, and I don't know how they are now. Yang Yi glanced at her and said, Senior, allow me to be honest. Your children may be much older than I am. I don't think it's realistic to make me help them, because they might be much stronger than I am. Sushin shook her head slightly. I just want you to tell them that they don't have to look for us. Besides that, they are cultivating the same cultivation technique as my husband and I. However, We were afraid they would seek instant success and rush through their levels of cultivation. So, we didn't give them our complete cultivation techniques. The cultivation techniques they possess are only sufficient to cultivate to the deity realm. Thus, I hope you can give these cultivation techniques to them. Yang Yi was quite doubtful. It's that simple? Is it? She withdrew her gaze and looked at Yang Yi. It'll be simple if you can leave this place, but is it simply if you can't? Yang Ye's face froze because he'd almost forgotten that. After all, it was impossible to leave this damnable place, but I think you'll be able to leave. Meanwhile, she flicked a ray of light into the center of Yang Ye's forehead, and it didn't take long for a huge amount of information to enter his mind. It was 2 cultivation techniques. A long time passed before Yang Yi looked up at her. Aren't you afraid that I would keep them for myself? She shook her head. You won't? Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? You're a sword cultivator. She looked him in the eyes and said, sword cultivators cultivate the heart. Sword cultivators at your level would never do anything that goes against their beliefs. She paused for a moment and continued, you're quite cunning and sly unlike other sword cultivators, but I can discern that you're a man of principle. So, you will definitely not break a promise you've made. Yang Ye's impression of her instantly grew quite a bit. Someone who knows how to speak is really different. It felt so nice to hear that. The course of life is unpredictable. Meanwhile, Sushin continued, I wonder if they are still alive. I hope so. Yang Yi asked, are they in the large world? The large world? She was slightly stunned and said, they are on Dark Sky continent. If you get there one day, then look for the Lin clan. Once you get there, you'll find them. If they are gone, then give those 2 cultivation techniques to the descendants of the Lin clan. Dark Sky continent? Yang Yi nodded. I'll definitely visit the Lin clan if I get there. She shook her head slightly and gazed at him. There are many ways in this world to improve your body's realm of cultivation. If it was in the past, I would have many methods as well. Yet now, I only have a single method, and it'll be quite painful. So, you have to endure it. Painful? Yang Yi chuckled, Senior. You may not be aware of it, but the thing I don't fear the most is pain. Sushin sized him up and said, as a sword cultivator, you are actually able to improve your body to the epic realm. That's truly rare indeed. The cultivators who suffer the most in the world are those who cultivate the body, because they usually have to endure great pain. I presume you've endured a great deal of pain as well. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. It wasn't just a great deal. It was a tremendous amount of pain. Sometimes, it even made him wish that he was dead. Yang Yi shook his head and asked, May I know what method you'll be using? Sushin pondered deeply for a moment, and then she suddenly looked up at the sky. She looked for some time, and then she seemed to be slightly infatuated as if she'd thought of something. Yang Yi glanced at her and didn't disturb her. A long time passed before Sushin closed her eyes slowly. A moment later, a soul suddenly floated out from that body. It was the soul of a woman, but its appearance was unlike the body it had been in. It was Sushin's original appearance. There are many ways to attain the undying realm, and one of them is to temper the body with the energy of yin and yang. However, just a little energy of yin and yang isn't sufficient. Unless, when she spoke up to this point, Sushin's soul suddenly transformed into a ray of light that entered Yang Ye's body. Once her soul entered his body, his face instantly warped. It hurt. Overwhelming pain. It was much more terrifying than when he suffered backlash from his sword intent, because he noticed that once Sushin's soul entered into his body, it wasn't just his body that felt like it was being pierced by a million needles. His soul felt the same. It felt like he was about to explode. At this moment, he felt like his body and soul were about to explode. At this moment, his body was shivering strangely. It seemed like something was about to emerge from within his skin. Moreover, the veins throughout his face and hand were exposed and wriggling like little snakes. It seemed extremely terrifying. At this moment, Yang Ye's mind had become blurry from the pain. It really wasn't nice at all. Moreover, the pain lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. On the 4th day, Yang Yi finally felt slightly better. On the 5th day, his consciousness gradually cleared up. but he felt like he'd been bashed up and was completely powerless. Huff. Yang Yi let out a breath of air, and then he started circulating his profound energy. He intended to repair his body. However, he was puzzled because the primordial pagoda didn't help him this time, and it didn't give him a trace of violet energy. Moreover, he couldn't utilize his profound energy at all. What's going on? Yang Yi was puzzled, but it didn't take long for him to come to an understanding. At this moment, his body was undergoing a transformation. Obviously, if he used primordial violet energy to heal himself, it would only spoil his transformation. He had to wait. He had no choice but to wait. Just like that, 2 more days passed. At this moment, Yang Yi felt that his body had recovered quite a bit. He stood up, glanced at his own body, and felt that nothing had changed to his body. He fell silent for a moment, and then he clenched his fist and slammed it forward. Boom! It was like a muffled thunderclap, and the space before him shook violently. A wisp of excitement flashed through Yang Ye's eyes. It has improved. My body's cultivation really has improved. After that, Yang Yi inspected his body, and he realized that it had indeed improved. According to his estimations, his current body was comparable to a peak deity realm demon beast, and it was almost comparable to the ancient emperor python. Was it weak? It was still very weak. However, that was only in comparison to the ominous territory. His body was still weak even if it had improved a realm. After all, the people and demon beasts here were. But if he was in the outside world, then his body would be heaven-defying, because his current body was even stronger than when the celestial demon lord had executed the celestial demon hegemon body that day. Ordinary deities and demon beasts were of no threat to him at all. Besides that, the improvement of his body's realm of cultivation represented that the true form of Heavenrend could grow stronger. I never expected her to actually use her soul to improve your body. Suddenly, a voice resounded in Yang Ye's ears. Yang Yi looked up and saw that the woman was standing in front of him. Yang Yi was stunned. Her soul? The woman spoke indifferently. Her soul at the dualism realm entered your body, and then she broke it up into energy of yin and yang before utilizing it to stimulate your body and soul. Your current body is at the peak of the undying realm. Moreover, your soul has improved tremendously. That's very beneficial when you attempt to charge into the semi-deity and deity realms in the future, especially the deity realm, because your soul would have to be extremely powerful in order to attain the deity realm. Other cultivators would have to spend a huge amount of time to specially cultivate their soul before advancing into the deity realm. Yet now, you don't have to do that anymore. No wonder. Yang Yi felt silent. I really owe her quite a bit. Suddenly, she asked, she thinks you'll be able to leave this place? Yang Yi nodded. She did. She asked, what do you think? Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, I don't know. However, no matter what, I'll definitely leave. If I can't leave, then Yang Yi was stunned when he spoke up to this point, because he just remembered that an advancement in his body's realm of cultivation wouldn't increase his lifespan. Only attaining an advancement in his cultivation would increase his lifespan. If he couldn't leave, then even if his body advanced by 2 realms, it would still make no difference. The woman asked while seeming to be quite interested, what would you do if you can't leave? Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. If I can't leave, then I'll summon sword energy and blast this place apart. Chapter 1480 The Sword of Rebirth. Blast this place apart? She shook her head. How laughable and ignorant. Not to mention you. Even if all the humans and demon beasts here joined forces, we still wouldn't be able to break this place open. Yang Yi frowned and asked, what is this place? A prison within a prison. She spoke indifferently. The ordinary prison is on the other side of Yellow Springs River. As for this side of Yellow Springs River, it's the high-security prison. Understand? The high-security prison? Yang Yi glanced at her. What did all of you do in the past? The woman's face suddenly became cold, and she glanced coldly at him. You want to know? Yang Yi hurriedly shook his head. I don't. What a joke. Based on the expression she revealed, she clearly wanted to lead him into a trap. If he really found out the answer, the consequences may not be that pleasant. She grunted coldly. Lian Banzwang, keep my word. You've made her let go, so I won't kill you. You can leave. I refuse. Yang Yi shook his head. What a joke. This place was filled with danger. If he were to leave this place and encounter another dualism realm expert, then his luck may not be so good. Even though he didn't like her, she wouldn't kill him. So, this place was safe for now. She frowned slightly and had quite a hostile expression on her face. You intend to stay here? Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, Miss Lian, you say that you won't kill me, but driving me away is clearly because you want to use someone else to kill me. Of course, I don't want to stay here. 10 days. He'll stay for 10 days, and then he'll leave. All right? Lian Banzwang gazed at Yang Yi for a short while, and then she said, 10 days? Don't blame me for showing no mercy if you're still here after 10 days pass. As soon as she finished speaking, she shot into the cottage. Yang Yi shrugged. He paid no further attention to her, and he just sat down cross-legged and recalled the Sword of Rebirth. The reason Head asked to stay for 10 days was mainly so that he could cultivate the Sword of Rebirth in a safe environment. If he was on the other side of Yellow Springs River, then he wouldn't waste his time cultivating the Sword of Rebirth, because even if he encountered danger there, he could still escape. Moreover, his objective had been the Forest of Darkness. Yet now, he could forget about the Forest of Darkness. After all, he couldn't even leave this place. Besides that, this place was too dangerous. Heavenrend wasn't sufficient to keep him safe, let alone leave this place. The only way to survive and leave this place was to first improve his ability to protect himself. So, Head decided to cultivate the Sword of Rebirth. It was extremely powerful. If he cultivated it successfully, then coupled with his body that was comparable to a peak deity, even if he couldn't defeat a dualism realm expert, he would be able to fight back, at the very least. After all, he really hadn't been able to fight back in the previous battle with Lian Banzwang. It wasn't just the Sword of Rebirth. He intended to cultivate Elemental Breaker and the Undying Elemental Body as well. In short, his main objective wasn't the Forest of Darkness now, it was to become stronger. If he didn't become stronger, then not to mention getting to the Forest of Darkness, even surviving would be a problem. This place was the forbidden area of the ominous territory. This wasn't a place filled with deities anymore. It was very likely to be a place filled with dualism realm experts. The Sword of Rebirth. It was a sword technique capable of killing Rebirth realm experts. It was divided into 2 levels, Rebirth Sword and Sword of Rebirth. Even though it was a sword technique which could kill Rebirth realm experts, the true reason it was extraordinary was that it could be cultivated before one attained the Rebirth realm. However, there were limits. Firstly, it required the enlightened sword heart. Secondly, it required powerful sword intent. The lowest requirement of sword intent was the quasi-returnal rank. Actually, even quasi-returnal rank sword intent wasn't really sufficient. Returnal rank sword intent was the best, but it couldn't be helped. Yang Yi only possessed quasi-returnal rank sword intent, so he could only cultivate the first level, the Rebirth Sword. As for the Sword of Rebirth, he could only cultivate it upon attaining returnal rank sword intent. Fortunately, there were probably no Rebirth realm experts here, so just the Rebirth Sword should be sufficient. Yang Yi hadn't thought about relying on the Rebirth Sword to kill dualism realm experts. After all, his cultivation was too low, and the gap between him and the dualism realm was too huge. So, it wasn't realistic to surmount that many realms of cultivation to kill a dualism realm expert. He only hoped that it would give him the strength to protect himself and not be unable to even fight back when facing dualism realm experts. Yang Yi was a sword cultivator, so cultivating the Rebirth Sword wasn't difficult for him, coupled with the fact that he conformed to its requirements. While it wasn't very easy, it wasn't difficult for him as well. The first level, the Rebirth Sword, was very different from Heavenrend. It didn't rely on physical strength, and it relied on sword intent, spiritual energy, and soul energy. All 3 had to be merged into one, and then they were to be condensed like the process of utilizing the Brink laws. Was it difficult? It was very, very difficult. It was comparatively better for his sword intent because he frequently brought it to the brink. So, it wasn't difficult to bring it to the brink. However, Spiritual energy and soul energy wasn't that easy to bring to the brink. Moreover, he couldn't make even a slight mistake, because the slightest mistake would make him suffer backlash from both his spiritual energy and soul. Fortunately, he had the sword domain. With the sword domain's help, the danger he faced would be shrunk to the lowest possible level. That was one of the terrifying aspects of the sword domain. It improved the rate he cultivated any sword technique, and it could even help him attain mastery quickly. Many people had their own fortune, and they had fortuitous encounters and powerful treasures. The sword domain was his fortune. It was the fortune Head encountered. For safety's sake, Yang Yi went to the side of the cottage. He didn't go in because she was definitely unwilling to let him in. However, it didn't matter because he didn't want to look at her cold face too. This place was Lian Banzwang's territory, so other dualism realm experts would probably not come here. Thus, it was comparatively safer here. He hadn't summoned the ancient Emperor Python and the others, because if he really encountered danger in this place, then all of those demon beasts would be of no use. Moreover, they were injured and were healing in the primordial pagoda. Qiongqi would be useful, but that fellow couldn't help him right now. Yang Yi shook his head, restrained his thoughts, and concentrated. At the same time, he activated the sword domain and started to cultivate the rebirth sword. When Yang Yi activated the sword domain, Lian Banzwang, who was seated cross-legged on her bed in the cottage, had suddenly opened her eyes. She gazed in Yang Yi's direction for a long time, and then she frowned. A domain. I underestimated him a little. Perhaps he really can leave this place if Head given a few more years. She shook her head and spoke softly. Unfortunately, his days are numbered. In the beginning, Yang Yi had cultivated the rebirth sword only to improve his ability to survive here. But once he started cultivating it, he became quite lost in how ingenious it was. Unlike Heavenrend, the rebirth sword didn't stress upon explosive force, and it stressed on the combination of intent, spirit, and soul. After all, regardless of whether it was sword intent, spiritual energy, or soul energy, they were an individual form of energy, and they were extremely strong on their own. For example, just his sword intent was sufficient to suppress ordinary enemies. On the other hand, some could utilize spiritual energy to kill their enemies. Even more skilled cultivators could even use their souls to fight enemies. For example, Lu Weiner's sword soul technique. The rebirth sword stressed upon the fusion of those three types of energy, and then using a unique method to utilize the product of the fusion. Of course, while the rebirth sword was powerful, it was quite inferior when compared to the second level, the Sword of Rebirth. The Sword of Rebirth used the body as the sword, the heart as the body, one's thoughts as speed, the soul as support, the eyes as the blade. The sword is me, and am the sword. As for the Sword of Rebirth, it could destroy the 5 elements and slice through both yin and yang. When cultivated to its limits, it could even sever the past and the present. Unfortunately, the requirements to cultivate the Sword of Rebirth was quite high. It required returnal rank sword intent. Moreover, its requirements towards spiritual energy and soul energy were high as well. It was from something that he could cultivate. He could give it a try once he attained the semi-deity or deity realm. Yang Yi had always been cultivating techniques which others had created. Many would wonder why he didn't create his own. But was it easy to create a powerful sword technique? It wasn't easy at all. It required abundant experience, skill in various techniques, and spending a huge amount of time on research. He didn't have any of those. He was very clearly aware of the extent of his ability. He didn't have the ability to create a sword technique of his own right now. Once his mind and experience arrived at a certain level, only then might it be possible for him to create his own technique. Presently, it wasn't time to be creating but learning. Just like that, time passed slowly, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Yang Yi had failed countless times during these 3 days, but he hadn't given up. Moreover, because he had the sword domain to help him, he never made the same mistake twice. So, after cultivating bitterly for 3 days, Head gained some experience. The rebirth sword was quite complicated, and it was much more complicated than Heavenrend. Heavenrend only stressed upon one thing, and it was explosive force. That was all that was needed. However, the rebirth sword required the perfect fusion of intent, spirit, and soul. Moreover, even the slightest mistake would cause him to fail. So, had been constantly failing throughout this time. However, Yang Yi didn't give up, and he tried over and over again. He wasn't afraid of failure at all. After all, when he was a labor disciple in the sword sect, had fallen from heaven straight into hell. But even then, he still hadn't given up, let alone now. Just like time passed slowly, and 5 days passed in the instant. Yang Yi stood by the side of the cottage with his eyes closed, and the sword precursor was in his grasp. Yang Yi seemed like a monk in deep meditation, and he didn't move a muscle. Around 6 hours later, Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes. At the same moment that his eyes opened, the sword precursor had vanished from his grasp. At the moment his sword vanished, the cottage beside him had been instantly obliterated. At the same time, the mountain, which was over 10 kilometers away from him, had suddenly collapsed and shattered. A moment later, the entire mountain was instantly obliterated. It seemed like the mountain had never been there. Who did that? Suddenly, a furious howl that shook the sky resounded from afar, and then a monstrous wave of pressure slammed down in Yang Yi's direction. Chapter 1481 Tired of Living. Chapter 1481 Tired of Living. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched when he saw that wave of pressure slam down in his direction. Why am I that unfortunate? Just training with a sword technique made me offend a dualism realm expert? This time, he really hadn't caused trouble on purpose. He'd actually executed the rebirth sword instinctively just now. The reason he'd done that was that he'd realized something and felt enlightened, so he instinctively executed it. However, he hadn't expected that there was another dualism realm expert on that mountain. What should I do? Yang Yi's mind was spinning quickly. Meanwhile, Lian Banzwang appeared in front of Yang Yi. She stared fixedly at him with a murderous gaze. At this moment, she seemed to be in quite an embarrassing state. There were cuts all over her robe. Even though it wasn't that severe to the extent of exposing her figure, it did look quite embarrassing. Especially at the side of her ear, there was a very fine and almost unnoticeable injury there. Yang Yi's attack had been too abrupt and too strong. Coupled with the fact that she'd been caught off guard, it had caused her to fall into such a state. Yang Yi smiled with embarrassment when he saw her murderous gaze. I didn't do that on purpose. I really didn't. Her eyes narrowed slightly while ghastly killing intent filled them. Meanwhile, the pressure from before had arrived above them. A cold glow flashed through her eyes, and then she turned around and slapped her palm forward. Bang! The pressure vanished. Meanwhile, a black-robed old man appeared not too far away from them. At this moment, the old man was in a worse state than the woman. His black robe had been transformed into rags. Especially the lower part of his robe, it seemed like a dress. Besides that, there was a bleeding cut on his face. At this moment, the black-robed old man's face was very unsightly, or it should be said to be ferocious. I'm in trouble now. Yang Yi had an even more bitter expression on his face when he saw the old man's face. The black-robed old man paid no attention to Yang Yi, and his gaze descended onto Lian Banzwang instead. Lian Banzwang, we've coexisted in harmony until now, so why launch a surprise attack on me while I was in deep sleep? Lian Banzwang was about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly stepped forward, and he said, Senior, it wasn't Miss Lian. It was me. Lian Banzwang gazed at Yang Yi when she heard this, and a trace of surprise flashed through her eyes. Obviously, she hadn't expected him to take the initiative to bear responsibility. The old man's gaze descended onto Yang Yi when he heard this. He sized up Yang Yi, and then he frowned. A voider? How could a voider have possibly got here? Yang Yi smiled with embarrassment. That's a long story. The old man asked, You said that you destroyed the mountain? Yang Yi nodded and spoke seriously. Indeed. It has nothing to do with Miss Lian. Moreover, I have no intention to offend you, Senior. It was just... What nonsense! The old man suddenly roared with fury. Do you think I'm an idiot? A voider like you could destroy the defensive restrictions on my mountain? Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the old man suddenly gazed at Lian Banzwang. What? Lian Banzwang, you dare not admit what you've done? that doesn't seem like your style." There was nothing wrong with the old man, and it was just because he didn't believe Yang Yi had the ability to execute such a formidable attack. What a joke. How could a voider possibly possess such terrifying strength? So, he'd subconsciously felt that it was Lian Banzwang because she possessed such strength. At this moment, Lian Banzwang had quite an unsightly expression on her face. However, she didn't explain because she knew that any explanation was useless. Not to mention the old man, even Lian Banzwang didn't really believe that Yang Yi had executed that attack. After all, Yang Yi was just a voider, but that attack had even come close to injuring her. Even though she was very angry, there was even more shock in her heart. Meanwhile, the old man spoke in a low voice. "Lian Banzwang, this isn't over until you give me an explanation." "An explanation?" Lian Banzwang spoke coldly. "What sort of explanation do you want?" The old man was about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly spoke. "Senior, it really has nothing to do with Miss Lian. A man always takes responsibility for his actions. It really was me." Shirk away from taking responsibility? In the beginning, he'd thought of that. But if he dared to do that, then based on her character, she would definitely attack and kill him right away. Even if one intended to play tricks, it depended heavily on the target. She didn't like him at all, so if he were to play such tricks on her, then it would definitely lead to terrible consequences. Lian Banzwang glanced at Yang Yi and remained silent. The old man's gaze descended onto Yang Yi. He gazed at Yang Yi, and then he gazed at Lian Banzwang before a wisp of ridicule arose on the corners of his mouth. "Lian Banzwang, you're a dualism realm expert at any rate, yet you can't even compare to a voider. Since you refuse to give me an explanation, then I'll get it myself." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man shot towards Lian Banzwang. Lian Banzwang's face instantly became icy cold when she saw the old man attack. "You old dog. I don't mind sending you on your way if you're tired of living." As soon as she finished speaking, her figure vanished on the spot. Yang Yi was stunned when he saw them engage each other in battle. Why doesn't anyone believe me when I tell the truth? Yang Yi moved around 30 kilometers away. A battle between two dualism realm experts wasn't something he could interfere in, especially at a time like this. He just executed the rebirth sword. Even though he hadn't suffered from any backlash, it had exhausted too much profound energy. Just a single attack had completely exhausted all the profound energy within him and the Worldman's Stone. However, it was within his expectations. The person who created the technique had been at the dualism realm at least, but he was just a voider. Based on the volume of profound energy that a voider possessed, it was definitely insufficient to satisfy the requirements of the rebirth sword. So, it was normal for him to have insufficient profound energy. Fortunately, he had the Worldman's Stone, so he could execute it. He didn't know if it could kill a dualism realm expert, but he had no doubt that it could pose a threat to dualism realm experts. As for deities, if he were to encounter that rock titan again, or even if he went up against the ancient Emperor Python again, the rebirth sword would be sufficient to kill them in an instant. The only sad part was that it used too much profound energy, and just utilizing it once exhausted all his profound energy. Fortunately, his body had advanced to the undying realm, so even if he didn't have profound energy, ordinary deities couldn't harm him at all. He'd intended to cultivate Elemental Breaker and the undying elemental body as well, but now it would seem like he didn't have the time. He'd almost wasted half a month now, and both those techniques would take another half a month at least. At that time, his strength would grow tremendously, but he wouldn't have much time. After all, if he couldn't obtain the Spring of Life, then it would be pointless even if he could cultivate the Sword of Rebirth successfully. As for the Spring of Life, even if he could leave this place, was he guaranteed to obtain the Spring of Life? What if he couldn't obtain it? Or perhaps he couldn't leave this place? The important matter at hand was to deal with his lifespan. Yang Yi sat cross-legged on the ground. He paid no attention to Lian Banzwang or the old man, and he just withdrew divine crystals and started absorbing the energy within them. Their battle wasn't something he could interfere in, nor was it something he could dissuade, because both of their tempers had flared. So if he tried to persuade them to stop, then not only would he fail, he might suffer instead. Around an hour later, Yang Ye's profound energy had been fully replenished. However, the old man and Lien Banzwang were still fighting high above in the sky. Flee? Such a thought had appeared in Yang Ye's mind. After all, it was the best opportunity to flee, because regardless of whether it was the old man or Lien Banzwang, both of them definitely didn't have the time to pay any attention to him. Bang! Suddenly, a loud explosion resounded in the sky, and then the entire sky shook violently. It seemed like the sky was about to collapse. This is the strength of dualism realm experts? How strong! Yang Yi had an extremely solemn expression on his face as he looked up into the sky. Dualism realm experts seemed to have grasped an energy that was stronger than the energy of time or the five elements, the energy of yin and yang. He'd experienced the strength of the energy of yin and yang. It wasn't something deities could resist at all. Many people had never returned after passing through to the other side of Yellow Springs River. Besides the fact that they couldn't find their way back, there was one other reason, and it was the people and demon beasts here. They weren't existences that the cultivators from the outside world could resist. Rumble. Suddenly, numerous explosions resounded in the sky. But it only took a moment for the sky to fall silent once more. After that, a ray of light flashed through the sky, and then Lien Banzwang appeared in front of Yang Yi. At this moment, Lien Banzwang's face was quite pale while a trace of blood could be seen on the corner of her mouth. Besides that, she had quite a ferocious expression on her face. Yang Yi asked softly, Are you all right? At the same time, he became vigilant in his heart. She wasn't a nice person, so she might launch a lethal strike against him at any moment. The reason he hadn't fled was mainly because other places here might be more dangerous than Lien Banzwang's territory. At the very least, she wouldn't kill him for now. That was what he thought earlier, yet he didn't think the same now. The way she looked at him right now seemed like she really wanted to kill him. It made sense because she'd been blamed for his actions, so she would definitely be extremely unhappy. She said, You didn't flee? Yang Yi glanced at her and spoke seriously. As a man, I should bear responsibility for what I've done. So, how can I possibly run? Bear responsibility? She nodded and said, Very good. Now, he's injured, so go kill him. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. A wisp of ridicule curled up on the corners of her mouth. What? You don't dare to? Yang Yi remained silent for a moment, and then he said, I'm at fault for making you suffer the blame for my actions. So, just be frank about what you want. There's no need to be so sarcastic. In any case, let me warn you in advance that I won't take my own life. If you want to kill me and force me to go berserk, then let me tell you that even I'm afraid of myself when I do that. Her gaze became icy cold. She was about to speak when a huge pitch-black palm suddenly appeared out of thin air above them. Boom! The place they were standing at had been instantly transformed into a huge abyss. Chapter 1482, I'll smash you beneath my casket lid. Yang Yi and Lien Banzwang weren't dead, of course. At the moment the huge had descended, Lien Banzwang had slapped her palm at it. However, perhaps it was because she was injured, or perhaps it was because the attacker was too strong. Lien Banzwang's attack hadn't been able to stop the huge black palm, causing her and Yang Yi to be slammed down to the ground. Lien Banzwang was resisting the huge black palm with a single hand while blood was seeping out incessantly from the corner of her mouth. A moment later, a wisp of ferocity flashed through Lien Banzwang's eyes, and then she flipped her other hand and swung it upwards. Boom! The huge black palm shattered. However, at the very same instant, a black beam of light shot down from the sky. It was extremely swift and instantly arrived above Yang Yi and Lien Banzwang, causing them to have no chance to move aside. Lien Banzwang shouted softly, and then she slapped her palms upwards. A wave of terrifying force surged out from her palms, and it instantly slammed against the black beam of light. Bang! A loud explosion resounded as soon as their attacks collided, and then a wave of energy swept out in the sky above. Everywhere it passed, ripples surged through space. Meanwhile, a gray-robed old man appeared in the sky. Demon Wu. Lien Banzwang stared at the old man while the intent to kill in her eyes seemed material. Even Yang Ye's heart couldn't help but palpitate when he sensed her intent to kill. Obviously, there was enmity between them. The old man called Demon Wu glanced at Lien Banzwang. Crazy Lien. I merely took a single thing from you. Yet you've refused to stop acting against me for over 100 years. I didn't have a chance to kill you in the past, but I never expected you to clash with Old Manly and get yourself heavily injured. You're really courting death. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately flipped his right palm, and a pitch-black mirror appeared there. After that, he formed a strange seal with his left hand. It didn't take long for the mirror to tremble violently. A moment later, he tossed it in Yang Yi and Lien Banzwang's direction. It didn't fly very swiftly, but Yang Yi noticed that Lien Banzwang had a solemn expression on her face. What is that? Yang Yi looked up at the mirror. Suddenly, the mirror stopped. When he looked closely, Yang Yi noticed that the mirror seemed a little like something familiar to him. The Eye of the Heaven Dao. It seemed like an Eye of the Heaven Dao that was hanging high above in the sky. Boom! A beam of pitch-black lightning shot out from the mirror. It was around 3 kilometers long and 1 kilometer wide. As soon as it appeared, the space in the sky actually showed faint signs of warping. Yang Yi was stunned by this scene. It's actually spitting out lightning as well? Is it any different from the Eye of the Heaven Dao? Meanwhile, Lien Banzwang didn't fight barehanded anymore. A multicolored ribbon had appeared in her grasp. When the beam of lightning was around 300 m away from her, she suddenly vanished on the spot. Yang Yi looked up, and he saw that multicolored rays of light had filled the sky. Rumble. When the beam of lightning slammed against the multicolored rays of light, rumbling instantly resounded in the sky. At this moment, Yang Yi felt like the sky was about to collapse. Yang Yi didn't have time to care about all of this right now, and he intended to move away. It was best to stay far away from a battle between experts at this level. However, a loud explosion suddenly resounded, and then a figure crashed down from the sky. It was very swift and instantly crashed down not too far away from him. It was Lien Banzwang. She lost? Yang Yi looked up at the sky. At this moment, the sky was filled with multicolored rays of light. The rays of light seemed boundless, and they were ceaselessly shooting out from the multicolored ribbon in the sky. The gray-robed old man was at the center of those rays of light. The rays of light had trapped him for now. Yang Yi remained silent for an instant, and then he withdrew his gaze and shot over to Lien Banzwang. After that, he wrapped his arm around her waist, stomped his right foot against the ground, and vanished into the distance. Just a few breaths of time later, the multicolored ribbon shattered into bits, and then the rays of light shattered as well and vanished into nothingness. The gray-robed old man appeared once more in the sky. He glanced at the surroundings, and then a ferocious expression filled his eyes. Let me see who can save you this time. A moment later, he vanished on the spot. Yang Yi carried Lien Banzwang in his arms as he ran madly. At this moment, Head raised his speed to its limits. Why didn't he save her? Yang Yi was very well aware that even if Head cultivated the rebirth sword successfully, his strength was still far from sufficient to survive in this place. At this moment, Head realized that practically all those who'd been able to survive here were Dualism Realm experts. Dualism Realm experts weren't existences that he could fight right now. Even though the rebirth sword could pose a threat to such experts, what if it couldn't kill? At that time, how would he fight once his profound energy had been exhausted? While he had his body wasn't strong enough to resist Dualism Realm experts. Moreover, this place was completely unknown to him. If he didn't have someone familiar with this place to lead the way, how could he possibly leave? That would just be a wishful dream. Not to mention leaving, he wouldn't even dare to move about rashly. Most importantly, the biggest reason why Lien Banzwang had been injured was that she'd taken the blame for him just now. If she hadn't fought the previous old man and suffered injuries, Demon Wu wouldn't have been able to defeat her. So, he really couldn't just leave her for dead. Even though she really didn't like him, she hadn't killed him. If she made an explanation to Old Manly just now, then the old man would have definitely believed her. After all, a Dualism Realm expert would disdain to lie. But she hadn't. She'd helped him bear the consequences. Otherwise, the old man would have fought him instead. Suddenly, Lien Banzwang spoke. Don't go that way. Why? Yang Yi was puzzled. He didn't stop and sped up instead. What a joke. There was a dualism realm expert chasing them. She spoke indifferently. It's the territory of a demon beast at the dualism realm. Its strength is even stronger than the old bastard behind us, and it's extremely hostile towards humans. It won't stop until it kills any human that enters its territory. Yang Yi immediately stopped because it was even more terrifying than the old man behind him. At this moment, he felt really lucky to have saved her. Otherwise, he would definitely be in deep trouble if he ran around this place on his own. Yang Yi gazed at her. Which direction should we take? She gazed at him in silence. Miss Lien, don't you want to take revenge? Yang Yi continued. You'll always have a chance while you're still alive. Only if you're alive will you have a chance to take revenge. A moment of silence ensued, and then she pointed towards his right. That way. Yang Yi nodded, and then he vanished on the spot. Yang Yi asked while he ran madly, There's enmity between the two of you? She spoke indifferently. A sworn enemy. A sworn enemy. Yang Yi's face became solemn. Obviously, the old man wouldn't let them escape. Yang Yi fell silent for an instant, and then he spoke in a low voice. Are your injuries severe? She replied coldly. Would I need you to carry me if it wasn't? Her temper is horrible. Yang Yi paid no further attention to her and sped up. At this moment, he was using the sword domain to fully conceal them. However, he was very well aware that if the old man refused to give up, then it was only a matter of time before Demon Wu caught up to them. After all, there weren't many places Yang Yi and Lien Banzwang could go to. This place was filled with danger, so they would definitely be heading towards the places that weren't dangerous. So, Demon Wu was completely capable of determining their route. Meanwhile, Lien Banzwang spoke abruptly. Why did you save me? Yang Yi spoke casually. You're beautiful. She frowned. I'm beautiful? Yang Yi nodded. Isn't it usually referred to in books? Once a hero saves the beautiful maiden would marry him. I think you want to die. She interrupted him. Marry you? Do you even think we're a match for each other? Yang Yi shrugged. You're a dualism realm expert while I'm at the Voider realm. We're definitely not a match. However, who can dictate fate? She gazed at him for a long time before she said, Why did you save me? She naturally didn't believe his nonsense. Yang Yi replied, I can't survive here on my own, so I intend to rely on you. That's quite honest of you. She continued, Unfortunately, I can't even protect myself now, let alone protect you. You'll only burden yourself by taking me with you. Leave me and that fellow may not pay any attention to you. But if you take me with you, then that fellow will definitely not spare you. Yang Yi replied, Are you that desperate to die? It's not that I want to die. It's just that you can't save me. She looked him in the eyes. If I didn't suffer those injuries, I wouldn't fear him at all. However, I was injured in the previous battle, and that fellow had seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack against me, causing me to suffer even more injuries. Now, I don't have the ability to fight him while you are too weak. She suddenly stopped and turned her head towards another direction. There's no need to flee anymore. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? She spoke flatly. He is caught up. As soon as she finished speaking, an old man appeared out of thin air near them. It was Demon Wu. Demon Wu's gaze descended onto Yang Yi. You fled quite quickly. I'm really curious. What's a voider like you doing here? Yang Yi paid no attention to Demon Wu, and he just placed his right hand on Lien Banzwang's stomach. As soon as he did that, she thought that he intended to take advantage of her, and her expression changed. However, it didn't take long for a wisp of surprise to appear in her eyes, because a strand of pure energy was surging madly into her. Yang Yi placed her on the ground and said, Recover as much as you can. They'll help you stop him for some time. Lien Banzwang gazed at Yang Yi and asked, Are you sure? They'll try. As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, he started walking in Demon Wu's direction. A voider is going to stop me? Demon Wu shook his head. What a joke. Yang Yi didn't waste his breath on the old man, and he just withdrew an ice casket lid. After his body had grown stronger, he still couldn't lift the entire casket. However, he could lift its lid. I'll smash you beneath my casket lid." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi stomped his right foot on the ground, and he relied on the counterforce to shoot forward in Demon Wu's direction. Chapter 1483 Come. Let's continue. Demon Wu shook his head when he saw Yang Yi attack, and, as soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and a gust of powerful wind surged forward. As far as he was concerned, not to mention a voider, even a deity was an ant. Bang! Unexpectedly, the powerful gust of wind hadn't even arrived before Yang Yi when a strand of mysterious energy obliterated it. After that, Yang Yi arrived in front of Demon Wu, and then he held the casket lid with both hands as he slammed it down towards Demon Wu. A wisp of surprise flashed through Demon Wu's eyes. He hadn't expected his attack to be unable to kill Yang Yi in an instant, but he didn't have the time to think about it because Yang Yi's casket lid was above his head. Demon Wu slapped his palm up against Yang Yi's casket lid. Bang! Powerful energy of yin and yang blasted Yang Yi around 3 kilometers away. However, Demon Wu was pushed over 300 m away as well. Lian Banzhuang's eyes opened wide at the sight of this. Based on her expectations, Yang Yi should have been killed in an instant. She had never imagined that he wouldn't just be able to survive, he would even be able to push a dualism realm expert back. Her gaze fell onto Yang Yi. Is he really just a voider? Lian Banzhuang wasn't the only one who was shocked. Demon Wu's eyes were filled with shock as well. He hadn't expected that he would actually be pushed back by an ant at the voider realm. Besides shock, there was a trace of curiosity and bewilderment in Demon Wu's eyes. Is that fellow really just a voider? Yang Yi's eyes were filled with excitement. He hadn't expected that he would actually be able to push a dualism realm expert back. However, he was very well aware that there were 2 reasons that contributed to his success. Firstly, it was the improvement in his physical cultivation. He was at the Undying Realm now, so his strength was on par with the ancient Emperor Python. Secondly, it was the casket lid. It was also the main reason. The casket lid was extremely heavy. Even if his body had risen to the Undying Realm, it was quite strenuous for him to lift it. The joint force coming from the weight of the casket lid and his own strength caused the explosive force his attacks carried to be extremely terrifying. Coupled with the fact that the old man had underestimated him, his attack had been able to blast the old man back. Even then, Yang Yi was excited, because it represented that even if he couldn't defeat a dualism realm expert, he could still fight one. However, he didn't know how long he would last in battle against one. You've really surprised me. Meanwhile, Demon Wu gazed at Yang Yi's casket lid. Even though that thing is the main reason your attack was so strong, you're not ordinary as well. I'm really curious. Who are you? What are you doing here? Yang Yi glanced at Lian Banzhuang. At this moment, she was still absorbing the primordial violet energy head given her. Yang Yi remained silent for an instant and said, I came from the outside. The outside. Demon Wu's eyes narrowed slightly. He was about to ask a question when he seemed to have thought of something, and he immediately gazed at Lian Banzhuang. After that, he gazed at Yang Yi. You're trying to buy time. Yang Yi was about to speak when Demon Wu suddenly vanished on the spot. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched at the sight of this. He didn't hesitate to lift the casket lid and swing it forward. Boom. An explosion resounded, and then Yang Yi was blasted 1 kilometer away again. As for Demon Wu, he was pushed around 300 m back. Force worked in both directions. Demon Wu had attacked with powerful force, but the casket lid in Yang Yi's hands had obstructed that force. Moreover, some of the force from the collision was even rebounded. Coupled with the force created by Yang Yi's full strength, Demon Wu had been pushed back. Of course, it was worse for Yang Yi. Even though the casket lid possessed abnormal defensive capabilities and had stopped Demon Wu's attack, most of the force within Demon Wu's attack had still struck Yang Yi through the casket lid. Fortunately, his body was at the Undying Realm now. So, such injuries were nothing to him. After all, he had primordial violet energy, and it could repair his body as soon as possible. Demon Wu was clearly infuriated from being pushed back again, and the indifference and calm in his eyes had vanished. There was only coldness and the intent to kill within them. A moment of silence ensued, and then his figure shot towards Yang Yi. Once he arrived around 6 m above Yang Yi, he clenched his fist and slammed it down at Yang Yi. His fist carried the energy of yin and yang. Coupled with the fact that he hadn't held back at all, his fist immediately blasted a huge and deep hole open around Yang Yi. Moreover, the space around Yang Yi and the old man was rippling like waves were running through it. It was an extremely shocking sight. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. At this moment, he couldn't retreat. As soon as he did that, he would fall into a disadvantaged state, and he would suffer endless attacks instead. Moreover, his speed wasn't sufficient to retreat, so he could only go head-on against it. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to lift the casket lid and flicked it upwards at an angle. Bang! A loud explosion resounded, and then Yang Yi was smashed into the ground along with the casket lid. However, Demon Wu was blasted around 600 m back as well. Demon Wu's countenance was slightly pale, and his right hand was trembling lightly. He glanced coldly at the spot Yang Yi had been standing on. At this moment, Yang Yi had been slammed into the ground, and his figure wasn't visible anymore. Demon Wu remained silent for an instant, and then he turned to look at Lian Banzwang, who was still healing. "Let me see who can save you now. Our years of enmity are finally about to end." As he spoke, he was about to attack. However, his expression changed, and then he gazed at where Yang Yi had been standing before their collision. At this moment, a hand had emerged from beneath the ground, and then Yang Yi crawled out of the hole. Demon Wu stared fixedly at Yang Yi. "You're still alive." At this moment, Yang Yi's countenance was ghastly pale, and there was blood on the corner of his mouth. Based on his outer appearance, he was clearly injured. However, he was alive. Why was he alive? He had the casket lid, his body at the undying realm, and the heaven-defying recovery speed of the primordial violet energy. So, how could he have possibly died? Yang Yi wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth, and then he walked towards Demon Wu while holding the casket lid in his arms. "Is that all a dualism realm expert has? Come, let's continue." As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped his right foot down, and he shot forward like a cannonball. When he arrived around 3 m before Demon Wu, he raised the casket lid and smashed it down. Boom! Yang Yi's figure was blasted flying again. Just like before, Demon Wu was pushed back as well. However, just a moment passed before Yang Yi charged at Demon Wu again. A wisp of gloominess flashed through Demon Wu's eyes. A moment later, he attacked again. As expected, Yang Yi was blasted flying again. But it didn't take long for Yang Yi to charge over with the casket lid. Yang Yi was blasted flying over and over again, but he charged at Demon Wu over and over again as well. Just like that, Yang Yi forcefully engaged Demon Wu in combat for around an hour. Demon Wu was clearly infuriated by Yang Yi, and his attacks grew stronger and stronger. However, Yang Yi was able to resist them with the casket lid. Demon Wu had specially attacked Yang Yi's casket lid on many occasions. However, he failed. The casket lid's strength had surpassed his imagination, and it was to the extent that he wasn't just unable to destroy it, he even suffered internal injuries from the rebound. As for Yang Yi, logically speaking, he should have suffered even more severe internal injuries. However, besides another strand of blood on the corner of his mouth, he seemed completely fine after every single collision. Demon Wu gazed at the casket lid. Yang Yi's strength was utterly insufficient to resist his energy of yin and yang, but the casket lid could. So, he was actually helpless against Yang Yi. He remained silent for a moment, and then he flipped his palm. A mirror flashed up and arrived above Yang Yi. A moment later, a beam of pitch-black lightning emerged from it, and it was even slightly larger than the one Yang Yi had seen earlier. Yang Yi's eyes were filled with an extremely solemn expression. He didn't dare act carelessly, and his profound energy surged madly before entering the casket lid. Meanwhile, the beam of lightning had arrived above him. Yang Yi raised the casket lid to shield himself from it. Boom! Yang Yi and the casket lid were slammed deep into the ground. Lian Banzwang's eyes narrowed slightly at the sight of this, and she gazed at Demon Wu. Meanwhile, Demon Wu looked at her as well. An ant is an ant. He dares to try and stop me? How laughable. Cough. Suddenly, a soft cough came from within the deep hole, and then Yang Yi crawled out from it with the casket lid. Yang Yi was in an extremely embarrassing state right now. His gray hair had turned jet black. Besides that, only his underpants remained. But the casket lid in his hands was completely unharmed and remained completely the same. Demon Wussface became extremely unsightly when he saw Yang Yi. Head thought that his attack would be able to obliterate Yang Yi, but he hadn't expected Yang Yi to still be alive. Aren't his defenses a little too strong? Meanwhile, Lian Banzhuang's expression eased up slightly when she saw Yang Yi. She glanced at him, withdrew her gaze, and then continued healing herself with the primordial violet energy that Yang Yi had sent into her body. Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and then he looked up at Demon Wu, who had an unsightly expression on his face. Come, let's continue. Demon Wu was at a loss for words. Chapter 1484. Fuck you. Powerless. Demon Wu felt slightly powerless against Yang Yi. Yang Yi was like a turtle that he couldn't crush. He hadn't held back when he utilized that mirror just now, yet he hadn't expected the casket lid to actually be able to resist that precious treasure of his. He really wanted to ask Yang Yi where Yang Yi bought that casket lid because he wanted to buy a few too. Lian Banzhuang's gaze had similarly descended onto the casket lid in Yang Yi's grasp. Obviously, it had attracted her attention. Actually, it had attracted her attention from the beginning, but she didn't attach much importance to it. She thought it was just a defensive treasure. Yet now, when the casket lid had been able to resist that beam of lightning, she knew that she was wrong. It was much stronger than she had imagined. Not to mention Demon Wu, even she wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand in a battle with Yang Yi. Actually, Demon Wu and Lian Banzhuang weren't the only people who were shocked. Yang Yi was extremely shocked as well. In the past, he knew that the casket lid and the casket itself were very strong, because even the sword precursor was only able to leave a faint mark on it, so it was obvious how terrifying the casket was. However, he hadn't expected it to actually be so strong that a dualism realm expert couldn't harm it at all. Actually, if another person were to have used the casket lid in battle against a dualism realm expert, it would be absolutely impossible for that person to fight a dualism realm expert. Because while the casket lid could resist the attacks of dualism realm experts, the aftershock from colliding with such experts was extremely powerful. Any other person would have been blasted to death by the aftershock. But Yang Yi was different. Firstly, his body was extremely strong. Secondly, he had primordial violet energy which could ceaselessly repair his body. So long as his opponent couldn't kill him with a single strike or injure him at a rate that was faster than he healed. Otherwise, he was invincible. His defenses were strong, and his recovery was even stronger. He was like a meat shield. He was a meat shield that couldn't be killed. The only problem was that while his enemy couldn't kill him, he couldn't kill his enemy either. Moreover, if his enemy resolved to fight him to the death, then he would be exhausted to death. After all, the volume of profound energy he possessed was definitely inferior to a dualism realm expert. Yang Yi understood his advantages and disadvantages well. He never felt that he could really fight a dualism realm expert to the end, but he didn't fear one. He had the casket lid, so he could attack and defend himself. Demon Wu stared at Yang Yi while he slowly clenched his fists. I rarely suffer failure here, but I never expected to suffer failure at the hands of a voider. No matter who you are, you must die today. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hands. In an instant, two huge palms that blotted out the sky appeared above Yang Yi. A moment later, one of them slammed down towards Yang Yi. Boom! The huge palm slammed against Yang Yi's casket lid. The casket lid shook violently and was smashed into the ground with Yang Yi. As for the huge palm, it didn't stop and continued down into the ground. It didn't take long for explosions to resound deep beneath the ground, and the ground in an enormous area shook violently like there was an earthquake. Just like that, the explosions lasted for around an hour before they stopped. But just a few breaths of time after Demon Wu's attack vanished, a hand had stretched out from deep beneath the ground. Demon Wu's eyelids twitched at the sight of this, and his face was extremely unsightly. Demon Wu wasn't the only one. Lian Banzwang's eyelids twitched as well. Obviously, even she couldn't maintain her composure when she witnessed how abnormal Yang Yi was. Cough. Yang Yi started coughing after he crawled out of the ground. In an instant, a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. He wiped it off and then gazed at Demon Wu. Come, let's continue. Demon Wu was at a loss for words. Continue? Demon Wu's face was extremely unsightly right now. He wanted to fight, but he couldn't destroy that casket lid. Had attacked madly earlier with the hopes of using the aftershock to kill Yang Yi, or even crippling Yang Yi was enough. However, he failed again. Yang Yi had appeared before him again and even sought to continue fighting him. Demon Wu gazed at Yang Yi for a long time. In the end, he glanced at Lian Banzwang and said, "Well, meet again." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. However, Yang Yi hadn't let down his guard at all, and he became extremely vigilant instead. A moment later, he seemed to have thought of something, and his figure instantly appeared in front of Lian Banzwang. Head just appeared in front of her when Demon Wu suddenly appeared in front of him. Demon Wu's palm slapped down towards him. Of course, it was supposed to strike Lian Banzwang. However, Yang Yi's arrival had made it descend upon Yang Yi instead. Boom. Just like before, Yang Yi was slapped flying. But Demon Wu was pushed over 1 kilometer away. Cough. Yang Yi coughed lightly while a wisp of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. His hands behind the casket lid were shaking, and they cracked open. At this moment, his hands were covered in blood. Actually, had been injured earlier during the battle. Even though Head resisted Demon Wu's frenzied attacks, it wasn't as easy as it seemed. The powerful aftershock hadn't just cracked open his hands and body, even his internal organs had cracked open. If it wasn't for the primordial violet energy within him, his entire body would have been cracked open. Demon Wu stared at Yang Yi. He hadn't expected Yang Yi to see through his plan. When he realized that he was helpless against Yang Yi, Head changed his target to Lian Banzwang. So long he killed Lian Banzwang, then killing Yang Yi was only a matter of time. So, he intended to fake his departure before suddenly launching a surprise attack on Lian Banzwang. But he hadn't expected Yang Yi to actually see through it. Demon Wu gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he said, "Young man, this is between her and me. You'll let bygones be bygones if you leave. All right? You'll let bygones be bygones?" Yang Yi shook his head and chuckled, "Senior, enmity will never end if the chain of revenge isn't stopped. Why don't you let bygones be bygones with Miss Lian? Everyone can just sit down and talk, have some time, and discuss the Tao. Why fight and kill each other, right? Let bygones be bygones?" Demon Wu laughed coldly. How laughable. If I wasn't tenacious and lucky, her surprise attack would have killed me a long time ago. Can such enmity be forgotten? Kid, you have that casket lid to protect yourself, so I can't do anything to you for now. But do you really think that you can fight a dualism realm expert just because you have that casket lid? I've never thought like that. Yang Yi spoke flatly, however, am very well aware that once you kill Miss Lian, they'll be the next on your list, right? Demon Wu stared at Yang Yi for a long time, and then he said, "You're wrong. I'm going to kill you right now. I refuse to believe that I can't kill an ant at the Voider realm." As soon as he finished speaking, he appeared in front of Yang Yi and slammed his fist at Yang Yi. Space trembled before it. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Yang Yi's eyes, and then he lifted the casket lid and swung it forward. Boom. Both of them were instantly blasted away. But it only took a moment for Demon Wu to stop his figure, and then he appeared in front of Yang Yi again. After that, he slammed his fist at Yang Yi again. Yang Yi raised the casket lid to defend himself. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted flying again. But it only took a moment for Demon Wu to appear before him once more, and then Demon Wu slammed his fist forward again. At this moment, Demon Wu seemed as if had gone mad, and he was slamming his fist at Yang Yi in succession. Demon Wu's body wasn't that strong, and the only reason his punches were so terrifying was the energy of yin and yang that he possessed. The energy of yin and yang was many times stronger than ordinary physical strength. It could be said that if it wasn't for the casket lid, Yang Yi's body wouldn't have been able to resist Demon Wu's punches at all. Yet now, Yang Yi was almost unable to endure Demon Wu's frenzied attacks. A dualism realm expert that went berserk was very terrifying. At this moment, Yang Yi didn't have the strength to fight back anymore. He could only defend himself, and so it caused him to be pushed back repeatedly. Around an hour later, Demon Wu suddenly stopped attacking, and then he turned to look at Lian Banzwang. At this moment, she was standing. She didn't attack and just gazed at Demon Wu. Demon Wu gazed at her for a long time, and then he turned around and vanished into the distance. Yang Yi immediately heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Demon Wu leave. At this moment, he could be said to be in quite a terrible state. His countenance was ghastly pale while his entire body had cracked apart, especially his hands. Even their bones could be seen. It was an extremely terrifying sight. Moreover, the cracks throughout his body had covered him in blood. However, all that blood was being absorbed by the heart of slaughter within him. Actually, the heart of slaughter had been absorbing his blood from the very beginning, but had bled too much, and that was why he seemed to be covered in blood. Yang Yi cracked a smile when he saw her. "I would be dead if you were just a little later," Lian Banzwang said. "I was done a long time ago." "A long time ago?" Yang Yi was stunned, and then he said, "Then why didn't you lend me a hand?" She replied, "I wanted to see how long you could persist for." "Fuck you." Rage instantly surged through his body, and then he raised the casket lid and slammed it at her. Chapter 1485. You're worse than a dog. Yang Yi was truly furious this time. Head fought with his life on the line with the hopes that she could recover sooner. So long as she recovered, she could help him. In that way, the danger they faced would naturally be resolved. However, he hadn't expected her to have recovered yet sat there and watched him being bashed up. After all, Head almost died just now. In his rage, Yang Yi completely disregarded the fact that she was a dualism realm expert, and he just slammed the casket lid at her. At this moment, it was naturally impossible for him to be a match for her. Bang! A muffled explosion resounded, and then Yang Yi was blasted flying. He flew over 1 kilometer away before his figure finally smashed against the ground, causing it to shake violently. Yang Yi had just gotten up from the ground when Lian Banzwang appeared in front of him, and then she looked him in the eyes and asked, "Do you want to die?" Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and then he gazed at her and laughed with ridicule. "I, Yang Yi, am a selfish person, but I have limits. If I join forces with someone, then so long as that person doesn't turn on me, I will absolutely not stab that person in the back." His expression became quite fierce at this point. "The thing I fucking regret the most after arriving here is saving you just now. Saving a dog is better than saving you. At least a dog would wag its tail at me with gratitude. But what about you? You're worse than a dog." Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, a mouthful of blood sprayed out from him, and his figure flew backwards. It was naturally Lian Banzwang who'd attacked him. "Do you think I wouldn't kill you?" Lian Banzwang gazed at Yang Yi, while an icy cold expression covered her face. Yang Yi crawled up from the ground. At this moment, he looked quite terrible indeed. His body and internal organs had cracked apart in the battle with Demon Wu, and it was especially so for his hands. Even the bones in his hands could be seen clearly. Now that he suffered 2 attacks from Lian Banzwang, it caused his injuries to grow even more severe. If he was an ordinary person, such heavy injuries would have definitely resulted in his death by now. Only he who possessed primordial violet energy and an extremely strong physical body was capable of holding on until now. Once he stood up, a sword appeared in Yang Yi's grasp. It was the sword precursor, of course. He held the sword precursor as he looked at Lian Banzwang. "Woman, I was blind to have saved you. I don't blame anyone or you. I only blame myself for being blind. I don't want to do anything now, nor do I have the ability to. From this moment onward, you go your way, and I'll go mine. If you insist on killing me, remember that attack from before? Even if I can't kill you, I can still cripple you. Are you threatening me?" Lian Banzwang's eyes narrowed slightly, and her eyes were icy cold and filled with killing intent. "I'm fucking threatening you." Yang Yi pointed his sword at her. "If you don't like it, then come at me." We'll fight until both of us are cripples. Why don't you fucking try me and see if I'm afraid of you?" As soon as he finished speaking, the remaining profound energy in him started to circulate madly. At the same time, his sword intent and slaughter intent surged out from within him. After that, they entered the sword precursor. Besides that, the sword god's seal on his forehead had lit up, and it made his sword intent even stronger and sharper. Lien Banzwang clenched her fists and stared fixedly at Yang Yi. She didn't speak, nor did she attack. A wisp of ferocity curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. "As I said before, I was blind to have saved you. I don't blame anyone for that. Now, you go on your way, and he'll go on mine. We'll stay out of each other's business." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi started walking towards the distance. Meanwhile, Lien Banzwang's voice came from behind him. "You won't live long here." Yang Yi stopped and ridiculed. "I'm afraid I'd die even quicker if I stay with you." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished into the distance. Lien Banzwang watched him vanish, and she remained silent. No one knew what she was thinking. After he left her, Yang Yi casually found a place to hide himself. After that, he withdrew divine crystals and started absorbing the energy within them. His injuries were absolutely severe, and they had to be repaired. Otherwise, it would be just as Lien Banzwang had said, he wouldn't be able to survive here at all. Of course, even if his injuries were healed, it would still be difficult for him to survive here. But at the very least, it wouldn't be to the extent that he couldn't survive at all. With the casket lid in his possession, even if he encountered a dualism realm expert, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to retreat safely if that dualism realm expert wasn't determined to fight him to the death. Splitting up with Lien Banzwang could be considered to be rash, but he didn't regret it at all. Actually, even if she didn't choose to marry him, he felt that she would feel grateful after he saved her. However, the facts prove that he was wrong. Actually, it was very normal. Not everyone in the world could be called a person. Some people would treat everything you do for them as something you should do, and they would never feel any gratitude. Moreover, some strange fellows would even ask you to do more. Yang Yi treated this incident as a life lesson. As spirit energy entered his body, it started to become more active, and countless strands of primordial violet energy seeped out incessantly from within the tiny vortex. In the end, all of it entered his entire body and repaired his body that was on the verge of being destroyed. At this moment, his body really was on the verge of destruction. Fortunately, he had primordial violet energy. So long as he wasn't killed in an instant, primordial violet energy could heal him. His injuries were very severe this time. Yang Yi spent almost 6 hours healing before his body was fully healed. Once his body was healed, Yang Yi didn't leave right away. He sat down cross-legged, and then he recalled the battle between him and Demon Wu. Every single battle could help him improve and understand many things, especially a battle with a dualism realm expert. He intended to analyze the previous battle, and then analyze his own strengths and weaknesses. The energy of yin and yang. Demon Wu had utilized the energy of yin and yang in the battle with him. He didn't know anything about the energy of yin and yang, but he knew that it was very strong. If he didn't possess the casket lid, he wouldn't have been a match for Demon Wu at all. Even if he had the casket lid, he was completely suppressed once Demon Wu fought him seriously. His Bodis realm of cultivation had improved, and he's learned the rebirth sword. However, the gap between him and a dualism realm expert was still extremely huge. However, there wasn't much of a gap between him and a deity. Or it should be said that deities were no threat to him at all. 2 hours later, Yang Yi opened his eyes and stood up. Had fully absorbed the experience he gained during the battle with Demon Wu. If he were to fight Demon Wu again, he wouldn't fall into such an embarrassing situation again. If it was possible, he really wanted to find Demon Wu and have another battle. However, he wouldn't court death. Demon Wu definitely hated him to the bone. So Demon Wu would definitely fight him to the death if he went looking for Demon Wu. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and there was a lost expression in his eyes. Where should I go now? Little Sky. Suddenly, Yang Yi thought of Little Sky, because Shed said that she seemed to have been here before. Yang Yi immersed his mind into his body, And then his clone found Little Sky, who was traveling the world within the primordial pagoda. It didn't take long for her to accept his request to come out from the primordial pagoda. The reason it was called a request was that she really didn't like to leave the primordial pagoda. She seemed to really hate the outside world. So, she was really unwilling to leave. However, she still did after Yang Yi implored her to. Once she left the primordial pagoda, she glanced at the surroundings and spoke softly. It really is so familiar. This aura and everything here. Yang Yi was delighted when he heard this. Obviously, Little Sky had definitely been here in the past, but it made him wonder how Shed left after coming to this place. Yang Yi said, "You've definitely been here in the past." Little Sky nodded. "It seems so." Yang Yi hurriedly asked, "Then how did you leave this place?" "Leave?" She frowned, thought for a moment, and then shook her head. "I don't know." Yang Yi walked over to her and spoke very seriously. "Little Sky, you must remember. Otherwise, they'll die." Little Sky was puzzled. "Why would you die if I can't remember?" Yang Yi laughed bitterly. "See, I only have around 2 months to live. If I can't leave this place and find the spring of life, I will die. Understand?" She sized up Yang Yi and said, "Everyone dies. Isn't that very normal?" Yang Yi's face darkened. "You want me to die that badly?" She chuckled. "Not at all. Life, death, sickness, and age are very normal things." Yang Yi stated, "If I die, then you can't stay in that world anymore." Little Sky blinked when she heard this, and then she said, "I remember how to leave." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. "There's a door." She continued, "I remember a door. I seem to have left through that door." "A door?" Yang Yi hurriedly asked, "Where is it?" Little Sky patted her forehead. "Let me think for a moment." A short while passed before her eyes suddenly lit up. Yang Yi was delighted by the sight of this, and he hurriedly asked, "You remember now?" She blinked. "Nope." Yang Yi felt speechless. Little Sky added, "Actually, you can leave this place on your own." Yang Yi was puzzled. "What do you mean?" "Shatter the space here." She continued, "You can break open the space here by force, and then leave this place." Yang Yi smiled bitterly. "I can't." The space here was horrifyingly strong. Even the battle between two dualism realm experts hadn't been able to damage the space here, so how could he possibly break it open? Perhaps he could give it a try if he raised his sword intent to the Returnal rank and activated the Stellar Sword diagram. But could he use the Stellar Sword diagram? He couldn't, of course. If he used it again, it would be equivalent to killing himself. Little Sky sized up Yang Yi and said, "Right, that's true. Let me think a little longer." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. A long time passed before Little Sky suddenly turned to look towards the distance. "It seems to be in that way." Yang Yi nodded. "Let's go." Meanwhile, Little Sky suddenly took his hand and gazed at him. "You'll die if you go there. You'll really die." Yang Yi didn't know what to say. Chapter 1486. Who is Little Sky? He'll die? Yang Yi was stunned. He fell silent for a moment, and then he spoke solemnly. "Is that place very dangerous?" Little Sky shook her head slightly. "I don't know." Yang Yi was astounded. "You don't know yet you said he'll die?" "It's a feeling." She continued, "I feel that you'll die. My intuition is very accurate, so you shouldn't go." "A feeling?" Yang Yi shook his head and said, "I'm still going." Little Sky was quite unhappy. "You don't believe my intuition?" Yang Yi shook his head slightly. "Little Sky, your ability is very mysterious, and I really trust your intuition. However, if I don't go there, then do you know where I can go? I'm sure you've noticed that my lifespan is almost depleted. If I don't leave and find the spring of life, they'll still die. But if I go, I may have a chance to leave. Right?" She fell silent. Yang Yi smiled. "Besides that, I feel that I can't stop just because the path ahead is dangerous. The path of life has never been certain. Just like in the outside world, they say that one should absolutely not pass through Yellow Springs River, or only death would await. But see, I've done that, and am still alive." Yang Yi suddenly changed his tone. "Of course, I would definitely not risk my life and court death if you have another way to leave." He wasn't the unfettered one. and he didn't chase after danger. The unfettered one didn't have any ties and was completely free. But he wasn't free, and he had many things to do. Little Sky thought for a long time, and then she shook her head. There are two methods. The first is to leave through that door, and the second is to break open the space here. Yang Yi smiled. Then I have no choice but to use that door. She asked, Aren't you afraid? I am. Yang Yi smiled. I'm afraid of many things, but I still have to do it. I understand now. She nodded, just like in the past. I didn't like to sleep, but I still slept. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, she pointed towards the distance. Continue in that direction, and you should be able to get there. Good luck. I'm going to play. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure flashed into the primordial pagoda. Who is she? Yang Yi grew even more curious about her background. He didn't think about it in detail and just started walking in the direction she had given him. Needless to say, Yang Yi was quite perturbed, because the experts here were at the dualism realm at least. Even though he could rely on the casket lid to face such experts, he didn't want to encounter such experts, because it would definitely waste a huge amount of his time. Had wasted too much time here. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. You are heading towards the Heaven Shaker Tiger's territory. ITLL notice your presence if you go closer. At that time, even 10 casket lids won't be able to save you. Yang Yi stopped and turned around. He knew the person had spoken to him. It was Lien Banzwang. Lien Banzwang spoke flatly. That tiger is vicious and extremely hostile to humans. So long as it smells the scent of a human, it definitely won't stop until it kills that human. If you don't believe me, you can continue forward and give it a try. See if your casket lid can save you. Yang Yi gazed at her and said, Some people in this world are even more terrifying than demon beasts. Demon beasts are straightforward, and they won't resort to despicable tricks. I know they will kill me, so we'll be vigilant against them. But what about people? You know the face yet not the heart. Some people don't know what's good for them, and even like to stab others in the back. So, I would rather face demon beasts than humans. She spoke indifferently. My conscience is clear. Yang Yi shrugged. That's your business. But no matter what, I have to thank you for the warning. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and walked away. Had chosen to go around. After all, it was best to avoid as much trouble as possible. Meanwhile, Lien Banzwang's voice came from behind him. There's a treasure called the fire spirit fruit. It grows at the center of volcanoes, and it's formed from the purest fire element energy. Only a single one is formed every few thousand years. The energy they contain is extremely pure and of extreme young properties. It can cure all poisons and help cultivators improve their cultivations. Yang Yi stopped, turned to look at her, and said, It can improve a person's cultivation? She nodded slightly, of course, but that's only for you. As far as we're concerned, it can only replenish our profound energy. Yang Yi gazed at her for a long time before he said, What are you trying to say? She replied, There's a volcano not too far away from us, and there are fire spirit fruits deep within it. We can work together and share the fire spirit fruits equally. Work together? Yang Yi frowned. Didn't you say that it's useless to you? Lien Banzwang replied with a question. Did I ever say that? He replied, You said it can only replenish your profound energy. How ignorant! She laughed with ridicule. Do you know how precious something like that is to us? Our profound energy is unlike your profound energy. They are different in nature. Ordinary energy stones and even divine crystals are of utterly no use to us. So, every single time we exhaust our profound energy, we have to meditate and absorb spirit energy, and then convert it ourselves into profound energy that we can use. However, that's absolutely slow. Yang Yi asked, Those fire spirit fruits can swiftly replenish your profound energy? Lien Banzwang nodded. It contains extremely pure energy. If we consume it, it's able to replenish our profound energy in an extremely short amount of time. So, it's equivalent to having half an extra life when fighting experts in the same realm of cultivation. If I had it earlier, I wouldn't have been injured by Demon Wu. Yang Yi fell silent for a while and said, It can help me advance into the semi-deity realm? It has a very high chance to. She continued, your foundation isn't weak, so you have a high chance to succeed if you consume it. However, nothing is certain. I dare not guarantee that you'll immediately advance. However, it's an opportunity for you, right? Indeed. Yang Yi nodded. But why look for me? It's so important to you. So why don't you get it yourself? Why have you come looking for me instead? Don't tell me that it's to repay me for saving you. You wouldn't have stood by idly if you had such intentions. He wasn't a petty person, but he really didn't like what Shed done, because it made him feel like an idiot. Head risked his life to stop that old man, but Shed recovered and refused to lend a hand. Moreover, it was actually because she wanted to see how long he could persist in battle with Demon Wu. It felt like Head swallowed a fly. It was absolutely disgusting. Lien Banzwang said, I told you. My conscience is clear. Yang Yi waved his hand. Let's not talk about that. So, tell me why you've come to look for me. I don't like to beat around the bush, and I hate it when people use me. So, if you want to try and trick me or use me, then I can only say that you've chosen the wrong person. Lien Banzwing gazed at him for a long time, and then she said, it grows at the center of a volcano. There's a thing there called a lava titan. It's formed from pure fire element energy, and it's extremely strong. If we go there, we'll definitely be attacked by it. However, they'll draw it away, and then you sneak into the center of the volcano and steal the fire spirit fruit. Yang Yi said, you're going to draw it away? Lien Banzwang asked, what? Yang Yi glanced at her. I thought you would make me do that. She asked another question, would you? Yang Yi shook his head. I would leave if you wanted me to do that. I'm not afraid, I just don't trust you. I'm afraid that I wouldn't just get no fruits, I'd even lose my life. She asked, so do you agree to work together or not? I agree, Yang Yi said. Of course we're working together. However, I'm still puzzled about something. Why didn't you look for someone else and come to me instead? She replied frankly, your ability to conceal yourself is very good. If we don't look specifically for you, we wouldn't be able to find you. As for why I didn't look for anyone else, it's because you're weak, so I'm not worried about you playing tricks. Yang Yi smiled. All right, we're both frank. Very good indeed. Come, let's go to that volcano. He naturally wanted to give it a try. Just as Shed said, it was an opportunity for him. If the fire spirit fruit really could allow him to attain the semi-deity realm, then the problems he had with his lifespan would be resolved. Moreover, his strength would definitely rise tremendously. At that time, it would be much easier for him to leave this place. He wanted the spring of life to extend his lifespan and then advance in his cultivation. But if he could just advance, then he didn't need the spring of life anymore. No matter what, he intended to give it a try. Just like that, Yang Yi followed Lien Banzwang. All along the way, he maintained a certain amount of distance from her, and he was vigilant towards her at all times. He didn't trust her at all. Even though they were working together, he still had to be vigilant towards her. All along the way, Lien Banzwang had a vigilant expression on her face as well. However, she wasn't vigilant towards Yang Yi. She was vigilant towards the surroundings. Moreover, Yang Yi noticed that they weren't going in a straight line. Obviously, even Lien Banzwang didn't dare step foot in many places here. This made Yang Yi's expression grow even more solemn. Lien Banzwang had to be careful even with the strength she possessed, let alone him. Attempting to travel by himself towards that door Little Sky spoke of really wasn't realistic. Not to mention him, even Lien Banzwang would find it difficult to get there. Because even Lien Banzwang hadn't been to many places here. When Yang Yi asked who'd created this place, Lien Banzwang didn't answer him. Since had been ignored, Yang Yi didn't ask again and just followed her. Around an hour later, Lien Banzwang suddenly stopped, and Yang Yi noticed that she had quite an unsightly expression on her face. Yang Yi asked, what's wrong? She spoke solemnly, we're surrounded. Surrounded? Yang Yi was stunned, but it only took a moment for the hairs on his body to stand on end. Chapter 1487A Sprite King. Numerous thick vines had suddenly appeared around them. The vines were pitch black and thick like pillars. Vines covered the area all around them. Those veins were slowly approaching them like snakes. The most terrifying part was that these veins weren't just on the ground. Even the air was covered by black veins. Yang Yi asked, "What are they?" Lian Banzwang didn't answer him. She just glanced at the surroundings and spoke coldly, "Tree monster, we're just passing by. We have no intention to offend you." "You have no intention to offend me?" Meanwhile, a voice came from the surroundings. "You've offended me from the moment you stepped foot into this place." As soon as the voice finished resounding, the veins in the surroundings instantly started shooting towards Yang Yi and Lian Banzwang. Yang Yi's expression changed slightly, and then the casket lid appeared in his grasp. He was about to attack, but Lian Banzwang was even faster. A multicolored ribbon suddenly appeared in her grasp, and her figure spun on the spot. In an instant, countless rays of multicolored light shot towards the vines in the surroundings. Bang! 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 Explosions resounded incessantly. The veins seemed endless. Vine after vine approached from all directions. If one looked from the outside, the vines around Yang Yi and Lian Banzwang had formed a huge circle, and that circle was closing down on Yang Yi and Lian Banzwang. Yang Yi spoke in a low voice, "We can't let this continue." At this moment, both of them were in a position where they could only passively defend themselves, and they weren't even able to locate the shadow of that existence Lian Banzwang called Tree Monster. If this continued, Lian Banzwang would be exhausted to death even if she wasn't killed directly. Lian Banzwang gazed at Yang Yi. "Do you have a plan?" Yang Yi nodded. She said, "Tell me." Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and said, "Go all out and fight desperately with our lives on the line. When facing such people, the only way to make them stop is to make them experience fear. Otherwise, they will attack even more fearlessly. So, stop holding back." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure shot forward with the casket lid in his grasp, and he slammed the casket lid at a group of vines. Boom! Yang Yi's full strength shattered the vines before him. He didn't stop and continued attacking. Lian Banzwang glanced at Yang Yi, and then she stopped holding back as well. She waved her hand, and a wave of terrifying force surged out from her ribbon. Boom! 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 A large expanse of vines was instantly obliterated beneath her full strength. At this moment, both of them had stopped holding back, and the vines were growing fewer and fewer. "How dare you!" Suddenly, a furious shout resounded, and then an old man appeared not too far away from them. The old man looked quite strange, because his upper body was human, but his lower body was a tree trunk. Moreover, his hands were like branches as well. So, he seemed very strange. Lian Banzwang's eyes were filled with a solemn expression as she gazed at him. As for Yang Yi, his eyes were very calm because he didn't know who the old man was. The old man stared fixedly at Lian Banzwang. "Woman, are you challenging me?" Lian Banzwang replied, "I told you. We're just passing through and have no intent to offend you. Don't you know the rules?" The old man stared at her and said, "Every single person and demon beast has their own territory. You've arbitrarily entered my territory, yet you say you have no intent to offend?" Lian Banzwang was about to speak when Yang Yi shook his head. "There's no need to continue talking with him. Just attack. Attack with everything you have." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi raised the casket lid and charged at the old man. Lian Banzwang and the other man were slightly stunned. Obviously, they hadn't expected Yang Yi to just attack. A moment of silence ensued before Lian Banzwang charged at the old man as well. How presumptuous! The old man was exasperated when he saw both of them attack, and he waved his hand. In an instant, countless black vines flashed out from all directions. In the end, they shot towards Yang Yi and Lian Banzwang. Bang! 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 In an instant, explosions resounded incessantly throughout the area. Around an hour later, the surroundings suddenly became calm. "Leave." The old man gazed at them with a terribly gloomy expression on his face. Yang Yi put the casket lid away, and then he gazed at Lian Banzwang. "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, he started walking off into the distance. Lian Banzwang glanced at the old man and hurriedly followed after Yang Yi. The intent to kill within the old man's eyes was practically material as he watched them leave. But he didn't attack. Lian Banzwang spoke as they traveled. He's much stronger than you think. Yang Yi nodded. I know. She asked, then why did you dare to act like that? He glanced at her and replied, from the moment he attacked without even asking for a reason, I knew that he wouldn't just let us leave. So, it's like a battle between two armies. If you lose confidence, the enemy will become more confident. So, we couldn't display any weakness. I wanted him to know that we aren't afraid of him, and we'll even fight him to the death. Once you choose to fight him to the death, he'll naturally calm down. Yang Yi paused for a moment at this point, and then he continued, humans have a very bad habit, and it's their fondness to bully the weak and fear the strong. So, at most times, we can't show weakness. One word, fight. Just like that very moment, once we refused to yield, he chose to make a compromise instead. But if we choose to show weakness, he won't make a compromise and let us pass. He would have made us turn back and request something else. Such methods of dealing with things will make you offend many, and it'll increase your chances of death. She shook her head. She was a person with quite an explosive temper, but she felt her temper was really good when compared to Yang Yi. Yang Yi disregarded the consequences when he did most things. Just like the previous incident, Yang Yi had actually intended to take her down with him. She had to admit that while she really wanted to kill him then, she was really afraid that he would disregard his life to fight her. Just as Yang Yi said, he may not be able to kill her, but he could cripple her. If she were to be heavily injured here, then the consequences would be unimaginable. So, Shed exercised forbearance. That indirectly represented that Yang Yi had won the battle that day. However, if she hadn't exercised forbearance, then Yang Yi would have definitely died while she would have merely suffered some injuries. So, Yang Yi's extreme methods weren't methods that she agreed with. Offend others? Yang Yi shook his head. Perhaps. Let's not talk about that anymore and hurry up. He wasn't interested in discussing such philosophies of life because he felt that it was a waste of time. Lien Banzwang glanced at Yang Yi and didn't say another word. She naturally knew that Yang Yi didn't like her at all, so she would naturally not ask for insult. They just sped up. 2 hours later, Yang Yi felt the air around them grow hotter. Obviously, they were almost at the volcano. Another hour passed. The temperature in the surroundings was growing even hotter. At this moment, Yang Yi had no choice but to use slaughter intent and sword intent to resist the heat. Another hour later, Yang Yi and Lien Banzwang stopped. There was a mountain in the distance. Yang Yi was utterly shocked when he saw the mountain. The volcano was unlike what had imagined. The volcano before him was like a burning mountain of flames. Actually, it was a mountain of flames, but the flame was extremely huge. Yang Yi asked, how strong is that lava titan? It's very strong. Lien Banzwang spoke solemnly. It isn't from the outside world. It's a being from this place, and it can be considered as a local. A local? Yang Yi glanced at her. All of you are from the outside. She nodded. Yang Yi asked, where? She glanced at him and said, why ask so much? Yang Yi replied, I'm just a little curious. Lien Banzwang withdrew her gaze from him and looked at the volcano. Actually, the fire element energy within the volcano is useless to that lava titan, because it's the purest fire element sprite king. So, the fire spirit fruit is useless to it. Unfortunately, that fellow has been constantly occupying the volcano. However, if it wasn't there, the fire spirit fruits would have probably been taken a long time ago. Yang Yi was stunned. A fire sprite king? She nodded. A true fire sprite king. An existence that's only inferior to a sprite lord. A sprite lord. Snowy. At this moment, Yang Yi thought of Snowy, because Snowy was a sprite lord. Based on what Blind Maiden had said, Snowy could suppress all sprites. If Snowy was here, it would have been absolutely easy for him to obtain the fire spirit fruits. Unfortunately, Yang Yi took a deep breath. If he got out of here alive, Head decided to immediately travel to the large world and head to the Divine Phoenix clan. He wanted them to pay with their blood. Lien Banzwang spoke solemnly, "They'll draw the lava titan away, and then you look for an opportunity to sneak in. Remember to leave immediately once you get the fire spirit fruits. Otherwise, you'll definitely die if it gets back. It's practically invincible while it remains within the volcano. So, Not to mention you, even the joint forces of 5 dualism realm experts can't kill it while it's within the volcano. Yang Yi nodded. It'll leave once I get it. She nodded slightly, and then she vanished on the spot. Bang! After around 3 breaths of time, a huge pillar of fire erupted from the volcano and shot up into the sky. In an instant, the entire sky was burning. At the same time, a lava titan that was comparable to the ancient emperor python in size had appeared in the sky. How strong! Yang Yi had an extremely solemn expression on his face as he gazed at the lava titan. It's definitely much stronger than that old man. Demon Wu? It didn't take long for the lava titan to become engaged in battle with Lin Banzwang. They fought for a while, and they gradually started moving away from the volcano. Yang Yi immediately transformed into a shadow that shot into the volcano. As soon as he entered the volcano, Yang Yi's voice resounded, and it was filled with shock. What the fuck? Chapter 1488, Charging into the Semi-Deity Realm. It was hot. As soon as he walked into the volcano, his body had almost melted from the extreme heat here. There was another reason why Yang Yi felt astounded, and it was because he hadn't expected the heat here to actually be so terrifying that his body couldn't endure it. After all, his body was at the undying realm. Fortunately, Head formed a protective barrier with his sword intent and slaughter intent at the critical moment. He instantly felt much better while protected within the barrier. Yang Yi immediately glanced at the surroundings and shot towards the center of the volcano. As he went deeper into the volcano, the temperature grew higher and higher, and it made Yang Yi have no choice but to constantly utilize sword intent and slaughter intent to resist it. A long time passed before Yang Yi stopped. There was a tree of fire in the distance, and it looked like it was made completely out of fire. A wisp of burning desire appeared in Yang Yi's eyes because there were 5 bright red fruits on the tree. The fruits seemed like they were made of lava, and they were completely crimson red. Moreover, faint fiery red light flowed through them. Fire spirit fruits. Obviously, they were the fire spirit fruits. Yang Yi didn't go take them immediately, and he carefully observed the surroundings instead. After all, who knew if there was anything else here besides the lava titan which could pose a threat to him? What if another lava titan appeared? He would be in trouble. In the end, once he confirmed that there was no danger, Yang Yi went over to the huge tree, and then he waved his hand and put the fire spirit fruits within his spatial ring. It was smooth, extremely smooth. Right when Yang Yi was about to leave, he suddenly looked down. There was a fire lotus beneath him, and it was closed. So, he couldn't see what was within it. Yang Yi remained silent for a moment, and then he turned around and walked away. He was very well aware that something was in there, or it may even be a treasure. However, he didn't take a look. It wasn't wise to be too greedy, because while those who were too greedy may end up being rich, even more brought death upon themselves. As far as he was concerned, the fire spirit fruits were sufficient. However, the fire lotus suddenly started unfurling slowly. Yang Yi stopped and looked down, and there was a trace of vigilance in his eyes. But he was stunned when it was fully unfurled because there was a small ball of flames at the center of the fire lotus. A sprite? That was the first thing which came to mind. Yang Yi paid no attention to it and intended to leave. However, the ball of flame suddenly appeared in front of him, and then 2 small hands emerged from it. The hands were very small, like the hands of a child. After that, it didn't take long for a small head to emerge from the ball of flame as well. In an instant, a little girl who was completely fiery red and emanated flames appeared before Yang Yi. She seemed to be around the age of 2 or 3, and she looked very cute. However, Yang Yi had a very vigilant expression on his face. The little girl floated around Yang Yi, and her eyes were filled with curiosity. Suddenly, the tiny vortex spun within him, and then a wave of suction force surged out and instantly sucked the little girl into the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi was stunned. An instant later, Yang Yi's expression changed drastically, and he was about to immerse his consciousness into his body. Suddenly, a hysterical howl of fury resounded from outside the volcano, and then a wave of deadly pressure assaulted Yang Yi. Fuck! Yang Yi cursed, and then he fled. Right when he left the volcano, a huge flaming fist carried a wave of fire as it slammed down in his direction. Yang Ye's expression changed, and he hurriedly withdrew the casket lid to shield himself. Boom! Yang Yi and the casket lid were blasted away. Right when his figure was blasted away, a multicolored ribbon appeared behind him and supported his figure. After that, Lian Banzwang appeared in front of him. She grabbed his shoulder and vanished towards the distance. Lian Banzwang asked, "Did you get it?" Yang Yi nodded. She was visibly delighted and was about to speak. Suddenly, she turned to look towards the distance, and she saw a wave of fire approaching from not too far behind them. She frowned at the sight of this. She remained silent for a moment, and then she gazed at Yang Yi. "What did you do in there?" Yang Yi smiled bitterly. He hadn't done anything, and it had nothing to do with him. It was the primordial pagoda. Lian Banzwang stared at Yang Yi. "It usually never leaves its territory, but it's constantly chasing us now. Moreover, I can sense that it's very angry. You definitely didn't just take fire spirit fruits from there." Yang Yi nodded. "Indeed." Lian Banzwang's face became cold. "No matter what you took, return it right now. Otherwise, we'll die." Yang Yi was puzzled. Why would we die? She was quite angry. This place is filled with danger. If it doesn't stop chasing us, then how would we flee? What if we fled to some dangerous area? We would face enemies from both ahead and behind us, but we're unable to kill it at all. Not to mention just the two of us. We wouldn't be able to kill it even if we had one more dualism realm expert on our side. Understand? Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, "I understand, but this thing is quite complicated. I'm serious. I didn't intend to take it. So, carry me with you and flee for now. They'll try to resolve the matter." 15 minutes. Lian Banzwang gazed at Yang Yi. "If you don't hand it over in 15 minutes, then face it on your own." As soon as she finished speaking, she didn't speak another word and just held onto Yang Ye's shoulder as she sped up. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. The primordial pagoda always did things like this. "Even if you want some things, you have to think for me. I'm so weak, yet you just take without any thoughts. I can't afford to bear the consequences of it." Yang Yi shook his head and immersed his consciousness into his body. He scanned the once level, but he didn't notice the little girl. "She isn't here?" Yang Yi went to the tuned level. Sure enough, he saw the little girl there. At this moment, she was floating in front of the pill furnace, and she was staring at the divining flame within the pill furnace. She stared at it for a while, and then she stretched out her hand with the intent to touch the divining flame. However, she seemed to be afraid of something and pulled her hand back, but she still wanted to touch it, so she stretched it forward slowly again. Yang Ye's clone appeared before the little girl. She seemed to not fear Yang Yi at all. She cracked a smile when she saw him, and then she turned around and looked at the divining flame again. Yang Ye's clone glanced at the divining flame. Had thought that the primordial pagoda had dragged the little girl in here, but now it would seem like it was clearly the divining flame which had done it. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, "Senior, you're not thinking of devouring her, right?" Such beings could devour each other to improve themselves, and that was why he thought in that way. Meanwhile, a ray of fire shot out from the divining flame. It was extremely swift and instantly entered the center of the little girl's forehead. Her figure instantly shuddered, and then the flames around her instantly started trembling violently before starting to transform. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief. It has no intention to devour the little girl. It might have taken a liking to her and wanted to give her some guidance. The little girl was clearly a sprite, and she may even be a small sprite king. However, she was definitely inferior when compared to the divining flame. He didn't know what level the divining flame was at, but he knew that it was extremely strong. Perhaps it could even melt the casket. Meanwhile, the little girl's body had calmed down. At this moment, Yang Yi felt that the flames she emanated had become even more terrifying. Obviously, the divining flame had helped transform her. It was definitely an absolutely great fortune for her. Suddenly, a voice resounded, "Take her and go." Yang Yi glanced at the divining flame, and then he gazed at the little girl. The little girl walked over to the pill furnace, and then she stretched out her hand and touched the divining flame gently. She seemed extremely happy when it didn't harm her. Meanwhile, Yang Yi walked over to her side and smiled. You can come here again if we meet again in the future. She had obtained the divining flame's acknowledgement, so letting her come here would definitely not bring any danger to him. It wasn't a big deal at all. She turned to glance at Yang Yi, and her smile grew even more brilliant. Just like that, Yang Yi took her in his arms and left the primordial pagoda while she gazed reluctantly at the divining flame. In the outside world, Lian Banzhuang's eyelids twitched when she saw a little flaming girl had suddenly appeared in Yang Yi's arms, a sprite. You? Yang Yi shrugged, and then he started walking towards the lava titan while holding the little girl. The lava titan had been about to attack, but it instantly stopped when it saw the little girl in Yang Yi's arms. The little girl was visibly happy when she saw the lava titan, and then she transformed into a ray of fiery light that appeared before it. No one knew what she said to it, but the hostility in the lava titan's eyes vanished, but a trace of vigilance still remained. The lava titan didn't speak. It just glanced at Yang Yi and Lian Banzhuang, and then it turned around and walked away. Suddenly, the little girl flew over to Yang Yi and hugged him gently. After that, she turned around and returned to the lava titan. The lava titan didn't stay, nor did it turn back, but the little girl kept waving to Yang Yi. A long time passed before the lava titan and little girl vanished from their fields of vision. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze, flipped his palm, and 3 fire spirit fruits appeared before Lian Banzhuang. There were 5. You did the most, so you get 3. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and started walking away. Lian Banzhuang glanced at the fruits before her, and then she gazed at him. Where are you going? That's none of your business. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi vanished on the spot. Even though they'd worked together just now, Yang Yi really didn't want to have anything to do with her. It was best to stay far away from such a person. Lian Banzhuang looked in the direction Yang Yi had vanished towards, and she remained silent. No one knew what she was thinking. After he left Lian Banzhuang, Yang Yi found a place he felt was comparatively safe, and then he entered the ground. Once he traveled over 3 kilometers underground, Yang Yi took out the ice casket. After that, he laid down in the ice casket before entering the primordial pagoda. In the once level of the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi withdrew a fire spirit fruit and swallowed it. He intended to charge into the semi-deity realm. Chapter 1489. I'll beat you until you're crippled. The semi-deity realm. If he attained the semi-deity realm, then his lifespan problem would be resolved. Moreover, his strength would improve tremendously. While he knew that there would definitely be disadvantages from forcefully advancing with the help of external forces, and especially when he had just advanced to the Voider realm, he had no other choice. Whether he could leave this place, and whether the spring of life existed in the forest of darkness was still unknown. So, he had no choice but to charge into the semi-deity realm. The potential issues created by this could be gradually resolved over time. After all, he had primordial violet energy, so he wasn't really worried about it. At the very most, it would just take some time. The reason Head entered the primordial pagoda to charge into the semi-deity realm was that he was afraid his advancement would cause a commotion in the outside world. It would definitely cause quite a commotion when he advanced. If that commotion drew the attention of a powerful demon beast or human, then his actions would be no different than courting death. Moreover, it would take less time within the primordial pagoda. After all, a single day in the primordial pagoda was equivalent to 10 days in the outside world. There was one other benefit, and it was that the Eye of the Heaven Tao wouldn't appear if he advanced within the primordial pagoda. If he was in the outside world, a heavenly tribulation would definitely descend once he advanced. In the 3rd level, Yang Yi sat cross-legged on the ground. Once the fire spirit fruit entered his body, a wave of pure fire element energy instantly surged through his body like a tidal wave. The energy wasn't just pure and powerful, it was extremely hot as well. Fortunately, his internal organs and meridians could endure it. Because he was at the undying realm now, time trickled by. The aura Yang Yi emanated grew stronger and stronger. Moreover, his body emanated faint flames. Xiao Yushi had stopped cultivating. She sat slightly ahead of him, and her gaze had a trace of worry in it as she looked at him. She naturally knew about the state Yang Yi was in. This breakthrough was of utmost importance to Yang Yi. It would be great if he succeeded, but if he failed, then Yang Yi would be in an extremely bad situation. This time, Yang Yi might die if he failed. Yang Yi's aura was growing stronger and stronger. A day later, boom, a terrifying wave of energy erupted from him, but it didn't take long for the energy to vanish into thin air. Xiao Yushi immediately stood up, and then she stared at him without blinking. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to open his eyes. Xiao Yushi hurriedly asked, "Did you succeed?" Yang Yi shook his head. "Just a little bit more, just a little bit." Xiao Yushi's face dimmed down, and then she cracked a smile. "It's fine. We still have a chance." "Of course we do." Yang Yi smiled, and then he closed his eyes. After that, the tiny vortex within him started spinning madly, and then countless strands of primordial violet energy instantly surged out from the tiny vortex. Yang Yi would naturally not give up just like that. Even if he was going to give up, he would do it when he had no other choice. As for now, so long as he had the ability, he intended to fight to the end. As primordial violet energy appeared within him, the aura he emanated grew even stronger than before. In the once level of the primordial pagoda, Little Sky, who was traveling through the world in the once level, had suddenly stopped. She shot a glance upward and spoke softly. "It seems like someone is advancing." Big Blackie and Little Blackie were by her side, and they just glanced at her and remained silent. After Yang Yi entered the ominous territory's forbidden area, they could be considered to have lost the ability to help Yang Yi. So, Little Sky had dragged them around the place instead. They naturally had no complaints about that. Little Sky looked up at the sky and remained silent for a long time. After that, she withdrew her gaze and spoke softly. "It's definitely that fellow again. If he advances here, there won't be a heavenly tribulation. Isn't that equivalent to cheating?" As she spoke, she gazed at Big Blackie and said, "Big Blackie, don't advance here when you're breaking through in the future. Understand?" Big Blackie gazed at Little Sky, and there was a questioning gaze in its eyes. Little Sky grinned. "Actually, many humans think the heavenly tribulation is something that the heavens created to punish people. That isn't correct. If the heavens wanted to punish people, it could send tribulation lightning down when you're extremely weak. At that time, would you be able to fight back against such powerful tribulation lightning? But the heavens didn't. Why? It's because the heavens have no intention to restrict the development of all things in the world." She shook her head when she spoke up to this point. But if everyone cultivates, it's a huge consumption of the world, especially those powerful humans and demon beasts. Every advancement they attain will exhaust a huge amount of spirit energy in the world. If they are allowed to take without restraint, then a world would vanish in less than 100 years. Big Blackie and Little Blackie both had confused expressions in their eyes. Obviously, they didn't really understand what Shed said. Meanwhile, Little Sky continued, "Restraint. The world must have restrictions. It's like order. If there are no restrictions and order, then the world would be destroyed by its inhabitants. The reason I don't want you to advance here is because demon beasts and humans that experience heavenly tribulations are much stronger. It isn't just reflected in their strength. It's even reflected in the mental state. If you advance here, while you want to encounter danger from a heavenly tribulation, your strength and mental state would be far inferior to the humans and demon beasts that have experienced their own heavenly tribulations. Moreover, you might even grow the mentality to continuously resort to such trickery." Big Blackie and Little Blackie exchanged glances, and then they shot a glance up at the sky. In the end, they gazed at Little Sky. Obviously, they were asking why Yang Yi was advancing in here. Little Sky patted Big Blackie's head gently and smiled. "He isn't the same. He's a sword cultivator who faces his heart directly. He's very well aware of what he's doing. He won't deceive himself, so he won't have any problems when it comes to his mental state. As for his strength, it's an even smaller problem. Heavenly tribulation can temper someone, but ordinary heavenly tribulations are completely meaningless to him, because his strength has far surpassed the heavenly tribulation for semi-deities." As soon as she finished speaking, Little Sky stood on Big Blackie's back and said, "Let's forget him. This world is so huge. Let's go have a look. I want to see how this world was formed. I'm really curious." As soon as she finished speaking, She tapped her foot lightly against Big Blackie. Big Blackie wasn't infuriated by it at all. Conversely, Big Blackie nodded meekly and started walking forward with Little Blackie. Just like that, Little Sky hummed an unknown tune as she continued forward under Big Blackie's lead. In the 3rd level. At this moment, Yang Yes' aura was powerful to an extremely terrifying extent. His aura even caused Xiao Yushi's heart to palpitate slightly. At this moment, Yang Yi was madly devouring the remaining energy from the fire spirit fruit, and he was even using his own primordial violet energy to stimulate his cultivation. With the effects of both these energies, his aura was growing stronger and stronger. At this moment, his aura wasn't weaker to some deities. Actually, even though he wasn't at the deity realm, his body was comparable to the body of a deity. If he wasn't judged as a sword cultivator and was judged as a body cultivator instead, then he was a deity. That was also why he could lift the casket lid to fight a dualism realm expert. One day later, a wave of terrifying aura erupted from Yang Yes' body, but it didn't take long for that aura to surge back into his body. Meanwhile, Yang Yi opened his eyes, and a ray of bright light flashed through them. Xiao Yushi hurriedly asked with a slightly trembling voice, "Have you succeeded?" Yang Yi glanced at her and sighed softly, sigh. Xiao Yushi's face instantly turned ghastly pale. She immediately walked over to him, took his hand, and spoke softly, "It's fine. No matter what, they'll be here for you." Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly wrapped his arms around her waist, and then kissed her gently on her forehead. He smiled, sigh. "I merely advanced to the semi-deity realm. I wanted to advance to the deity realm. What a pity." Xiao Yushi's delicate figure trembled when she heard him, and then she looked up at him. Her eyes revealed undisguised joy. Is that true?" Yang Yi nodded and smiled. "I'm a semi-deity now. I finally don't have to be so filled with terror in this damnable place." Meanwhile, Xiao Yushi suddenly kissed Yang Yi. Yang Yi was slightly stunned by this. Obviously, he hadn't expected her to take the initiative like that. Right when he was about to kiss her back, she suddenly bit his lip. Yang Yi naturally didn't feel any pain from that, and he just looked down at Xiao Yushi, who seemed to be blushing slightly. He smiled. "Are you angry?" She shook her head. "It's fine so long as you're all right. It's only temporary." Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. He hadn't forgotten where he was. If he was in the outside world, his current strength was even sufficient to look down upon deities. But in this place, he merely had the ability to keep himself alive. Xiao Yushi hugged him tightly and spoke softly. "No matter what, I'll be by your side. Always." Yang Yes' heart felt warm. He hugged her around her waist. Xiao Yushi, Su Qingshi, Zhuang Weiran, Little Yao. All of them were Yang Yes' motivation to fight. Not to mention glory and wealth. He could even give up eternal life and his sword for them. Of course, he understood that if he were to give up his sword, then he may lose them instead. Yang Yi stayed by Xiao Yushi's side for a while, and then he left the primordial pagoda. 20 days had passed in the outside world. However, time wasn't that important to him anymore. The lifespan of a voider was around 13,000 years, and a semi-deity had around 20,000 years. In other words, he had around 7,000 years now. Even though 7,000 years seemed like a huge amount, it could actually be exhausted by utilizing the stellar sword diagram just once. However, he definitely didn't dare to rashly utilize it now. Yang Yi emerged from beneath the ground and glanced at the surroundings. He was just about to leave when a terrifying aura descended upon the area he stood on. It didn't take long for an old man to appear in front of him. It was none other than Demon Wu. How did he find me? Yang Yi was stunned. But it didn't take long for him to come to an understanding, because he hadn't utilized the sword domain to conceal himself once he emerged from the ground. Demon Wu had a ferocious expression on his face as he gazed at Yang Yi. "That woman isn't here now, so let me see who can stop me from killing you." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged at Yang Yi. Yang Yi cracked his neck, flipped his palm, and the casket lid appeared in his grasp. "Old bastard, they'll beat you until you're crippled." Chapter 1490, The Nether Pavilion. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi raised the casket lid and slammed it at Demon Wu. The intent to kill filled Demon Wu's eyes. He didn't waste his breath at all, and he just immediately clenched his right fist and slammed it against Yang Yi's casket lid. Boom! The space here instantly trembled violently, and then both of them were blasted flying. Yang Yi stopped after flying 300 m away, while Demon Wu stopped after flying a little over 200 m away. Based on what had just happened, it seemed like Yang Yi was at a disadvantage. However, Demon Wu's face had become solemn, and he stared at Yang Yi. "You've attained the semi-deity realm." Yang Yi nodded. "I just did." Surprised? A semi-deity is still an ant. Demon Wu spoke fiercely, and then he appeared in front of Yang Yi before slamming his fist towards Yang Yi again. Yang Yi didn't waste his breath. He just raised the casket lid and swung. Boom! Both of them were blasted away again, but it only took a moment for them to charge at each other once more. It didn't take long for explosions to resound incessantly here. They were locked in fierce combat, but not one of them could gain the upper hand over the other. Around 2 hours later, both of them stopped. Demon Wu gazed at Yang Yi with an extremely unsightly expression on his face, because he noticed that he couldn't do anything to Yang Yi. The energy of yin and yang was much stronger than Yang Yi's physical body. Even if Yang Yi had the casket lid to shield himself, the energy of yin and yang could still injure Yang Yi. However, Head noticed something about Yang Yi which was even more terrifying than the casket lid. It was Yang Yi's recovery. Yang Yi's recovery was too terrifying. Yang Yi had clearly been injured during the battle, but it didn't take long for Yang Yi to be completely fine again. Demon Wu felt powerless. He felt truly powerless. During the last battle, his frenzied attacks could heavily injure Yang Yi, yet now, he couldn't heavily injure Yang Yi anymore. Besides the tremendous increase in Yang Yi's strength, there were two other reasons. Firstly, the casket lid was truly too strong. Secondly, Yang Yi's recovery was too swift. Demon Wu gazed at Yang Yi for a long time, and then his figure flashed and vanished on the spot. If this continued, then even if he could kill Yang Yi, he would be forcefully crippled in the battle. If that happened in this place, it would be no different than bringing death upon him. So, had decisively chosen to leave. There was no deep-rooted enmity between them. In the end, it was only because Yang Yi had stopped him from killing Lien Banzwang, and that was why Head aroused the intent to kill Yang Yi. If he could kill Yang Yi, and only pay a small price, then he wouldn't mind it. Yet now, he was very well aware that he had to pay an extremely heavy price to kill Yang Yi. It was clearly not worth it to do that. So, had chosen to leave. Yang Yi didn't chase after Demon Wu, because it was pointless. Demon Wu couldn't kill him, and he couldn't kill Demon Wu. A gap still existed between his current strength and the strength of a dualism realm expert. However, that gap could be closed with the casket lid. Dualism realm experts couldn't kill him, while he had the casket lid to defend himself. However, he couldn't kill dualism realm experts as well. Even if he used the rebirth sword, he still wouldn't be able to kill Demon Wu, unless he attained the deity realm and executed the rebirth sword, or was able to overlap more heaven rings, then perhaps he might be able to kill Demon Wu. Even if he failed to kill Demon Wu, he could still pose a threat to Demon Wu. Yet now, he still couldn't. All he could do now was protect his own life. But he was very satisfied with that. Presently, he was only a semi-deity, but dualism realm experts couldn't do anything to him. That was extremely heaven-defying. After all, there were an entire 2 realms of cultivation between him and the dualism realm. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts, glanced at the surroundings, and then vanished towards the distance. He didn't have to worry about his lifespan anymore, so his next goal was to leave this place. His goal was to return to Clouds of Heaven continent, and then head to the large world to look for Zir and Snowy. Yang Yi sped up, but he didn't travel out in the open. He used the sword domain to conceal himself. The sword domain improved along with his realm of cultivation. He was a semi-deity now, so the sword domain had naturally improved as well. Now, unless a dualism realm expert searched explicitly for him, even dualism realm experts couldn't detect his presence. Yang Yi ran for a while, and then he suddenly stopped. He glanced at the surroundings and said, "Show yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, a woman suddenly appeared not too far away from Yang Yi. She was none other than Lian Banzwang. Yang Yi frowned. "You're following me?" She replied with a question. "You're heading to that door?" Yang Yi spoke solemnly. "How did you know?" At this moment, he was rather surprised because Little Sky had told him about that door, but he hadn't expected Lian Banzwang to know about it as well. She replied, "No one here doesn't know about it." Yang Yi asked, "What do you mean?" She replied, "This place isn't huge. After staying here for so long, everything here can't escape our notice. That door is the same. But do you know why none of us head there even if we know it exists?" Yang Yi asked, "Someone is guarding it?" She shook her head. "You're only partially correct. It isn't a person that's guarding it. It's the—" She looked him in the eyes and continued, "It's the eye of the heaven Tao. The eye of the heaven Tao that's on par with the large world. An eye of the heaven Tao that can even kill rebirth realm experts. The eye of the heaven Tao." Yang Yi's pupils constricted. "It's protected by an eye of the heaven Tao that can even kill rebirth realm experts. No wonder Little Sky said I would die. It was an existence that could even kill rebirth realm experts, so how could he avoid death?" But he was also puzzled by how Little Sky had left this place all those years ago. Meanwhile, Lian Banzwang said, "Even though our individual strength isn't sufficient to break open the space here, it isn't a problem for us if we join forces. However, we don't, because if we dare to do that, then the eye of the heaven Tao would appear. But our strength isn't sufficient to resist that eye of the heaven Tao, which can even kill rebirth realm experts." Yang Yi said, "I'm really quite curious. Why have all of you been imprisoned here?" She fell silent for a long time and said, "Greed." Yang Yi was about to speak when Lian Banzwang shook her head. "If you intend to leave through that door, you can forget it. Now that you don't have to worry about your lifespan, you can cultivate here instead. Based on your natural talent and strength, it will only take a few years for you to be able to leave by force. At that time, even the eye of the heaven Tao would dare not stop you." Yang Yi asked, "Like the unfettered one?" She nodded. "All those years ago, even the eye of the heaven Tao feared him. Your natural talent isn't inferior to him, so if you're given a few years, you can accomplish that as well. Yet now, you can't even endure the pressure emanated by that eye of the heaven Tao. I don't have time to waste here." Yang Yi shook his head. He had many things left to do. Waste a few years here? He couldn't afford to. Lian Banzwang said, "You won't be able to get past that door." Yang Yi smiled. "You can achieve anything if you try. No matter what, thank you for the warning." Yang Yi continued forward once he finished speaking. Yang Yi walked for a while, and then he suddenly stopped, because he noticed that she was following him. He turned to look at her. "What are you doing?" She replied, "I want to see how you try and achieve it." Yang Yi thought for a moment, and then he continued forward. Actually, he had no way to pass through the door. However, had still decided to go have a look. He believed that everything would fall into place. There were many things that seemed to be impossible, but once one really tried to face those things, one would notice that there were quite a few methods to resolve the problem. Meanwhile, Lian Banzwang asked, "You've comprehended a domain?" Yang Yi nodded. He had no intention to conceal that. Lian Banzwang glanced at him and said, "I've only met 3 people who've comprehended domains. You're the third. Needless to say, all of you are extraordinary geniuses. Truly extraordinary geniuses." Yang Yi smiled. "One of them is me, the other should be the unfettered one. What about the last one?" Lian Banzwang's face became extremely solemn when she heard him. She was about to speak when the thick smell of blood appeared around them. Lian Banzwang and Yang Yi's expressions immediately changed. A moment later, both of their bodies were suddenly immobilized. After that, their veins started to bulge as if they were about to explode. Lian Banzwang suddenly cried out with shock, "Crap, this is her territory." Yang Yi gazed at Lian Banzwang. "Who?" Lian Banzwang's face was ghastly pale while a wisp of bitterness arose on the corners of her mouth. "Remember the other person I told you about? Besides the unfettered one, there's another person from the outside world who can leave this place. However, for some unknown reason, she hasn't left, and she has been staying here. The place she resides became a forbidden area here. I never expected that we would have entered that area." As she finished speaking, her voice was filled with despair. Yang Yi paid no attention to Lien Banzwang. He just madly circulated his sword intent and slaughter intent to resist the mysterious energy. However, he noticed that both of his intents weren't able to let him return to normal. Meanwhile, Lien Banzwang suddenly spoke bitterly. Don't bother. You asked me who the third person was. That person is the person who's attacking us right now. As soon as she arrived here all those years ago, she immediately killed the strongest person here and absorbed that person's blood. At that time, we witnessed the strength of her domain, the blood domain. She has grasped a domain called the blood domain, and she calls herself the Blood Maiden. The Blood Maiden? Yang Yi, who was trying to resist the mysterious energy around him, was suddenly stunned. Chapter 1491. Are you, or the unfettered one, stronger? Blood Maiden. The first thing that came to mind was the Nether Pavilion. Yang Yi felt like the blood throughout his body was on the verge of exploding apart, and he hurriedly shouted, Nether Pavilion, Air, second sister, am a friend? Second sister? Lien Banzwang shot a bewildered gaze at Yang Yi. He knows her? As soon as Yang Yi spoke, a moment of silence ensued, and then the blood within Yang Yi and Lien Banzwang suddenly calmed down. Yang Yi immediately heaved a sigh of relief when he noticed this. Earlier, Head merely thought that she may be the Nether Pavilion's second-ranked hall master, but he wasn't sure. However, he was sure now. Come here. Meanwhile, a ghastly voice came from afar. How cold. It was extremely cold. It seemed like ice which was hidden for 10,000 years had suddenly emerged, and it caused one's entire body to feel cold. She's definitely not someone who's easy to deal with, Yang Yi muttered to himself. Just her voice was quite terrifying. However, the members of the Nether Pavilion weren't easy to deal with at all. Blind Maiden was comparatively better because she was quite amiable. Meanwhile, Lien Banzwang asked, Are we going over? Can we flee? Yang Yi shook his head and said, Come on. He started walking off into the distance. Lien Banzwang immediately followed him. Just as Yang Yi had said, they couldn't flee at all. Even though she was at the dualism realm, there was a gap between dualism realm experts as well. Moreover, some couldn't be judged based on their realms of cultivation. For example, the unfettered one had only been a deity when he arrived here, but he could even kill dualism realm experts. Lien Banzwang asked, You know her? Yang Yi shook his head. I don't. I just know her sisters, so we can be considered to be related. No wonder. Lien Banzwang nodded slightly. Fortunately, you know her. Otherwise, we would be finished. Yang Yi asked, Is she very fierce? She isn't just fierce. Lien Banzwang shook her head. She's extremely fierce and overbearing. As soon as she arrived here all those years ago, she looked for the strongest existence here. Do you know what she told that fellow? She told that fellow to fuck off. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. That fellow would naturally not do as she said. Lien Banzwang continued. After that, she absorbed all of that fellow's blood. That fellow had quite bad luck. Had been beaten up by the unfettered one, but the unfettered one didn't kill him. However, he still hadn't been able to avoid calamity. Yang Yi shook his head. He just had to offend someone from the Nether Pavilion. He didn't know how strong the Yang clan was, but he knew the Nether Pavilion wasn't ordinary at all. It didn't take long for Yang Yi and Lien Banzwang to stop. A woman was seated cross-legged not too far away from them. Her hair was red. No, it shouldn't be called hair. When Yang Yi looked carefully, he noticed that it wasn't hair at all. It was blood that had been shaped into hair. Besides that, she wore a blood-red dress. Similarly, the blood-red dress was condensed into form with blood. She was very beautiful and not inferior to anyone had seen over the years. However, there was a faint cold expression on her face, and she seemed unapproachable. Lien Banzwang had an extremely solemn expression on her face as she gazed at the woman. Blood Maiden. She was a taboo here. No one dared to step foot into her territory, and those who had were dead. Meanwhile, Blood Maiden suddenly opened her eyes and gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi's expression changed when he saw her eyes, because her eyeballs were actually pearls of blood. They were pearls of blood that were formed from blood itself. It was unlike how he turned blood red when he utilized slaughter intent. Blood Maiden gazed at Yang Yi and said, "Give me an explanation." Yang Yi thought for a moment, and then he flipped his palm. In an instant, his chest started rising and falling rapidly, and it didn't take long for a stone to emerge from his palm. It was the Worldman's Stone, of course. Blood Maiden didn't seem to have done anything, but the Worldman's Stone instantly flew over into her grasp. She gazed at it for a long time, and then she gazed at Yang Yi, fourth sister's treasure. Since she actually gave it to you, she has succeeded, right? Yang Yi nodded. She has gained full control over her physique. When I parted with them, they said they were going to look for you. She succeeded. Blood Maiden's face became slightly gentle when she heard him, and then she glanced at him. The Worldman's Stone that belongs to my fourth sister. If she wasn't very close to you or owed you a huge favor, she wouldn't have given it to you. I'm really curious. Tell me about them. Yang Yi nodded, and then he slowly described everything that had happened. As Yang Yi described everything, Blood Maiden's expression grew gentler and gentler. However, when he spoke about the large world, her face became icy cold once more. A short while passed before ghastly killing intent flashed through her eyes. The larger world. Once I go up there, I'll definitely slaughter all those who acted against us sisters. I annihilate all of them, and I'll sever their path of reincarnation as well. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched. She has a hot temper. Blood Maiden waved her hand, and the Worldman's Stone entered Yang Yi's body. You're too weak. Don't go anywhere from now on. Just stay here, and no one will dare to look for trouble with you. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and said, I want to leave. Not now. She shook her head slightly. If you came here a year ago, I could have sent you out, but not now. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? She replied, because someone is coming to kill me, so I have to save my strength. Yang Yi and Lian Banzwang's expressions changed when they heard Blood Maiden, and shock filled their eyes. Someone wants to kill her? Who dares to kill her here? Yang Yi asked. Who? Blood Maiden spoke indifferently. Who else? Yang Yi asked. The large world. She nodded in response. They dare to come down here? Yang Yi continued. Wouldn't the Heaven Dao suppress them? Rebirth Realm experts will be coming. Blood Maiden spoke indifferently. So, they'll still be Dualism Realm experts. Moreover, they won't be ordinary Dualism Realm experts. Rebirth Realm experts. Yang Yi and Lian Banzwang's expressions became solemn. They hadn't expected it to actually be Rebirth Realm experts. Yang Yi remained silent for a short while before he spoke in a low voice. Why didn't they just come down here and kill Third Sister and the others? If they did, Third Sister and the others would have definitely been unable to stop them. They don't dare. Blood Maiden continued. They fear me and eldest sister. If Rebirth Realm experts are suppressed to the Dualism Realm upon descending here, they will die. Yang Yi asked, then why do they dare to descend here now? Lian Banzwang was quite horrified by the sight of Yang Yi constantly asking Blood Maiden questions. Because Yang Yi didn't know how terrifying Blood Maiden was. Blood Maiden was known for having a terrible temper, but she answered every single question Yang Yi asked. That really made Lian Banzwang quite curious. Actually, it was very normal. It was just that her feelings for her sisters had been extended to Yang Yi. She could be considered to have acknowledged Yang Yi, and that was why she treated him like this. A moment of silence ensued, and then Blood Maiden said, because I'm about to ascend into the Rebirth Realm. It's a critical moment, and it's the best time to kill me. They won't give up such an opportunity. So, I can't break open the space here and send you out right now. The space here is easy to break, but that I will come. I naturally didn't fear it in the past, yet now, it would be very disadvantageous to me if it attacks me. Yang Yi nodded. I understand. Meanwhile, Blood Maiden stood up slowly. It won't take long. Just 10 days. 10 days later, you can leave this place. Of course, you may die as well. Yang Yi asked, you're going to charge into the Rebirth Realm in 10 days from now? She nodded slightly. The reason I came here was to open the blood demon fruit that grows here. It can heal my injuries and improve my strength. Presently, my strength and injuries have recovered by around 70%, and it's time to leave. Lien Banzwang was stunned when she heard this. Blood Maiden is actually injured. In other words, she was heavily injured when she arrived here all those years ago. However, she still killed that demon beast who was the strongest here. That demon beast was at the peak of the dualism realm. If she wasn't injured and was at her peak, then how terrifying would she be? Actually, Lien Banzwang wasn't the only one. Yang Yi had been shocked as well. Had naturally not expected Blood Maiden to be injured. Yang Yi's eyes lit up when he thought up to this point. Are there any injuries I can't heal? So, Yang Yi immediately said, I can heal you. I can heal any injuries. Blood Maiden shook her head slightly. It's no ordinary injury. External forces can't heal it at all. Yang Yi spoke seriously. I really might be able to do it. In any case, besides lifespan, there hadn't been anything that the primordial violet energy couldn't heal. Blood Maiden shook her head. It was caused by rebirth energy and leaves no trace behind. Simply speaking, I still want to try. Yang Yi spoke in a very serious manner. Let me try, all right? She gazed at him for a few moments and said, Then try. Yang Yi nodded. Excuse me. As he spoke, he grabbed her arm, and then his primordial violet energy flowed slowly into her arm. Blood Maiden's expression changed when she sensed the primordial violet energy that flowed into her, and then she grabbed Yang Yi's arm and asked, What profound energy is this? Yang Yi smiled. Unique profound energy. She glanced at him and didn't inquire further. She just nodded slightly. I need a large amount of this profound energy, a very large amount. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, You can temporarily delay your advancement and do it after you've recovered completely. In that way, it'll be much safer, right? I can't. She shook her head. I've suppressed my advancement for too long just to recover from my injuries. Now, they'll collapse if I continue suppressing it. However, with this profound energy of yours, at least 90% of my injuries can be healed in the next 10 days. That's good. Yang Yi nodded. Then I'll concentrate on healing you for the next 10 days. She glanced at him and nodded. Meanwhile, Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something. He gazed at Blood Maiden and asked, Are you or the unfettered one stronger? Blood Maiden fell silent. Chapter 1492 Knowledge. The unfettered one possessed the sword domain, and his attains in the sword Tao were extraordinary. As for his strength, there was naturally no need to mention how great it was. However, Blood Maiden wasn't weak. She similarly possessed a domain, and her strength was beyond doubt as well. Both of them had come in here from the outside world and swept through everyone here. So, Yang Yi was very curious about who was stronger amongst them. Lien Banzwang gazed at Blood Maiden as well because she was similarly curious. She'd seen the unfettered one all those years ago. Dualism realm experts were powerless against him. Similarly, she'd witnessed Blood Maiden's strength, and dualism realm experts weren't a match for her as well. So, the question was who was stronger? Blood Maiden remained silent for a long time, and then she said, I've heard about him. He's an extraordinary genius with sword techniques that have reached the acme of perfection. Not to mention this place, even if it's in the large world, there's no one who can defeat him. As for me, even if I fought him in my prime, I wouldn't have any chance to defeat him. I wouldn't even have a 30% chance to defeat him. Yang Yi's face became solemn. Is he really that strong? Blood Maiden gazed at Yang Yi and said, Very strong. Even if eldest sister fought him, she would only have a 50% chance to win. Their eldest sister. Yang Yi naturally knew that the Nether Pavilion had an eldest sister, and he was very curious about her identity. However, he didn't ask. There were things that he could ask, and there were some that he couldn't. However, meanwhile, Blood Maiden continued. While he is strong, there is someone who can suppress him. Even the unfettered one can be suppressed? Yang Yi hurriedly asked, Who is that? Blood Maiden remained silent for a while before she spoke once more. That person was given birth to by the world, grew together with all things in the world, and possesses the strength of the world. However, that person is very mysterious, and only a few have heard rumors of that person. No one has actually seen that person. She paused for a moment and continued, "Perhaps you'll be able to meet that person in the future." Yang Yi smiled bitterly when she didn't tell him everything in detail. "She's keeping things from me on purpose." Meanwhile, Blood Maiden spoke abruptly. "You're not weak, and your natural talent isn't bad at all. Moreover, you possess great karmic luck and fortune. Your future accomplishments won't be inferior to the unfettered one. Of course, the precondition is that you don't die." Yang Yi smiled and remained silent. He had no intention to make unrealistic comparisons with himself and the unfettered one. Had never had such intentions. The unfettered one's strength was the unfettered one's business, and all he had to do was manage his own business well. However, he did admire the unfettered one. After all, the unfettered one was a formidable expert, and he really wanted to meet the unfettered one, if possible. Because Blood Maiden's injuries were very severe and were very old, it was rather difficult to heal. So, Yang Yi provided her primordial violet energy every single day, and she would use it to repair her injuries. Lian Banzwang hadn't left, and she stayed behind instead. She naturally wouldn't. After all, it was very likely for her to leave this damnable place if she followed Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't have the strength to leave, but Blood Maiden did. However, she was very well aware that it was a gamble. After all, Rebirth Realm experts might be coming to kill Blood Maiden. If she stayed here, her life may be in danger. But she still wanted to make this gamble because it was something worthy of using her life to gamble with. Yang Yi didn't just sit and do nothing once he finished providing primordial violet energy to Blood Maiden, and he started to cultivate Elemental Breaker and the Undying Elemental Body. He started on Elemental Breaker first. It utilized a unique method to condense the energy of the 5 elements into a punch, and it could disregard all defenses. Elemental Breaker wasn't stronger than the energy of yin and yang. However, it had a special characteristic, and it was its ability to pierce through its target's defenses. It was extremely useful to Yang Yi, who didn't possess the energy of yin and yang. For example, if he fought the ancient Emperor Python with this technique, his punches could cause real damage to it. Or to be precise, no matter how strong his opponent's defenses were, those defenses would be useless before the Elemental Breaker technique. Elemental Breaker was capable of posing a threat to Dualism Realm experts, but the precondition was that they allowed him to get close to them. Moreover, there was another precondition, and it was that the physical strength of the person executing Elemental Breaker had to be extremely strong. Elemental Breaker's strength was reliant on the physical strength of the user. Similarly, the Undying Elemental Body relied on its user's physical strength to determine if it could resist the energy of yin and yang from Dualism Realm experts. Based on Yang Yi's physical strength and defense, if he were able to cultivate them successfully, then the Elemental Breaker and Undying Elemental Body techniques would be able to make up for the gap in cultivation between him and Dualism Realm experts. At that time, he could fight Dualism Realm experts even without the casket lid. Deities? At this moment, deities weren't his targets anymore. Now, he had to think about how he would kill Dualism Realm experts. With the Sword Domain's help and Blood Maiden's guidance, Yang Yi's speed of cultivation could be described as terrifying. It only took him less than 2 days to fully grasp the Elemental Breaker technique. Such speed didn't just shock Lian Banzwang, it even shocked Blood Maiden slightly. So, as far as they were concerned, Yang Yi was a monster. After all, the stronger a technique was, the more difficult it would be to cultivate. Just like the Elemental Breaker technique. If an ordinary person tried to cultivate it, it would take a month or more to grasp it. But Yang Yi had merely used 2 days. That was truly a blow to the confidence of anyone who knew. After he finished cultivating the Elemental Breaker technique, Yang Yi started to spar with Lian Banzwang. He would naturally not ask Blood Maiden to spar with him. It was sparring if he asked Lian Banzwang, but he would be asking for a beating if he asked Blood Maiden. Yang Yi clenched his right fist, and it emanated a faint glow. Lian Banzwang was standing in front of him. Even though he was just a semi-deity, she who knew Yang Yi well didn't underestimate him or act carelessly. Yang Yi gazed at her and said, "Come and try my Elemental Breaker." As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped his right foot against the ground, and his figure shot forward like a cannonball. He was extremely swift and instantly arrived before Lian Banzwang, and then he slammed his fist at her. Lien Banzwang didn't dodge. She clenched her fist and slammed it against Yang Ye's fist. Her fist was naturally covered in the energy of yin and yang. Boom. As soon as their fists collided, they swiftly split up. After that, both of them took numerous steps back. Yang Yi stopped after moving 300 m backwards, and Lien Banzwang stopped after moving a little over 200 m backwards. Yang Yi glanced at his fist, and a wisp of excitement flashed through his eyes. Even though he was at a disadvantage, Lien Banzwang was a dualism realm expert. He hadn't used any treasures, and had merely relied on his fist to fight a dualism realm expert. If he used the casket lid as well, he wouldn't have to fear dualism realm experts at all. Of course, it was only limited to ordinary dualism realm experts. Blood Maiden was in the dualism realm as well, but the gap between her strength and Lien Banzwang's strength was absolutely huge. Meanwhile, Lien Banzwang said, "That technique combined with your physical strength is sufficient to go against the energy of yin and yang. Congratulations. From now on, you can fight dualism realm experts without using any treasures." Yang Yi smiled. He was about to speak when Blood Maiden, who sat cross-legged on the ground, suddenly opened her eyes. "How can you think like that? His strength is sufficient to fight dualism realm experts, but it doesn't represent that he can kill dualism realm experts. Not to mention anyone else, do you think he can kill you?" Lien Banzwang glanced at Yang Yi and shook her head. Even though Yang Yi had become much stronger and could resist her energy of yin and yang, it was clearly not very likely that he could kill her. Blood Maiden gazed at Yang Yi. "Remember that you must not be careless in a battle with a dualism realm expert. Banzwang is just an ordinary dualism realm expert, but if you encounter those special dualism realm experts like those who have grasped some sort of law or formidable intent, you'll realize that there's quite a large gap between you and them." Yang Yi nodded. "I understand. I won't get overconfident." Blood Maiden nodded lightly. "Remember that you must never be overconfident. Many people think they're extraordinary upon gaining some accomplishments. Actually, people who have such thoughts are mostly weaklings. The truly strong know how vast the world is, and they know themselves well. That's exactly why they never feel overconfident. You have natural talent and the right mentality, but mentality can change. Some grow stronger and strong, but some grow weaker and weaker. So, you must constantly examine yourself and your heart." As soon as she finished speaking, she gazed at Lien Banzwang. "You too?" Lien Banzwang quickly nodded. "Thank you for the reminder." Yang Yi nodded. "Thank you for the guidance." Just as Blood Maiden had said, it really was easy to get overconfident. Moreover, once one became overconfident, one would become blind and unable to discern one's strength properly. That was extremely terrifying. Blind Maiden nodded slightly, and then she closed her eyes. After that, Yang Yi started cultivating the undying elemental body technique. Just like the elemental breaker technique, it required the energy of the 5 elements, and it used the energy of the 5 elements to strengthen the body. Presently, Yang Ye's body was at the undying realm, so his body would definitely grow a level higher if he cultivated the undying elemental body technique. The undying elemental body technique had certain requirements towards its user's body, but it wasn't a problem for him. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Besides providing primordial violet energy to Blood Maiden, Yang Yi just cultivated the elemental breaker, undying elemental body, and rebirth sword techniques throughout these 7 days. Even though Head succeeded at grasping the elemental breaker and rebirth sword, he still had to train diligently. Every single time he cultivated them again, he would comprehend new things about the techniques. Just like that, 2 more days passed. Blood Maiden sat cross-legged on the ground, and she frequently emanated a faint, bloody glow. Yang Yi knew that it was a sign that she was on the verge of being unable to suppress her cultivation any longer. If it were at any other ordinary time, that would definitely be good news. She would just naturally advance into the rebirth realm. After all, she was once at the rebirth realm, so it wasn't really a breakthrough but recovering to the rebirth realm. However, it still required a process, and that process was the period she was in most danger. Noon. Blood Maiden suddenly opened her eyes and said, "They're here?" Chapter 1493. Hello. Little sky. The ominous city. Noon. A middle-aged man in a luxurious robe and a middle-aged man in an embroidered robe appeared out of thin air at the entrance of ominous city. The middle-aged man in a luxurious robe smiled. Di Jiang. How long has it been since you came down here last? The man in an embroidered robe, Di Jiang, glanced at the surroundings. I don't remember. The other middle-aged man chuckled. What do you think? Di Jiang spoke indifferently. Let's talk about that once we're done with that woman. The middle-aged man asked, How confident are you? A moment of silence ensued before Di Jiang spoke indifferently. 90%, 90%. The middle-aged man withdrew his smile, fell silent for a few moments, and then said, She's not ordinary. The two-end-hall master of Nether Pavilion. How could she possibly be ordinary? Di Jiang spoke indifferently. If it was during the time she was at her prime, then not to mention the two of us, even two more wouldn't be able to do anything to her. However, it's different now. She's heavily injured now. Moreover, her cultivation has dropped, and it's the critical moment for her advancement. As for us, not only has our strength not dropped, it has grown stronger over the years. So, how could she possibly be a match for us? The middle-aged man said, I'm worried about Sky Maiden. Even the oracle can't deduce her whereabouts. It's like she has completely vanished. If she comes, Di Jiang's face was instantly covered in a solemn expression. Sky Maiden. That name had once instilled horror in the large world. At that time, no more than a handful could fight her. Di Jiang remained silent for a moment before he shook his head. Since the oracle said she won't be here, then she probably won't be here. The middle-aged man in a luxurious robe said, What if she does? Di Jiang gazed at the middle-aged man, Zhan Yuan. When did you become so cowardly? If she comes, then she comes. Are you telling me that we need to fear her? Do they still possess the same strength that they used to possess? Zhan Yuan shook his head. You're from the generation after them, so you never fought them and don't know how terrifying they are. Every single one of them is a monstrous genius. Forget it. Since we're here, then we can only march forward bravely. If the two-Indie Hall Master is able to advance to the Rebirth Realm, then it'll definitely be a calamity for all of us. Di Jiang nodded. She must die today. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward and vanished without a trace. Zhan Yuan vanished with him. The ominous territory. As soon as Di Jiang and Zhan Yuan's figures vanished, Blood Maiden suddenly opened her eyes and looked up towards the sky. They're here. As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her right hand and sent both Yang Yi and Lian Banzwang around 30 kilometers away. At the moment they vanished, Di Jiang and Zhan Yuan appeared in the sky above her. Once they appeared here, numerous divine senses swept towards them from all directions. Obviously, it was the other human experts and demon beasts in the ominous territory. Di Jiang glances at the surroundings. We're only here for her, and we'll leave once we kill her. As soon as they heard Di Jiang, those divine senses were instantly retracted like a receding tide. Yang Yi had an extremely solemn expression on his face as he gazed at the two middle-aged men in the sky. Rebirth Realm experts. Even though they'd been suppressed to the dualism realm, they were Rebirth Realm experts. Something worth mentioning was that one's cultivation wouldn't be suppressed here. However, they hadn't come here directly. They descended to the lower dimensions from the large world, and their cultivations had been instantly suppressed when they descended. While this place was an independent world, it still belonged to the lower dimensions. So, one's cultivation in the outside world would remain the same when one entered this place. Similarly, if someone left this place, that person's cultivation would be suppressed as well. Based on what Blood Maiden told him, it's a law that the Supreme Heaven Tao had created. No one dared to violate that law because anyone who did would be treated as an enemy of the Supreme Heaven Tao. Even though Rebirth Realm experts were extremely strong, they didn't want to be constantly pursued by the eye of the Heaven Tao. Di Jiang's gaze descended onto Blood Maiden, two-Indie Hall Master of the Nether Pavilion. Your reputation precedes you. Blood Maiden transformed into a veil of blood that appeared before them. She glanced at them and said, Did the Emperor's Sect and War Pavilion just send both of you? Are we not enough? Di Jiang spoke indifferently. Blood Maiden, If you're at your prime, then even both of us would have to fear you. However, your strength hasn't just declined. You're even injured. Moreover, you have to suppress your cultivation. If to be honest, just I alone am enough. You alone? Blood Maiden gazed at Di Jiang while an evil smile curled up on the corners of her mouth. In the past, I could fight 10 of you without breaking a sweat. How laughable. Di Jiang laughed with ridicule. Blood Maiden, your nether pavilion really is filled with arrogant members. No wonder all of you were crushed all those years ago. Crushed? The evil smile on her face became ferocious. Don't worry. Once I return to the large world, then everything all of you did to us sisters all those years ago, will do 10,000 times worse to all of you. Di Jiang spoke indifferently. Don't worry. You won't be alive to return to the large world. Blood Maiden chuckled. By the way, is that bitch, the Oracle, still alive? Di Jiang replied. She said she'll only die after she watches all of you die. As expected. Blood Maiden nodded. If it wasn't for her, both of you wouldn't have been able to come here at such a time. It's fine. They'll personally head up there and send her on her way. As soon as she finished speaking, Blood Maiden vanished on the spot. A moment later, the sky was transformed into an ocean of blood. The ocean of blood was boundless, and it seemed to cover the entire sky. It didn't take long for rumbling to resound from the ocean of blood. At this moment, the entire forbidden area of the ominous territory was trembling. At the same time, countless demon beasts and human experts here were watching the battle. Yang Yi and Lien Banzwang had solemn expressions on their faces. The pressure coming from the ocean of blood was extremely terrifying. Just the aura felt extremely dangerous to Yang Yi. Lien Banzwang's face was extremely solemn as well. Even though all three of them in the sky were at the dualism realm, their true strength was at the rebirth realm. So, Yang Yi wasn't the only one who sensed danger. She too sensed danger. Yang Yi naturally didn't try to interfere. He couldn't interfere in a battle that was at such a level. If he were to forcefully interfere, it would only cause trouble for Blood Maiden. So, he had no choice but to just watch. The battle in the sky grew more and more intense, and even the sky and the ground here had started to tremble violently. The reason it felt like that was because the ground and space here were trembling violently. It was a truly shocking scene. Meanwhile, worry had appeared in Yang Ye's eyes. He was naturally worried about Blood Maiden. He was very close with the sisters from the Nether Pavilion, and Blood Maiden was quite good to him. Moreover, if she lost, then who would send him out of this place? Those two fellows from the large world? That would be impossible. If Blood Maiden loses the battle, they may even kill him and Lien Banzwang. So, Blood Maiden could absolutely not lose. Unfortunately, he could do nothing to help. A battle at this level wasn't something he could interfere in at all. Lien Banzwang spoke in a low voice. Which side will win? Yang Yi fell silent. If it was a one-on-one battle, then he had no doubt that Blood Maiden would be the strongest. However, it was a 2-on-1 battle. Moreover, the biggest problem was that Blood Maiden was suppressing her cultivation. She had to divide a portion of her strength to suppress her cultivation while dealing with 2 Rebirth Realm experts. That was extremely disadvantageous to her. The battle grew more and more intense. Yang Yi noticed that cracks had actually appeared in space. Even though those cracks were very fine like strands of hair, they were there. Is the space here going to collapse? Yang Yi wasn't the only one who had such thoughts. Lien Banzwang's eyes were filled with shock when she witnessed this scene. The space here was extraordinarily strong, but the battle between those 3 fellows had actually been able to crack the space here. Even though the damage wasn't severe, it was very likely that the space here would collapse if the battle carried on. Around an hour later, crack. A loud and clear crack resounded through the entire forbidden area of the ominous territory. After that, Yang Yi and Lien Banzwang watched with astonishment as the space in the entire sky cracked apart. Crack after crack started spreading swiftly towards the surroundings, and it seemed like an astounding spiderweb. Meanwhile, Lien Banzwang spoke solemnly, "Trouble is coming." Sure enough, as soon as she finished speaking, a terrifying wave of pressure suddenly appeared in the surroundings. Yang Ye's figure instantly curved before the pressure. and he was almost pressed flat on the ground. What's that? Yang Yi was shocked, and he hurriedly released his sword intent and slaughter intent. As soon as those two intents appeared around him, his body finally recovered slowly. However, the pressure still pressed down upon him to the point that he felt slightly suffocated. Meanwhile, Lin Banzwang suddenly pointed up towards the sky. Look over there. Yang Yi looked along the direction she pointed towards. At this moment, a huge eye suddenly appeared there. The Eye of the Heaven Dao. This Eye of the Heaven Dao was quite similar to the Eye of the Heaven Dao that Yang Yi had seen in the past. However, it was much larger than them. At this moment, the battle in the sky had stopped. Regardless of whether it was Di Jiang or Zhan Yuan, both had a wisp of seriousness and fear in their eyes. Not to mention the current strength they possessed. Even if they possessed the strength they had at their prime, they still wouldn't dare to go against that Eye of the Heaven Dao. There wasn't any seriousness on Blood Maiden's face, and there was only a trace of caution in her eyes. All three of them didn't attack. The reason they didn't attack was naturally because they were afraid it would attract the attention of the Eye of the Heaven Dao, causing it to target them. Regardless of whether it was Di Jiang's group or Blood Maiden, it would definitely be a calamity for them if the Eye of the Heaven Dao targeted them. Suddenly, 5 multicolored bolts of lightning surged out from the Eye of the Heaven Dao, and they shot down towards the 5 people here. It was naturally Blood Maiden, Di Jiang, Zhan Yuan, Yang Yi, and Lin Banzwang. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched at the sight of this. What the heck? I didn't even offend it. Suddenly, a ray of white light surged out from Yang Yi's chest. The white light dispersed, and little sky appeared by Yang Yi's side. Yang Yi was stunned. He was just about to speak when little sky suddenly looked up at the Eye of the Heaven Dao. After that, she waved at the Eye of the Heaven Dao and smiled playfully. Hello, little sky. Long time no see. Wow, you've actually become so huge. Congratulations. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Chapter 1494 Law and Order. Everyone gazed at little sky with disbelief. That little girl is greeting the Eye of the Heaven Dao? However, what happened next made their jaws almost drop to the ground, because the descending divine lightning suddenly stopped, and then all of it returned to the Eye of the Heaven Dao. After that, the Eye of the Heaven Dao actually moved slightly in the sky. If one treated it as a head, then it was nodding. In other words, it was replying to her greeting. Everyone here was stunned, especially Yang Yi. The Eye of the Heaven Dao is actually greeting her. Meanwhile, little sky suddenly floated up towards the Eye of the Heaven Dao. Yang Yi quickly stopped her when he saw her do that. Little sky grinned at him. Don't worry. Little sky is very kind. It won't harm me. Kind? While Yang Yi was stunned on the spot again, little sky had arrived before the Eye of the Heaven Dao. After that, she stretched out her hand and touched it. Not only did it show no signs of resisting, it seemed very happy instead. Di Jiang and Zhao Yun weren't the only ones who were extremely shocked by this. Even Blood Maiden was surprised. The Eye of the Heaven Dao. In the hearts of all cultivators, it was an absolutely terrifying existence. Even Rebirth Realm experts didn't dare to look down on the Eye of the Heaven Dao. Or it should be said that they feared the Eye of the Heaven Dao. Especially an Eye of the Heaven Dao like this one, which was comparable to the Eye of the Heaven Dao in the large world. Such an Eye of the Heaven Dao could kill Rebirth Realm experts. Even they didn't dare to get close to the Eye of the Heaven Dao. However, they hadn't imagined that a young girl would actually greet the Eye of the Heaven Dao. Moreover, they couldn't believe their eyes when they saw that young girl actually dared to touch it. But the even more inconceivable part was that the Eye of the Heaven Dao actually allowed her to touch it. It was the Eye of the Heaven Dao. Di Jiang and Zhan Yuan's eyes were filled with bewilderment and a trace of vigilance as they gazed at little sky. Blood Maiden's eyes were similarly filled with bewilderment. Obviously, even she had never witnessed something like this. In the sky, little sky touched the Eye of the Heaven Dao and spoke softly, little sky. All three of them are very strong, and you're definitely unable to defeat them if they join forces. Even if you succeed, you'll definitely be injured. So, just ignore them and let them fight. All right? The eye of the heaven Tao suddenly emanated a faint ray of light, and it seemed to be talking to her. A moment of silence ensued before Little Sky suddenly turned to look at Blood Maiden and the others. It can ignore you, but you can't destroy the space here. So, if you want to fight, then jointly create a pocket of space, and then fight there. That's not a problem, right? Dijiang took a deep and long glance at Little Sky, and then he said, "We don't have a problem with that." They naturally didn't have a problem. If they did and the Eye of the Heaven Tao attacked them, then they would be in trouble. They wouldn't fear it at any other time because while they didn't dare to destroy it, it couldn't do anything to them as well. After all, this Eye of the Heaven Tao was only comparable to the Eye of the Heaven Tao in the large world, and there was still a small gap between them. Yet now, Blood Maiden was here too. If she joined forces with it, then they wouldn't have a chance to win at all. Little Sky nodded, and then she gazed at Blood Maiden. Blood Maiden glanced at her as well and spoke indifferently. "No problem." Little Sky sized up Blood Maiden. "You're really amazing. You've actually developed your blood domain to such an extent." Blood Maiden looked Little Sky in the eyes. "You're really amazing too. I can't even see through you." Little Sky chuckled, and then she turned to look at the Eye of the Heaven Tao. Meanwhile, the Eye of the Heaven Tao suddenly looked down at Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched at the sight of this. Did it notice my blood sentence? Sure enough, Little Sky suddenly floated down to him, and then she lightly tapped his forehead. In an instant, a character floated up from Yang Yi's forehead. The Eye of the Heaven Tao instantly started trembling at the sight of it, and it seemed to be about to attack Yang Yi. Little Sky asked, "You killed an Eye of the Heaven Tao in the past?" Yang Yi nodded. He couldn't deny it because that character was the proof of it. A moment of silence ensued, and then Little Sky suddenly grabbed the character above Yang Yi. Yang Yi watched with astonishment as she actually managed to grab it, and then she rubbed it lightly, causing it to instantly transform into blood-red threads which vanished in the air. Little Sky patted her hands together and looked up at the Eye of the Heaven Tao. She waved at it and said, Little Sky, you can leave. They'll come visit when I have the time." The Eye of the Heaven Tao moved down and up a little, and then it gradually became ethereal. In the blink of an eye, it vanished in midair. Once the Eye of the Heaven Tao vanished, Blood Maiden took a deep and long glance at Little Sky, and then she turned to look at Dijiang and Zhan Yuan. She didn't waste her breath, and she just transformed into a ray of blood-red light that shot up into the air. Dijiang and Zhan Yuan glanced at Little Sky, and then they transformed into beams of light that shot up into the sky. It didn't take long for the space here to start trembling again. However, it was much weaker. Obviously, they'd created a pocket of space as their battlefield. Meanwhile, Little Sky was about to return into the primordial pagoda, but Yang Yi stopped her. Yang Yi asked, "You know the Eye of the Heaven Tao?" Little Sky nodded. "I do. I used to play with it a lot. It's really fun. It's able to release a huge amount of lightning, and they are even in all sorts of colors. The Eye of the Heaven Tao is fun." Yang Yi's face twitched, and then he laughed bitterly. "Since you knew it, then why didn't you tell me? It's guarding that door. Since you know it, then don't you just have to say the word and it'll let us pass through?" "I only recalled just now." Little Sky had a slightly innocent expression on her face. "I only recalled that when I sensed it just now." Yang Yi gazed at her for a long time before he asked, "Have you really lost your memories?" "Yes." Little Sky nodded. "But if I've encountered them in the past, then I recall many things when I see them. But if I don't encounter them, then I can't recall anything. Oh my, it's all because I want to sleep. I can't keep sleeping from now on." Yang Yi said, "Little Sky, who are you?" He was really extremely curious about her identity and background. She was truly too mysterious. She could be friends with the Eye of the Heaven Tao. In short, she was a mystery. Little Sky blinked when she heard Yang Yi. "They'll tell you when I remember, all right?" Yang Yi glanced at her and nodded, "All right." As soon as he finished speaking, he hesitated for a moment and said, "Can you make that Eye of the Heaven Tao help my friend?" If Blood Maiden had the Eye of the Heaven Tao's help, she would definitely win. Little Sky shook her head. "I can't." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Why?" She explained, Little Sky is the Eye of the Heaven Tao. It represents a form of law and order. Since it's law and order, it has to be fair. If it arbitrarily interferes in the battles of humans, then the consequences would be unimaginable, because at that time, it would represent that the law and order here were in chaos. So, it won't interfere in the battles between the races in this universe. Yang Yi said, but I heard that the Eye of the Heaven Tao is controlled by some powers in some worlds. How do you explain that? She replied, not every place has law and order. Or perhaps, it can be said that when a power's strength surpasses the Eye of the Heaven Tao, they may stand high above it and create a new form of law and order. However, there are no powers like that in this universe. Even if the Eye of the Heaven Tao and some small worlds may work together with some powers, it's on the basis that the person they are targeting is someone who'd committed a serious crime. You're a good example. If you were the one fighting those two fellows just now, Little Sky would have definitely made you its prime target. Yang Yi felt speechless. Little Sky continued, there's another reason why I made it leave. Those two fellows are very strong, and that woman is extremely strong too. If they join forces, it'll be extremely dangerous for Little Sky. But that fool never uses its brain on most occasions. So, I had no choice but to help it. Now, everyone has made a compromise. Once he heard this, Yang Yi understood why she'd come out here. She was worried that Blood Maiden and the others would join forces against the Eye of the Heaven Tao. Actually, it was possible, because the Eye of the Heaven Tao had immediately attacked everyone here. So, they may join forces to deal with it first. Just as Little Sky had said, if Blood Maiden and those two experts from the large world joined forces, then dealing with that Eye of the Heaven Tao would really not be a huge problem. Yang Yi looked up at the sky and said, who do you think will win? Little Sky spoke as if it was obvious. That woman, of course. Yang Yi gazed at her. Why? Little Sky shrugged. I don't know. In any case, I think she'll win. Moreover, it probably won't take very long. All right, I'm going back in to enjoy myself. Be careful. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure shot into Yang Yi's chest. Bang! Suddenly, the entire area shook violently like a huge explosion had occurred. Yang Yi was shocked and hurriedly looked up. He saw a woman walking down slowly from the sky, and there were two pillars of blood surging incessantly towards her from the area behind her. It was Blood Maiden, of course. Yang Yi asked, where are they? She replied, see those two pillars of blood behind me? Yang Yi glanced at them. At this moment, they were ceaselessly surging down from the sky and entering Blood Maiden. Blood Maiden added, it's their blood. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Blood Maiden said, I can't suppress my cultivation any longer. I have to advance right now. Protect me, and don't let anyone disturb me. All right? Yang Yi hurriedly patted his chest and guaranteed, don't worry, no one can disturb you while I'm here. Protecting her was naturally not a problem for him right now. Those two Rebirth Realm experts were dead, so no demon beast or human expert would dare to come here now. Blood Maiden nodded slightly, and then she slowly closed her eyes. After that, her aura suddenly started to become violent. Obviously, she was going to charge into the Rebirth Realm. However, a gray-robed old man suddenly appeared in the sky. The gray-robed old man's gaze descended onto Blood Maiden. Sure enough, it's as the Oracle expected. You would absorb their blood. Ha ha ha. The blood of two Rebirth Realm experts is extremely pure. No wonder you aren't able to suppress your cultivation anymore. Meanwhile, Blood Maiden glanced at the gray-robed old man, but it only took a moment for her to withdraw her gaze. After that, she gazed at Yang Yi. Remember what you just said? As soon as she finished speaking, she paused for a moment and added, men should keep their word. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Chapter 1495, A Clear Conscience. Yang Yi instantly revealed a bitter expression when he heard her. Had thought that once those two Rebirth Realm experts from the large world were killed, there would be no other human or demon beast here that could pose a threat to them. After all, Blood Maiden was known throughout this place, and the humans and demon beasts here would definitely not dare to come here. However, he hadn't expected that another old man would suddenly arrive here. Obviously, since the old man dared to come here, he was definitely at the Rebirth Realm at least. Moreover, Since Head come by himself, his strength was definitely superior to those two from before. Stop a rebirth realm expert? Yang Yi laughed bitterly. Can I even do that? He hadn't tried, but he was very well aware that his chances of success were absolutely slim. The old man didn't even spare a glance at Yang Yi. His gaze was constantly locked onto Blood Maiden. Blood Maiden, we've been waiting a long time for you to charge into the rebirth realm. We even didn't hesitate to sacrifice 2 people so that you could absorb their blood and then advance into the rebirth realm. You didn't disappoint us. As expected, you couldn't resist the temptation before you and absorbed their blood. It was a trap. At this point, Yang Yi realized that those 2 fellows had actually been sent here to die. The large world had sacrificed them to make Blood Maiden absorb their blood, and then become unable to suppress her cultivation further. However, there was one thing he didn't really understand. Yang Yi looked up at the old man. There's something I don't understand. Why did you choose to sacrifice 2 rebirth realm experts? You could have just joined forces against her. Why sacrifice 2 rebirth realm experts? The 3 of us? The old man shook his head. You don't know how strong she is. You know, no less than 7 rebirth realm experts joined forces against her all those years ago. But do you know what the outcome was? She killed 5 of them on her own, and the remaining 2 were heavily injured. They died not too long after the battle. So, not to mention the 3 of us, even 5 rebirth realm experts may not be able to kill her. Yang Yi gasped when he heard this. 7 rebirth realm experts. She actually killed 7 rebirth realm experts on her own. How heaven-defying was that? Yang Yi wasn't the only one who was shocked. Lian Banzwang was extremely shocked as well. She knew Blood Maiden was very strong, and it was obvious from how Blood Maiden had killed that demon beast all those years ago. But she hadn't expected Blood Maiden's strength to be that terrifying. She's killed 7 rebirth realm experts on her own. The rebirth realm, not the dualism realm. Killing 7 rebirth realm experts on her own was absolutely terrifying. Meanwhile, the old man continued. So, even if we knew where she was, and we knew where the other women from the Nether Pavilion are, we still didn't send any dualism and rebirth realm experts down here. Because even 10 rebirth realm experts would probably be insufficient to kill them. After all, besides the 1 stand 2 Indie Hall Masters, those eyes of their 3 RD Hall Master are extremely terrifying as well. The 3 RD Hall Master. He was referring to Blind Maiden, of course. Actually, Yang Yi was very curious about Blind Maiden's eyes as well. However, he hadn't asked, because he felt that it was quite rude to ask. Now that he heard the old man speak about it, he knew that her eyes weren't ordinary. Otherwise, a rebirth realm expert would display such fear towards it. Meanwhile, the old man added, sacrificing 2 rebirth realm experts will make her unable to suppress her cultivation. Once that happens, then not to mention a rebirth realm expert, even a dualism realm expert can kill her. Because if she wants to advance, she must make a trip through the cycle of reincarnation. She can't move throughout that process. Just like this very moment, she has entered her own cycle of reincarnation. While it would only be a process for someone with her strength and mental strength, and she'll even be able to recover in 2 hours or so. However, so long as she does enter her cycle of reincarnation, it would only take a breath of time for me to kill her. The old man chuckled at this point. So long as she's dead, killing those others from the Nether Pavilion will be much easier. Yang Yi finally came to a complete understanding. Just as Nether Maiden had said in the past, the experts from the large world weren't fools. Besides the fact that their cultivations would be suppressed, the reason they hadn't sent true experts down to the lower dimensions was that they feared Blood Maiden and the 1 SD Hall Master of the Nether Pavilion. So, their main objective was Blood Maiden. They hadn't hesitated to wait until now, and even send 2 experts to their deaths, just to kill Blood Maiden. All of it was done for the sake of killing Blood Maiden. Yang Yi could imagine how much those experts of the large world feared Blood Maiden. Actually, it made sense. After all, she possessed the might of a domain. It's over now. The old man suddenly shook his head and waved his hand, causing a wave of energy to shoot down towards Blood Maiden. Right as that wave of energy shot towards Blood Maiden, a ray of sword energy tore through the air and struck it, and the wave of energy was instantly obliterated. At the same time, Yang Yi appeared in front of her. He would naturally not just watch as the old man killed her. If he chose to stand by idly now, then even he would look down on himself. It was like how Nether Maiden and the others hadn't just watched as White Deer Academy was destroyed by the joint forces of the evil faction and the other powers in the Radiant Dimension. At that time, they could have stood by idly and allowed the destruction of White Deer Academy, but Nether Maiden and the others hadn't done that. Why? Because they treated Yang Yi as their friend. Now, Blood Maiden was in trouble, so how could he just stand by idly? He didn't dare guarantee that he could stop the old man, but he would try his best. Only then would he have a clear conscience. Lian Banzwang hesitated for a moment, and then she went over to Yang Yi's side. She could choose to leave, but she hadn't, because she was very well aware that if she wanted to leave this place, then she had to stay with Yang Yi and Blood Maiden. Yang Yi and Blood Maiden were the only ones here who could leave this place. She had a very good chance of leaving if she stayed with them. But if she left right now, she would be trapped here forever. She was gambling. For the sake of her freedom, she was gambling with her life. Yang Yi glanced at Lian Banzwang and remained silent. He naturally understood her intentions, but help was exactly what he needed right now. She was a dualism realm expert and was even stronger than him. So, if he had her help, he would have a better chance at keeping the old man busy until Blood Maiden woke up. Otherwise, it was truly difficult for him to keep a rebirth realm expert busy on his own. Even if his overall strength was much stronger than before, he was still facing a rebirth realm expert. Even though the old man had been suppressed to the dualism realm, his mental state belonged to an expert at the rebirth realm, and it was just his cultivation which had been suppressed. So, the old man's mastery in battle hadn't vanished at all. So, he couldn't treat the old man as a dualism realm expert. He had to treat the old man as a rebirth realm expert. The old man suddenly started to chuckle when he saw Yang Yi and Lian Banzwang protecting Blood Maiden. I never expected I would personally encounter a situation where ants try to stop me. But it's fine. Since both of you are with her, your relationship is definitely not normal. As far as we're concerned, everyone related to the Nether Pavilion deserves death. As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed his right hand down slowly. Just that action made Yang Yi and Lian Banzwang's expressions become extremely solemn, because they felt like the sky was about to collapse. A wisp of coldness flashed through Yang Yi's eyes. He flipped his palm, and the ancient sheath appeared in his grasp. There was a sword within the sheath. After that, he drew the sword and swung it. Oem! A sword howl resounded, and then a ray of sword energy shot up into the air. Two overlapped heaven rends. At his present realm of cultivation, executing two overlapped heaven rends was absolutely easy. Moreover, his current physical strength and cultivation made the might of his overlapped heaven rends much stronger than before. A sword howl resounded, and a ray of sword energy shot through the air. The pressure from the old man instantly vanished, and the sword energy didn't slow down at all and instantly arrived before the old man. Surprise flashed through the old man's eyes when he saw Yang Yi's attack. Your sword technique isn't bad. Unfortunately, you're too weak. If you could overlap 5, then perhaps it would be a slight threat to me. Unfortunately, you can't. As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his right hand and waved it lightly. In an instant, Yang Yi's sword energy was obliterated. How strong! Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly from the sight of this, and his eyes were filled with an extremely solemn expression. Actually, he hadn't had any wishful thoughts that his attack could harm the old man at all. But he hadn't expected his attack to be destroyed with such ease. It had truly been absolutely easy, and the old man didn't seem to have used any strength at all. Now, he understood the gap between him and a rebirth realm expert. If the old man's cultivation hadn't been suppressed, he might not even have the ability to fight back. Even though it was quite a blow to his confidence, it was a fact. However, Yang Yi couldn't retreat. Once he did, it represented that Blind Maiden would die. If there was no one to protect, he would have to flee when he couldn't win a battle. After all, only a fool wouldn't flee. However, he had someone to protect right now, so he had to fight even if he couldn't win. Meanwhile, the old man shook his head. Weak. Weak to the point that I'm not interested in fighting you. Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then his profound energy started surging madly. A moment later, his figure transformed into a ray of light that shot towards the old man. A wisp of ridicule arose on the corners of the old man's mouth, and then he waved his right hand. A wave of invisible energy rippled forward, and it instantly blasted Yang Yi around 3 kilometers away. Lian Banzwang didn't stand by idly, of course. Shed charged at the old man as well. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and his profound energy surged madly. At the same time, his quasi-returnal rank sword intent and slaughter intent surged like a torrent into the sword precursor. A moment later, Yang Yi closed his eyes. At the moment Yang Yi closed his eyes, the old man's expression suddenly changed drastically, and then he swiftly looked towards Yang Yi. Crack! A clear and loud crack resounded. The space around Yang Yi had cracked apart. Chapter 1496, A Battle to the Death. The Rebirth Sword. At this moment, Yang Yi had executed the Rebirth Sword. Yang Yi was very well aware that the old man's strength far surpassed his own. So, he would only be making a fool of himself if he used an ordinary attack. Thus, Head immediately executed the Rebirth Sword which Head just mastered. The reason his attack could crack space apart was that Head enhanced it with quasi-returnal rank sword intent and slaughter intent. The two intents had caused its might to multiply numerous times. When the old man recovered from his shock and gazed at Yang Yi, the sword in Yang Yi's grasp had vanished. Bang! A loud explosion resounded in front of the old man, and then Lian Banzwang watched with shock as the old man was blasted around 10 kilometers away. Once the old man stopped himself, he stretched open his palm, and there was a sword at the center of it. The sword had stabbed through the old man's palm, and it wasn't sitting still there. It was still spinning at high speeds. Moreover, it was moving forward, inch by inch, into the old man's palm. It didn't take long for the sword to shoot through the old man's palm. A string of blood sprayed from the old man's right shoulder. The sword precursor had the sword spirit within it, so it instantly transformed into a ray of light that flew back into Yang Yi's grasp. A moment of silence ensued, and then a wisp of blood flowed out from the corner of the old man's mouth. Even though the attack had merely pierced through the old man's palm and shoulder, the force within the sword had instantly shot through the old man's entire body when it came into contact with his palm. So, it hadn't just injured the old man's palm and shoulder, it had even injured him internally. The old man gazed at Yang Yi, truly unbelievable. I was actually injured by a semi-deity. Yang Yi glanced at his sword and said, "Unfortunately, I wasn't able to kill you. Since you're alive, you'll have to suffer now." "Kill me?" The old man was stunned, and then he shook his head and chuckled. "How laughable! A semi-deity actually wants to kill me? How absurd." The old man was about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly closed his eyes. A moment later, Yang Yi's sword vanished once more. The old man's expression changed, and he swiftly slapped his left palm forward. Bang! An explosion resounded before the old man was blasted away once more. This time, a hole appeared in the old man's left palm, and it went all the way through his left shoulder. At this moment, both of the old man's palms and shoulders were bleeding. Yang Yi shook his head. What a pity. 2 attacks. Once he attained the semi-deity realm, the volume of profound energy he possessed was sufficient to execute the Rebirth Sword twice. Head intentionally launched a surprise attack while talking just now. Unfortunately, the old man's reaction speed was too swift. So, the sword which was aimed at the old man's heart had been stopped by the old man's left palm. Now, he didn't have the strength to execute the Rebirth Sword again. The old man glanced at his left palm, and then he looked up at Yang Yi. "You've really surprised me. Needless to say, I was blind this time. If it was an ordinary dualism realm expert in my place, then even if those 2 attacks of yours couldn't kill that expert, it would heavily injure that expert. Unfortunately, I'm not at the dualism realm. Now, your profound energy has been exhausted. Do you have any other moves?" Yang Yi flipped his palm and put both the ancient sheath and sword precursor away. After that, he stomped his right foot down, and the space below him instantly started trembling violently while his figure vanished on the spot. He was in front of the old man when his figure appeared once more, and he didn't waste his breath and just slammed his fist at the old man. A wisp of ridicule curled up on the corners of the old man's mouth. He clenched his injured right fist and similarly slammed a punch at Yang Yi. Boom! As soon as their fists came into contact, an explosion resounded. At the same time, Yang Yi was blasted very far away. At the same time, Lien Banzwang immediately appeared in front of the old man, and the multicolored ribbon in her right grasp swept down at the old man. At the moment she swung the ribbon, it transformed into a pillar of multicolored light that instantly appeared above the old man. A wisp of ferocity flashed through the old man's eyes, and then a terrifying aura surged out explosively from within him. Bang! Lien Banzwang's ribbon was blasted into pieces while she herself was slammed over 3 kilometers away. At the moment that Lien Banzwang had been blasted away, Yang Yi suddenly appeared before the old man, and he slammed his fist forward again. The old man refused to display any weakness, and he slammed his fist against Yang Yi's fist. Bang! Yang Yi was instantly blasted over 3 kilometers away. Your strength isn't bad. Meanwhile, the old man suddenly spoke. Unfortunately, it's still too weak for me. It's time to put an end to all of this. You. The old man stopped abruptly because Yang Yi had suddenly appeared in front of him again, and then another punch slammed down at him. At the same time, Lien Banzwang charged at the old man. You're courting death. The old man clenched his right fist and slammed it forward. Bang! A loud explosion resounded. As expected, Yang Yi was blasted away again, and the impact even blasted away Lien Banzwang's approaching figure. However, every single time he was blasted away, Yang Yi charged over to the old man again. As the old man fought, he suddenly noticed that Yang Yi's physical strength and defenses had actually far surpassed his expectations. It wasn't just that, even Yang Yi's recovery had far surpassed his expectations. As far as he was concerned, Yang Yi was definitely injured every single time he punched Yang Yi away. However, as the battle dragged on, he noticed that Yang Yi seemed to be completely unharmed. Meanwhile, Yang Yi arrived in front of him again. Just like before, Yang Yi slammed his fist at the old man. The old man subconsciously slammed his fist at Yang Yi. There was a strange expression in Yang Yi's eyes when he saw the old man's fist approach him again. Boom! Crack! As soon as their fists collided, something unexpected occurred. While Yang Yi was blasted away again, the old man's entire arm was actually blasted away. At the same time, the powerful force within Yang Yi's punch pushed the old man around 300 m back. Elemental Breaker. It was the Elemental Breaker, of course. The reason Yang Yi hadn't executed it right away was because he wanted to numb the old man to his attacks. He wanted the old man to put down his guard, because the old man had been extremely vigilant in the beginning. If had executed the Elemental Breaker technique while the old man was vigilant, then it would have definitely been incapable of causing any material effect. He could only take the old man by surprise with the Elemental Breaker technique if the old man had put down his guard. Sure enough, Yang Yi had succeeded. Head blasted off the old man's arm with just one punch. The old man had an extremely ferocious expression on his face right now, and he looked up at Yang Yi. Needless to say, had been tricked by the ant who stood before him. It was an embarrassment, a huge embarrassment, because had actually been repeatedly injured by a semi-deity. It'll tear you into pieces. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man transformed into a ray of light that shot towards Yang Yi. Everywhere he passed, even space started to warp. Lien Banzwang's expression changed slightly from the sight of this, and she hurriedly said, "Watch out." Bang! As soon as she finished speaking, Yang Yi was blasted away. However, it didn't take long for him to stop. At this moment, there was a casket lid in his grasp. Lien Banzwang heaved a sigh of relief when she saw the casket lid. After all, the consequences would have been unimaginable if Yang Yi didn't have that casket lid. Lien Banzwang wasn't the only one who heaved a sigh of relief. Yang Yi had done the same. Fortunately, he had the casket lid. Otherwise, he would have been crippled even if he could escape death. Because even with the casket lid, he felt like his entire body had cracked open. His body was at the undying realm, and had even cultivated the undying elemental body. So, his body was even much stronger than the rock titans at Rock Mountain. However, his body was still cracked open after he used the casket lid to protect himself. Obviously, if he didn't have the casket lid, then the old man's full strength was very likely to have blasted Yang Yi into pieces. Even though the old man had been suppressed to the dualism realm, his strength wasn't something that a dualism realm expert could come close to. Lian Banzwang was at the dualism realm too, but she was completely suppressed by the old man. Perhaps the old man was inferior to Blood Maiden, but he was much stronger than Yang Yi and Lian Banzwang. Fortunately, Yang Yi had no intention to kill the old man. He only sought to keep the old man busy. So long as he succeeded in keeping the old man busy until Blood Maiden regained her consciousness, then his side would be victorious. Yang Yi took a deep breath when he thought up to this point, and then he started to use the bit of profound energy head recovered to repair his body. He had energy pearls, so he could restore all his profound energy in an instant, but it wasn't the time to use it. The old man's gaze descended onto the shield Yang Yi was using. He hadn't expected his lethal blow to be actually stopped by that casket lid. Based on his current realm of cultivation, it wouldn't be that easy to kill Yang Yi while Yang Yi had the casket lid. Their plan was guaranteed success, yet now, a problem had appeared in their plan. The old man glanced at Blood Maiden. He was very well aware that if she woke up, then not to mention killing her, even he would die here. Suddenly, something unexpected occurred. The space above the old man suddenly shook slightly, and then a middle-aged man with a spear in his grasp appeared above the old man. The old man gazed at the middle-aged man, and a wisp of surprise flashed through his eyes. "Yu Ming, what are you doing here?" The middle-aged man glanced at Blood Maiden and said, "The oracle said that you will encounter problems here, so she told me to stop fighting for that treasure and come here immediately. As expected, you really are having some trouble. She still isn't dead." Two Rebirth Realm experts. Both Yang Yi and Lian Banzwang's face turned extremely unsightly. Suddenly, Lian Banzwang turned around and transformed into a ray of multicolored light that vanished into the sky. Shed fled. Yang Yi's face grew even more unsightly. Chapter 1497, I'll kill you with 10 attacks. Actually, Yang Yi understood her decision. If it was just a single Rebirth Realm expert, then they had a chance to buy time until Blood Maiden woke up. However, there were two Rebirth Realm experts now. 2. It could be said that his side had no chance of winning. Under such circumstances, it was naturally very normal that Shed fled. After all, there was no connection between Lian Banzwang and Blood Maiden, so she would definitely not give her life away for Blood Maiden. What should I do now? Fight two on my own? Or flee as well? Fleeing was naturally impossible. The old man had been infuriated during the previous battle, so the old man would definitely not allow him to escape. Moreover, not to mention whether he could flee, even if he could. Once the old man killed Blood Maiden and came looking for him, how would he resist the joint forces of two Rebirth Realm experts? So, his goal right now was to wait until Blood Maiden regained her consciousness. Only then would he be able to survive. However, he couldn't even fight a Rebirth Realm expert in a 1-on-1 battle, let alone a 2-on-1 battle. When force couldn't resolve the problem, Yang Yi decided to use words. After all, discussion was a method to resolve problems as well. So, once he thought up to this point, Yang Yi gazed at the old man and middle-aged man, and he smiled. "I think that we can sit down and have a chat. After all, more enmity is usually unable to resolve the prior enmity. Don't you think so too?" The old man spoke gloomily. "If you want to buy time, can you use more intelligent methods?" Had been exposed. However, Yang Yi displayed no embarrassment, and he spoke seriously. "Actually, I'm saying that for your own good. Do you really think she didn't make any other preparations? How laughable." Meanwhile, the old man laughed with ridicule. "You actually want to use words against us at a time like this? Are you trying to insult us?" Yang Yi was about to speak when the middle-aged man by the old man's side spoke abruptly. "Don't waste more time. The important matter at hand is to deal with her." As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a ray of light that shot forward. A ferocious glow flashed through Yang Yi's eyes, and he raised the casket lid with both hands and slammed it forward. Boom! An explosion resounded as Yang Yi was blasted 3 kilometers back again. As for the middle-aged man, he was merely pushed around 300 m back. Even though the middle-aged man, Yu Ming, had the upper hand, there was a trace of disbelief in his eyes. "You actually stopped my attack." He was shocked, of course, because Yang Yi was just a semi-deity, and a semi-deity was simply weaker than an ant to experts at his level. Even if his cultivation and strength were suppressed, he still wasn't an existence that a semi-deity could resist. Or it should be said that even ordinary dualism realm experts couldn't fight him. However, Yang Yi had stopped his attack and wasn't injured by it. It didn't take long for Yu Ming's gaze to descend onto the casket lid in Yang Yi's grasp. A wisp of surprise flashed through his eyes. "It's not ordinary at all. No wonder you were able to resist my attack. However, you won't be so lucky next time." As soon as he finished speaking, he shot towards Yang Yi again. This time, the old man didn't stand by idly and charged at Yang Yi as well. Obviously, they didn't want to waste time. 2 rebirth realm experts. Yang Yi took a deep breath while a wisp of resolve flashed through his eyes. A moment later, he flipped his palm, and a diagram appeared above him. As soon as the diagram appeared, the scene here changed. It didn't take long for them to appear within space. The stellar sword diagram. Yang Yi intended to use the stellar sword diagram. He had no other choice. If he didn't utilize it right now, then he would have no chance to win. He was very well aware that he couldn't resist the joint forces of 2 rebirth realm experts. He would be no match for them even with the help of the casket lid. Perhaps he could protect himself from them by hiding within the casket, but what about Blood Maiden? Yang Yi's eyes suddenly lit up when he thought up to this point. What should he do about Blood Maiden? He could hide her in the casket. However, it didn't take long for this thought of his to be discarded. If both he and Blood Maiden hid within the casket, then who would deal with these 2 rebirth realm experts? He couldn't allow Blood Maiden to be disturbed in the slightest right now. If they hid within the casket, and those 2 rebirth realm experts attacked the casket madly, then both he and Blood Maiden would really be finished. He could take the casket and run, but could he outrun them? He couldn't. So, at this moment, he had no choice but to go head-on against them. If he was going to go head-on against them, he had to use the stellar sword diagram. When the surroundings were transformed into an expanse of outer space, the old man and Yu Ming's faces became solemn. Obviously, they'd sensed danger. Meanwhile, Yu Ming gazed at Yang Yi and spoke in a low voice. "This is Jian Wuji's stellar sword diagram." The old man's expression changed. He hadn't expected it to actually be the stellar sword diagram. It hadn't just displayed extraordinary strength in the lower dimensions, it was extremely renowned in the large world as well. Of course, it was because of Jian Wuji. When Jian Wuji arrived at the large world, had offended a powerful sect, and it ceaselessly dispatched experts to kill Jian Wuji and the Sword God's Pavilion that Jian Wuji had created. In the end, Jian Wuji went to that sect on his own and activated the stellar sword diagram there, enveloping that entire sect beneath it. The final outcome was quite amusing because they didn't fight. That sect, which had 8 rebirth realm experts, had chosen to surrender, and they swore on their souls that they wouldn't look for trouble with Jian Wuji and Sword God's Pavilion again. That battle raised Jian Wuji's reputation to a completely new level, and it was that battle which allowed the world to know of the stellar sword diagram. 8 rebirth realm experts didn't even have the courage to fight Jian Wuji in the diagram. How terrifying was it to be actually capable of doing that? At this moment, both of them hadn't expected it to be in Yang Yi's possession. The most terrifying part was that Yang Yi was a sword cultivator, and he could utilize it. So, they didn't dare act carelessly. If their cultivations weren't suppressed, then they wouldn't really fear it. After all, Yang Yi didn't possess the same realm of cultivation as Jian Wuji. Yet now, their cultivation and strength had been suppressed. So, they didn't dare act carelessly when facing Yang Yi, who could activate the stellar sword diagram. Yang Yi didn't hesitate at all, and he intended to activate it. He couldn't hesitate as well because losing lifespan was better than losing his life. Right when he was about to summon the stellar sword energy, 6 terrifying auras appeared here. Yang Yi was slightly stunned. and then he put the stellar sword diagram away, causing the surroundings to return to normal. Yang Yi was shocked when he saw the owners of those 6 auras, because he actually knew 3 of them. They were Lian Banzwang, who had just left, Demon Wu, who had chased after him a while back, and the Lava Titan. As for the other 3, they were an old man in a luxurious robe, and 2 huge demon beasts. Yang Yi was stunned by this scene, and then he looked at Lian Banzwang. Lian Banzwang glanced at him. They are willing to help, but they have a request, and it's to make Blood Maiden take them with her. Of course, your agreement works as well. She hadn't forgotten that the mysterious young girl by Yang Ye's side was friends with the Eye of the Heaven Dao. Yang Yi immediately came to an understanding. Lian Banzwang hadn't fled, and she'd gone to get help instead. It made sense because it could be considered her only chance to leave this place, so how could she possibly give up that easily? However, she was very well aware that just Yang Yi and her strength was utterly insufficient to deal with 2 Rebirth Realm experts. The only way they could resist 2 Rebirth Realm experts was by getting help. She knew that if she used an opportunity to leave as the bait, then many demon beasts and humans here wouldn't be able to refuse it. Sure enough, even Demon Wu, who had enmity with her, couldn't refuse such an opportunity. Yang Yi glanced at them and said, "I agree." He naturally had to agree. He didn't want to use the stellar sword diagram if possible. After all, losing lifespan was terrible. Demon Wu suddenly asked, "You can make decisions for her?" Yang Yi spoke indifferently, "She's my second sister." "What do you think?" His second sister. Demon Wu's eyelids twitched. At the same time that he felt shocked, he felt slightly fearful. He hadn't expected Yang Yi to know Blood Maiden. If he was aware that Yang Yi knew Blood Maiden, then he wouldn't have gone to look for trouble with Yang Yi. After all, he didn't want Blood Maiden to look for trouble with him. Meanwhile, Yiming spoke abruptly, "We have no intention to become enemies with all of you. Our target is only Blood Maiden. As for leaving this place, so long as all of you don't interfere, we can help you leave." "You can help us leave?" Meanwhile, the old man in a luxurious robe laughed with ridicule. "How laughable! Do you think we're fools? If your cultivation wasn't suppressed, then I might believe you. But now, your strength has been suppressed, so you can't fight the Eye of the Heaven Dao. Since both of you dared to come in here, you definitely have a way to get out. However, it's definitely not leaving by force, and it's some other special method. Such special methods will definitely not work on us. After all, we're being imprisoned here while both of you are outsiders. If you leave, the Eye of the Heaven Dao won't fight both of you until it dies. But if we try to leave, the Eye of the Heaven Dao will definitely do everything it can to stop us." When he spoke up to this point, he gazed at Blood Maiden. "We can only rely on her to leave, because she can suppress the Eye of the Heaven Dao, just like the Unfettered One did." Yu Ming and the other man's expressions instantly turned unsightly, because it was just as the old man in a luxurious robe had said. Both of them really were unable to fight the Eye of the Heaven Dao, nor did they dare to risk their lives against it. After all, if they forced it to detonate itself and mark them, then they would be finished. Because if such a powerful Eye of the Heaven Dao was forced to detonate itself and mark them, then they would definitely suffer a horrible death even if they returned to the large world. So, it wasn't realistic for them to think about suppressing the Eye of the Heaven Dao and taking these fellows out with them. A moment of silence ensued before Yu Ming suddenly took a step forward, and then he glanced at them. "Since that's the case, then let's fight. Let me see how capable foreign prisoners like you are. They'll kill you with 10 attacks." Suddenly, a voice resounded. Everyone here was stunned, and they turned to look. Besides Yang Yi, the expressions of everyone else changed when they saw the person who spoke those words. It wasn't Blood Maiden. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.